baseball season on a station without sports in its name.
Right to
WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, Stephen Kwan was back in the leadoff spot Sunday for the Guardians. Had 2 hits, drove in the only run for Cleveland in their loss to Pittsburgh. Kwan batting .436 this month. And skipper Stephen Vogt knows that Stephen has got his groove back no matter where he is in the order.
Kwani's been swinging the bat well. Again, I really don't care where people are hitting in the order, but I thought, Kwani's been swinging the bat really well.
Guardians continue the homestand tonight. They begin a 4-game set against Minnesota. Tanner Bibby's going to get the start, 3-9, a 3.90 ERA. Guardians right now trail the White Sox by 1 game. For first in the AL Central, lead the Twins by just 2.5 games. For second place, we are back on LeBron watch this week after no news over the weekend. LeBron James yet to reveal where he plans to sign for next season. Last week in New York City, LeBron had a handful of chances at public events to name his choice, but decided not to. It's believed the Cavaliers in the running, along with the Heat, the 76ers, and Golden State. Michigan announcing this morning that athletic director Ward Manuel will step down at the end of the year. Following the Sherrone Moore situation, Manuel failed to quickly and effectively act on allegations of wrongdoings by athletic department employees, this is according to the school. Moore was fired last December after having inappropriate relationships with a staff member. Former NFL running back Le'Veon Bell currently being held in the Stark County Jail. Bell was arrested in Jackson Township over the weekend after an appearance. Turns out Bell being held as there's an arrest warrant on him from somewhere up in the state of Michigan. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
What a weekend. What a weekend. If I could sing, I would sing Don't Cry for Me, Argentina, unless you're Messi. But I won't do that.
Thank you.
Because I can't sing. Can I? I tried to sing. I was listening.
I've heard worse.
So I went to Zach Brown on Saturday, and I was trying to sing Chicken Fried. And I went back and listened to it, and I'm not very good. So I will never sing again, as far as I know. I just want you to know
Heard
that.
worse?
You've heard worse people singing than me?
Yeah.
My voice cracks, though. I don't know why it does
Well,
now all
all
of a
right.
sudden. It's like, it just doesn't feel right. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. You have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Successful? I mean, like, family time? What'd you do? Anything good?
Watched a lot of golf.
How'd that go over with the honeydew list?
It worked okay.
Well, congratulations.
I was able to incorporate a honeydew list type thing while watching golf.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Jeff, we sit and we wait. And we wait.
No, we're not waiting. We're going about our lives, Andy.
We are waiting for many things. One, we're waiting for 11 o'clock for Scott Petruk from the Chronicle Telegram.
Waiting for the winning Powerball ticket.
That is true. So that would make this 3. We are waiting for Terry Pluto from Cleveland.com at noon. We'll talk to both of them a little bit later today. Interesting conversation. I think the cool part about the weekend is, like, I was out and about. I was at, like, did graduation parties trying to watch.
You were busy.
I'm all up.
You did some scouting for us.
I did. I was in Columbus yesterday. I watched the Clippers. The man that Jeff likes very much, who's the number one prospect.
I don't
deserves
know. I don't
to be
know
the
him
number
real
one.
well.
Deserves to be the number one prospect because he looked good yesterday. He looked very good.
And hell now.
And then Martinez also back yesterday in Columbus. Had a hit while I was there. I enjoyed watching that too. He looks like I think he just needs to ramp up a little bit, to quote the great Eric Wedge. To ramp up just a little bit before he comes back. So I'm looking forward to his return.
Ramp up.
We are looking forward to a lot of things when it comes to the Guardians, and we'll talk about that. The World Cup, as I brought up in the beginning. But the number one topic over the weekend, I know if you were out and about, someone asked you what you thought. You know where you're at on this. I think we all know where we're at. Now we're getting little rumblings that maybe it could be today. I feel like every day starts like this. Is Groundhog's Day again for LeBron James and what's going to happen to him
that
next.
Guy.
Yeah. Jeff, where's he going?
Cleveland or Miami.
Leaning towards you. I'm telling you, your
I
thoughts.
still think Cleveland.
You think Cleveland.
But it's, yeah. I still think the longer it goes, the more likely it is Cavs. But Miami makes a lot of sense, too. Maybe more sense from a basketball standpoint.
As we sit here, what are we into week? I feel like we're on ABC Nightline in the 80s. How many days into this are we? LeBron watch? That's what it feels like. Dan, where's he going? We bring in Dan Manigan, by the way, too.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hello, gentlemen. I think Golden State. I think the longer this goes, it looks like it's leaning toward Golden State. I think him being close to his family is a big deal. And the fact that, yes, he does still have the house in Bath, he's definitely settled his roots in L.A. And so I think that's where this ends up ending.
So you're going Zuri factor, basically, is what it really is.
Yeah, Zuri / Savannah / wherever else the family is where he'll be.
Well, but a good portion of the family is all over the country. And the family could move.
His immediate family.
I mean, his
immediate family is what I'm pointing
his nuclear
to.
family.
Yeah.
Nuclear family is what I'm pointing
He
to.
has the means to move them if they decide to move.
Hell, Bronny has the means to move them now with a new deal.
He moved Bronny before high school. Well, the same situation that his daughter is in.
True.
But good luck with that going, hey, guys, how about for a year if we pick up and move somewhere else, though you're really happy?
Although it could be 2 or 3 years, as he said.
Right.
They were, hey, honey, we're moving away from your home and your parents, and we're going to Miami. Oh, now we're going to Los Angeles. They've done that before. They could do it again. We're going back home.
Kids are older.
Folks would love to see the grandchildren.
Kids are older. I think the Draymond relationship may have something to do with it. Again, I'm just reading the tea leaves. Or I'm not. I shouldn't even say that because there are no tea leaves worth reading. I'm just guessing at this point, and it just seems like Golden State's not.
We all are guessing. You're right.
Everywhere I turn, it's a different. First of all, everywhere I turn when I talk to people, they're all like, "Okay, just get her done." I also think
Get her done.
I also think that Cleveland sports fans are just like, if he comes back, that's awesome. If he doesn't, okay too. And I don't think I'm wrong on that. I'm talking to people in the beer line the other day at the concert, and they're all like,
"You don't drink beer."
What was the line? I may not be the only person in my family, right?
Well, your kids aren't old enough to drink beer.
I hate to disagree with you. Time has flown by. Time has flown by, my friend. No, it just I think people are just like, okay, make a decision already. And I don't think Cleveland sports fans are going to be upset if he doesn't come back.
I think some will
it's
be
not
a little,
the end of the
grumpy.
world.
Yeah, I think some will be grumpy. You know what? One reason I keep thinking Cavs, Andy?
Tell me.
They haven't done anything to improve their team.
Well, that's a good point, Jeff.
Miami has. Miami picked up Giannis.
Okay.
Miami picked up Giannis.
Yeah, was that because LeBron wanted that to happen?
Sorry.
I go back to that.
Sorry, LeBron's not calling a shot on Giannis. Pat, I'll think about coming back if you pick up Giannis. That's not. Sorry, LeBron's power in that area is gone.
Every time I want to think like that.
The Cavs haven't done diddly yet to improve this team.
So you think they're just sitting back, waiting?
I think they know he's coming.
I still think that we're waiting. That if the Cavs are in this mix,
they haven't done diddly.
If the Cavs are in this mix, you're going to see Schroeder gone, right?
Well, possibly. I would think that there would be moves that have to be made or will be made. On the other hand, if LeBron is all about happiness, and happiness means living in Bath and playing for the Cavs, then he could just take the vet minimum and they could keep the team relatively intact.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think Cleveland. So you're torn. Are you 60-40 Miami?
Yeah,
Cleveland?
I'm 60-40 Cleveland.
You're 60-40 Cleveland over Miami.
Might be 66.7 and 33.3 3.
Yeah, I knew there wouldn't be an easy answer, Eddie.
Well,
Dan is all
I would
in.
say 2/3 Cleveland and 1/3 Miami.
All right, so Dan believes Golden State, right? I think there's a lot of people out there that think Miami. There are other people that would say Philadelphia makes more sense than anywhere else. I believe
if it's straight win a basketball championship in the NBA,
it's Philly, right?
yeah, especially if they can coax 50 games out of Joel Embiid.
Did you hear what Jalen Brunson said over the weekend about this? Somebody
I did
asked him.
not.
Oh, it was awesome. I read it on Twitter. He said, someone said, are you going to actively recruit LeBron to come to New York? He was like, I'm here to play basketball, and if somebody wants to bring him in, that's their job, not mine.
It's just beautiful.
And I think when you have a ring,
I love that guy.
I do too. The more things start moving forward, I don't know that I loved him before, but I really liked him during the playoffs as much as it hurt me against the Cavaliers. And then when they went on to win the championship, I really was like, and it was just something about the way they won, how he answered the questions, his dedication, just a lot of little things there that kind of was like, you know what, and I'm not a big New York, I won't root for anything New York, really. Not a big New York fan, although I do like Aaron Boone. But I just like, I can't fall in love with anything New York. But I kind of, Brunson's about as close as it gets.
You know who Brunson reminds me of in so many ways? Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I can see that.
Their play on the floor is similar, and I think the way they handle themselves with professionalism and class and answering questions and just the way they conduct themselves, they remind me of each other a lot. Cavs are lucky to have Donovan.
Yeah,
even though I think they paid too much and they paid too much in money.
I'm also looking at it again. I think the indicators for the Cavaliers on making a move would be Strus and Schroeder off a move with them, and then boom,
if they need to, right?
And then a move to LeBron, and then whatever else they want to bring in with LeBron. I don't know. I wonder if LeBron's trying to bring someone with him. I wonder if
Kevin Love.
Yeah, well, some of I read another report. Somebody else had that. Maybe they were listening to you, Jeff. I don't know. Because all I know is that people are taking this is how bad it is. It's media taking stories from other media, and then that's what they're reporting and saying, this guy's saying. But at the end of the day, we are exactly where LeBron wants us. Guessing. The three of us have been sitting here for weeks trying to figure this thing out since he said he wasn't going to Los Angeles.
Well, there's nothing to
60-40.
figure out, though, is there?
Well, we're all trying to use logic to understand what LeBron's doing. LeBron knows what he's doing. And we've lived it, and no one knows this better than we do.
I think he's known for months.
Or at least had an inkling on where he wanted to go. Now, maybe something may have changed. Maybe somebody came in with a pitch. Maybe he didn't know Giannis was going to Miami in the beginning, right?
Maybe.
And so
that
maybe
would certainly make Miami more attractive, wouldn't it?
I mean, who knew that Philly was going to make the move they were going to make with Boston? Did he know that before? I doubt it. The other thing, too, is LeBron said, remember the commissioner said last week they're kind of waiting to release the schedule based on what LeBron doesn't care. He doesn't. And that's awesome. Could you imagine having that much power?
I can't imagine we understand the television and the viewership. It's still amazing to me. Wait a minute, you got a 42-year-old guy who's holding up the schedule, huh? Okay, your league might be in trouble.
That's the problem, though, isn't it, Jeff?
It's not in trouble, but think about it. Wait a minute, you got a whole league and you're waiting for a guy who's going to be 42, huh? Okay.
That's where I always keep going back to.
You need more good stars.
I just had this conversation this morning. Someone's like, hey, where's LeBron going? As I'm walking in the building, where's he going? What's he doing? And I'm like, I think that for me, it feels like it's Cleveland. And because I had heard a couple things along the way that really made me think it was for Cleveland.
Wait a minute.
I brought that up before.
Ding!
I heard one thing in particular that really made me think he was coming back to Cleveland.
That was a great double whammy by Dan right there.
That was nice. But as the thing moved on, I was like, well, maybe that was something that LeBron and LeBron's group wanted to plant. Because he still has everybody guessing until the end. And so you know what this all does?
Everybody.
This all takes us back to the decision. Remember, he had everybody guessing until the last day. And then it started to leak a little bit that he was going to Miami.
If he pulls out that red checked shirt again, I'm thinking I'm going to puke.
So here we are. I think we have all played into the storyline that LeBron has laid out. He wants you guessing until the last second. and then we'll find out where he's going. And by the way, it'll be a letdown no matter where he goes, right? What do you think?
Why?
When it's all because part of it's the build-up.
Why would it be a letdown if he
the
comes
hype.
here?
They get it. They understand the show. They understand the entertainment value. They realize there is value in having him out there and having us lead the show 7 out of the last 10 days with LeBron news or lack of news. That's where we all are. Is today the day? We keep saying that every time we crack open the mic. I know there are other stories today. Maybe today is the day for LeBron to make his announcement. I just think that we're in the spot where he wanted us to be. The other thing is, what does this mean for the Cavs roster? You brought it up a little bit. Let's talk about that when we come back.
Okay.
Scott Petrak at 11, Terry Pluto at noon.
headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All right, we're all still up in the air. Is today the day we find out about LeBron James? Jeff is, again, 60% Cleveland, 40% Miami.
66.
Oh, you moved it up.
No, I'm going 2/3 Cleveland, 1/3 Miami.
Okay.
You said 60-40.
For you. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought you said you were 60-40.
I think I adjusted.
Dan's Golden State. I'm Cavs. But there's also a part of me, too, that I haven't really talked about, too, is I just feel like if he was pushing other teams to get them to do other things, he always felt like Cleveland was a plan B. I always kind of feel like either Cleveland was the answer in the beginning and he wanted other teams to see, or he wants, it doesn't hurt to make Dan Gilbert sweat a little bit if you're him, right?
Yeah, but
maybe to get him to do a little bit more than you would for the average 42-year-old in the NBA.
But should a 42-year-old guy be calling shots? And who knows if he is? And should he try to make a team sweat? Because you're 42, and though you're really good, no matter where you go, you're not going to be the man. You're going to be part of what you hope is a winning team. You know what I mean? I understand he still has leverage, but I don't know if it's the leverage everybody thinks that it is. And maybe that's part of the delay, Andy.
Well, here's another thing.
Maybe that's why we're still hanging out here.
And so why would we play this game? Because I do think that owners, and I don't know, is it TV money? No. But who knows? I mean, I think about what the cost of a beer is at any one of these NBA venues, and especially the one that we have here. Why can't they all just listen to Arthur Blank in Atlanta and have like a
standard cheap menu?
Yeah, like a value meal kind of thing.
If it works at the Masters, it should work here.
Yeah, I mean, like, why is popcorn like $24, right? I know I'm exaggerating, but
there's a certain place that may play music involving something that's like a symphony orchestra.
Yes. Be a good home for
$12 for popcorn.
I mean, like, why? It doesn't have to be that much. I just don't understand it. But LeBron brings that too, and I don't know what the value is. I guess we could do some research on it, but it's just like, what is the value to having LeBron on your roster? How many more beers are you going to sell?
See,
how many more jerseys are you going to sell? How many more hot dogs? How much? I mean, what is the value there at the concession stand that would make you say, you know what, I'll put up with anything. It doesn't matter if he's 42 or not.
I would think there's significant value in ticket sales, which leads to concessions, which leads to television ratings and everything else. I'm sure it's still significant. He's still playing real well. At some point he won't, but he may never allow himself to get to that point. But I find it hard to believe that teams would allow him to call shots right now. You know what I mean? I mean, Philadelphia doesn't need him to call shots.
The Knicks wouldn't let him call a shot.
The Knicks
ever.
wouldn't let him.
Remember the year they got Stoudemire in LeBron? Was that the year LeBron went
Amari Stoudemire?
Yeah. And LeBron, I think that was the year LeBron went to Miami, right? That was 2010. And that was like their big sign.
The Miami Heat picked up Giannis with Bam. They have Andrew Wiggins still. And, would the Cavs allow him to call shots on the roster? I don't think they need to. You have Donovan. Apparently, you're going to bring back Harden. You've got two good, young enough big guys. I would think the guy needs to pick a team and go, and then see what happens.
Is today the day? And are you split? And I still keep going back to the question of, and I think it's almost laughable, based on the people that I've talked to, the people we've talked to on the show, to think that Cleveland's going to be super upset if LeBron doesn't come back. I just don't think that's where we are.
I don't either.
I think we appreciate what happened in 2016. I think we appreciate every minute and every moment that he did play for this organization. Would everyone, I mean, I'm not saying everyone, but I think a lot of people would like to see him come back because they think he's a missing piece to something.
Yeah.
And I think we all want the movie to end with a really, really happy ending where hometown guy returns back home for one final stand.
Which would be great.
Yeah, I mean,
Great. I'd love to have him.
it's a Hollywood ending for a guy leaving Hollywood.
When he came back before, Andy, he was in his prime. You know, he was the best player in the NBA. It's that simple. He was the best player in the NBA when he came back. That was huge. And now if he doesn't come back, I think the Cavs have some work to do. And if he does come back, they have some tinkering to do.
Larry's in Cleveland. Yo, Larry, what's up, man?
Say, man, I hope that he's make this decision today and get it over, man. Because if I don't know what the Cavs waiting. Also, are they waiting on, which is true?
What are they going to wait? What are they? I mean, are they going to try to get Kuminga? I don't know. Is that what we're waiting for?
I'll go get Kyrie, man. You need a facilitator. You need a game changer.
That guy's name is Harden.
And a leader for us. But we have to, man. We was in the conference final. But we got the team, a good team. But I'll still try to trade Allen and go get a younger, aggressive.
You just wanted Kyrie.
Yeah, I'm on Kyrie, and we need a big man. We won't make it. I'm gonna keep it real.
I just don't know. Why not? Why not keep Allen? I don't understand.
Well, Allen,
why do people hate on Allen? I can't. It drives me crazy. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, Allen get hurt too quick, sir. This is a young man's game. We go in a minute, in a year or something, we're gonna be talking about rebuilding because.
Yeah, but Larry, you're talking about young man's game, and then you're talking about Kyrie and LeBron at the same time. It's
right, but them guys can make us another championship, and they not a close games on the German because the bottom line, we got to beat the Knicks. I don't care about Miami. Miami, they got to put their players together, but we got to go get the champs.
All right. Okay, Larry, thank you. Have a good day, man. Have a good day. We got to get younger. Let's go get Kyrie.
Larry's worried about Jared Allen being injured.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, Larry. Don't. 2 years ago, he played all 82 games. He did miss some games last year. Guys miss games in the NBA, and they miss them all the time. Donovan Mitchell misses games.
All right.
Habitually.
I'll dip my toes in the water on this one. Ken is in Brooklyn. Hi, Ken.
Kenneth?
Mayor?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Where is Larry coming from all the time? You know what I'm saying?
Somewhere in Cleveland.
Wow, that's all I got to say. Larry, when you know something about basketball, then
Take
figure it out. Okay?
Ken, just go forward. Who cares? Let's
all
go
right.
forward. All right.
Listen, I got two things before we get to the prima donna, okay?
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
First of all, I'm glad those people that were here in this country spent all that money, but I'm glad the World Cup is done with. That is not my forte. And second of all,
I got to tell you, 1.8 billion seem to disagree with you. Because
Okay,
they all
well,
watched the game yesterday across the world.
That's fine.
Okay.
To each his own. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to watch something that you get a 2-1 game.
I thought you would be emotional and you would be crying right along with Messi at the end. I'm sorry.
Anyways, Jeff, you know what was one of the most underrated signings of the offseason so far?
Yep.
Who is it?
It's a guy the 76ers signed.
That's right. People are going to find out how valuable that guy was or is. I'm glad you are updated there, Jeff.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but third of all, you know, I really believe that all you guys in the media,
all of us together,
all of us, we're all one.
It's crazy because we have a meeting every week. Everybody in the media, we all get together. It's like a conference call. We do it's spectacular.
What should we think like today?
Yeah, we all. Yeah,
the media.
Yes.
In this city, want LeBron, and I don't think most fans like myself care one way or the other. Larry said about getting younger.
Ken, did you listen to what we just said? If we get him back, I think fans will be happy. They're not going to be mad. But if we don't, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, Andy, Jeff, look, go get a guy like Kuminga. Then I'll be more excited than a 42-year-old LeBron.
Ken?
Mr. Mayor?
I can't argue with you. On a long-term basis, next year I'll take LeBron. If I could get, if he doesn't want to come here and they end up with Kuminga, what a phenomenal consolation prize.
Yeah, I think, Jeff, you and I are definitely on the same page. But I really wanted to bring that up about Dean because they're going to run some plays for him, and you're going to see the kind of player that he really can be.
Are they really running plays for Dean Wade in Philly?
No, but he's going to spot up and knock down threes, isn't he, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Ken, have a good
one.
day. Have a good day. I think we're off to a miserable start today.
Think about what the Cavs have done this offseason, Andy. They re-signed Thomas Bryant.
Yeah.
They drafted a kid in the second round who looks intriguing, but he's 19. So, you're not counting on Malik Thomas.
No.
And they lost Dean Wade, who, I don't think was appreciated here from the time he stepped on the floor. And not that he's the answer to the big question, but I think he played well here and was a contributor. They lost Keon Ellis, who they traded for, and praised him as the 3-and-D wing they've been missing, even though he's only 6'4".
That is going to be a mystery.
And they lost Larry Nance Jr., who they didn't play very much, but an opponent in the East who is going to be a threat this year thought enough of Larry in whatever capacity to sign him and bring him in. So the Cavs have lost guys who are 6'6", Larry, 6'4", and 6'9", and they haven't added anybody except the 19-year-old guard in the second round. That to me keeps going back to they must know LeBron's coming because they're sitting tight.
All right, this is where we sit as we continue to wait and wonder.
See what you did there.
No, we're
Nice.
sitting. Yes.
Yeah.
I maybe we get the decision day we're hoping for. I still don't think. I kind of want to just peek into the future and see if anybody's going to be angry.
Well,
if
all
he's
right.
gone.
Let's look at the roster too.
All right, let's do that. All right. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak at 11. We'll talk Browns. Guess what? Camp just a few days away. Rookies are going to be here. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old
and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
LeBron watch continues throughout the weekend. Now, here's where we are sitting on a Monday and trying to figure out if he will decide. Jeff, a couple, I don't know, it was an email or something, but you got a couple things.
Yeah, Mark in Tremont makes an interesting point. He said if LeBron's coming back to Cleveland, he has to announce his decision today.
Why would that be?
Why? Training camp starts on Thursday, and he has to announce before then and have a couple of days for the media to celebrate before the Browns take over Cleveland. Mark? Valid?
Think he cares about the Browns? I don't.
No, but he cares about being front and center.
Well, it's more about all the NFL camps coming back, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's why today or tomorrow make perfect sense.
Yeah. It does make sense. Let's talk about the roster here then, Jeff, as we kind of – I mean, they haven't made any moves. It's all been see you later.
It's been subtractions.
Yeah.
Again, you lost – say whatever you want about these three guys. You lost Dean Wade, Keon Ellis, and Larry Nance. What is one thing they all have in common? All pretty good defenders and all kind of wing defenders. Okay? And what did this team need more of anyway? Guys to play out on the wing, maybe with a defensive emphasis. Right now, your starting five is Harden because do we all assume Harden's coming back?
Yeah.
Okay.
But is there a chance? Listen, have we really kind of thought the Harden part of this through? Because
no, I think he's coming back. I think it's done.
But let's just assume, what if he's not?
Well, then get ready to say hi to Dennis Schroeder as your starting point guard for now.
Or are they trying to bring somebody else in on a trade?
Maybe. Who knows? I would think Harden's back. Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen, and probably Max Strus. Okay, that's your starting five. That leaves you on the bench if you're going to go just straight rotation, as it is right now. I would think, and if you're going to go 10-man rotation, Dennis Schroeder, Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson, Naquan Tomlin, Thomas Bryant. That's if you're going 10 deep. Okay? That's your 10-man rotation. If that's your 10-man rotation right now, and even if you include anybody else that they have on the roster, Craig Porter, Malik Thomas, Proctor, right now you have 4 guys on the entire team over 6'6". That's it. So what issues did they have last year that everybody said, boy, they probably need to rectify that? Thought they had a small team. They do. And thought they needed more wing defense and more wing offense. And you lost any semblance of wing defense and wing offense you had other than Max Strus, I think, and maybe Jalen Tyson. So what does that mean? To me, as they're put together right now, Andy, and there's a lot of time to make moves. Okay, you can make trades like crazy still.
So you think that most people are just getting FOMO here? They're just like, everyone else is making moves. Ooh, look at this, look at that.
There's still plenty of time. But as they're put together right now, it screams, their rotation screams 2 things to me. They're looking for, and maybe justifiably so, Jalen Tyson to make a significant move. And for Jalen to become a more significant player. And he was good last year. He'll be in his 3rd year. He averaged 13 points, 5 rebounds a game as a second-year guy. I like Jalen, and I think he could be a really good wing guy for them, playing either the 2 or the 3. He could be the 3rd guard in theory, and maybe could handle the ball. And so you have a rotation there of Harden, Mitchell, and Tyson, with a little Schroeder mixed in. But you're looking for him to make a big step, or a step, I think. And I really think you'd have to have Naquan Tomlin make a real big step. because I said they have only 4 guys over 6'6". He's one of them. He's 6'8". Sorry, small teams don't win big in the NBA very often. And it's a game designed for tall, athletic guys who can do a lot of things, and the Cavs don't have many of those. And so Tyson would have to make a step, and Tomlin would have to make a big step, I think, for this team to improve next year.
Are you on the – or actually, let me ask you this. If you're a fan and you're watching these numbers for Malik Thomas out at Summer League, where he's got 20 points against Indiana.
Thinking,
hang on, no. He's got 30 points against the Pistons.
34.
35 against the Heat. 24 against the Bulls in these Summer League games.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically, when you think about him contributing next year, what is realistic?
I think he's going to be the star of the team. I do. And Public Hall is a great place to watch a game. You like that?
Yeah, can I charge that to your account?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All that is fine, by the way. That's fine. You know, he only played 1 year at Arkansas. I mean, he's 19 years old. Could he end up being really good? Yeah, maybe. Maybe they get really lucky and get a guy in the second round who's going to be a real good NBA player. But right now, Andy, he's really young, and he's playing behind Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and Max Strus, probably, Sam Merrill. You know, right now, he just needs to learn and grow. And I hope, for his sake, that he plays a lot of games for the Canton Charge rather than sit and watch the Cavs play. If he ends up playing 12 minutes a game in Cleveland for more than 40 games on the season, wow, good for him. So just temper expectations for this season, but keep those expectations down the road, man. Maybe they got lucky. I mean, he lit up the Summer League. He was really good.
Yeah.
But again, most of the guys in the Summer League aren't going to be in the NBA. You know, most of the guys on the rosters in the Summer League are hoping to play in the G League or hoping to play overseas. So optimism, absolutely. Realistically, okay, just let them develop.
Watch him for the Charge.
Yeah, and that's perfectly okay.
Especially at 19.
Right, nothing wrong with that.
216-474-0092, 216-474-0092.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Well,
although I think
him, but they're a small team right now. LeBron comes back, he takes care of a lot of these issues. You know, LeBron's 6'9" and built still. His defense isn't what it used to be, but if he pushes Max Strus out of the starting lineup, all right, well, Max, which is fine. Max coming off the bench, I like it.
Does Max stay if he comes here, though? That's the thing.
Yeah, I know. That's might not be the case. But let's just assume for now that that's what's going to happen.
But doesn't every team kind of need a Max Strus, an energy guy that's going to come, and whether he's coming off the bench or starting in the starting line?
Well, he can shoot and he can play some D. You know, I mean, I would hate to see him go because I think he's a valuable guy. But I think the key for the Cavs from within, continued development of Jalen Tyson and a big step for Naquan Tomlin. I like Naquan. I think he looks really intriguing, but intriguing guys don't necessarily end up becoming, great NBA players.
Dan, are we up to speed then on everything that's going on with LeBron right now throughout the rumors and
yeah,
Patrick Beverley did that? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the only one that I've got is Patrick Beverley is saying that he believes it's going to take place today. But yeah, he has on Twitter, rumor has it Bron makes his decision today. That's courtesy of Patrick Beverley. So,
you forgot the best part of the tweet. You put googly eyes after that.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Sure.
It's that season.
I mean, if you can't have googly eyes after that, it's just not even real.
No, goodness knows the amount of people who have built small businesses out of googly eyes.
I don't know. Part of me is tired. Just make a decision. And if you come back here, we welcome you with open arms. If not, I thought going into the weekend, he knew everything he needed to know, right? Wasn't that the word out of his camp?
Andy,
he's got all the information he needs.
What are you doing today?
What am I doing today?
Yeah.
Talk show with you.
What are we talking about?
LeBron.
Okay. What do you think folks in Miami are talking about today?
LeBron.
What do you think folks in the Bay Area might be talking about today? At least a little bit.
Giants letdown.
A little bit.
Bad season for them.
How they let Patrick Bailey get away.
That is exactly what I think that was the lead this morning as they were.
What's ESPN talking about?
World
Cup, the Open, and LeBron.
World Cup probably more than LeBron.
I would think, but LeBron's in there, and guess what? World Cup is over, the Open is over, and training camps start at the end of the week. We're in the sweet spot, baby. It's happening today or tomorrow. And here's the thing. It's like, well, are you ready now? Go ahead, announce where you're going to be. All right, great. Now everybody can talk about it for a few days, and then on Thursday, it's like, how'd Shedeur look in there with the rookies today?
I do think
did Deshaun show up?
There's going to be one last push, right?
Come on, Dylan. Or better yet, Dylan Green, come on. Come on. Kick their butts. Let's go.
I do think we'll have one last push for LeBron to find out where and when he's going to announce, whether it is today, tomorrow, or whenever this week, maybe, you would think.
It's got to be in the first 3 days.
I would think so, too.
Week.
But doesn't this...
Otherwise, people are going to check out. It's like, okay, boy, Dak looks good. LeBron signs, okay, good. Dak looks really good.
But doesn't this... Right now, I feel like this is... If it was going to happen today, it'd be like after school. And so now you've got the whole day to kind of... You probably want to give a couple hours before you're going to make the announcement. Although the last time he was coming back here, it was cold. It was just like, boom, it happened.
Yeah. My guess is that'll happen again today.
If I were him, I would...
You're not going to schedule a press conference. That's not the way they do business.
Yeah, I don't know that it's scheduling a press conference. It's...
At least after the show.
I would do it on my own podcast if I were him, and I would do it live. Or some sort of social media.
Do it live.
But the other part of it is that you want the after-school feeling, right? So, like, everyone's like, 3 o'clock, right after school, they're meeting in the parking lot. We're going to big fight
throw
after.
Down.
That's right. Who is LeBron going to throw down with? If anything happens, we got your back on that, and we'll have it for you immediately. So let's see if today isn't the day. We'll talk about it, but we're also going to talk about the Browns when we come back. Terry Pluto might even chime in, too, when we talk to him at noon. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. Next, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody.
of Kane.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The clock is ticking. No, not towards LeBron James' decision, but the Browns and the rookies making their way back to Berea this week. And we bring in a man in the know who is very excited, I'm sure, although this will cut into his golf time, which I find almost heartbreaking. I have messy tears rolling down my eyes thinking about Scott Petrak not being able to play golf. We go to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline, and we do bring in from BrownZone.com, Scott Petrak. Hello, Scott. How are you? You okay?
I'm okay for now, Andy. How are you?
I'm just worried about you. This is really the team assembling like the Avengers out in Berea over the next couple days here. It's going to cut into your tee times.
Yeah, you think 11 practices in the first 12 days is going to keep me from getting to the golf course? You are right, and it's not.
Dang it. He did a little work yesterday. So did Shedeur. Apparently, at least entertaining kids. His camp at Brooklyn High School. How was that?
Yeah, it was kind of cool. They had a bunch of kids out there. They had pizza, ice cream, inflatables. They're doing the football work. It's free, and I've been to enough of these camps, and some of them are money grabs, and this one wasn't, which I appreciated. Shedeur seemed excited to be there. I know for sure that the kids were excited to have him there. This reception he got when he came out, and he almost got mobbed as they were trying to take a picture. So it was, I think it was a good day for those kids.
How about the vibe from him and what's in front of him?
Yeah, you guys have heard him. He's really careful to focus on team chemistry and the camaraderie, and he's not talking about the competition with Deshaun Watson. And, I appreciate that. I think it's probably, I don't know. It's not smart. I think it's not normal. Yeah, we talked to Joe Flacco, right? It was a year ago, and how open he was about, I'm trying to win this job. And I think Kenny Pickett was the same way. So I think guys just naturally feel like that, but he is going out of his way to not make it about that, even though I'm sure is a competitor and is a guy that thinks he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. It's important to him to win this job, but I just think it's worth noting how he's approaching it, and he says it is a good mindset and, be the best you can every day, blah, blah, blah. But it's going to be interesting to see when these two guys get on the field in the next week, how it's going to shake out, because I think we're going to be in for – I think this quarterback competition is going to last for a while, and it's going to come down to how they perform in the first couple of weeks, whether that's practice, whether that's the preseason game in Chicago, and or the joint practice against the Bills.
Got a nice story about that camp on BrownZone.com right now, and a lot in there about the passing camp, teammate camp that the Browns had, the players had. Let me rephrase that. Deshaun Watson's camp in Miami that Shedeur took part in. Interesting that both quarterbacks were there. It doesn't stun me, but you could also see a scenario where, okay, maybe both quarterbacks weren't there. Scott, what's your take on how things went in Miami and what was accomplished?
Yeah, I think it speaks to what I was just saying, is how they're approaching this as teammates, not as much as, mano-a-mano competitors. And he did not want to divide the team by, hey, I'm going to have my camp somewhere and Deshaun's going to have his camp somewhere, and who's going to come to whose, and which I think is, it's better for the locker room. And I don't think it affects the competition. I think it's good to have those vibes. Now, there is going to be a winner and a loser of this quarterback competition, and then we're going to have to see how the loser handles it and how the winner handles it. I think anytime guys can get together away from the facility during this downtime is a positive. I don't think it's, like a difference maker, but I think it's a positive. You've talked to enough guys who've gone to these things that do think it's It helps team camaraderie, and you just get in a different setting with guys. You learn more about him. Shedeur mentioned that yesterday. So, I think it's a plus. I think it's a plus that both of the quarterbacks were there and as many, guys that they could get to join them. And then, they're going to reconvene back in Berea within the next, 10 days or.
Scott, I don't know if either one of these guys is going to be a good starting quarterback for this team this year. We'll find out. But I have a hard time right now imagining either guy as a backup quarterback on this team. Just based on circumstances.
That's interesting, Jeff. I get what you're saying. I think if Shedeur is the backup to start the season, right, there is the idea that he casts too big a shadow. And, we saw last year he'd give a couple interviews or non-interviews when he was a backup, and then it becomes a talking point and, could be considered a distraction. I get that. I also think that if Watson wins the job, that given his injury history, I would assume that the backup quarterback is going to play and is going to play a lot.
You would think.
And right. So I think that's why if you're the Browns, you keep Shedeur Sanders, and why if you're Shedeur Sanders, you think, well, yeah, I'll stick around because I'm going to have a chance to play here. And I just don't know if he's going to get that same opportunity anywhere else. But anytime trade rumors or trade whatever, speculation comes up with Shedeur, to me, it's like, where is he going to go that he's got a better chance than right here? Maybe there's one or two spots, but this feels like the best spot for him. I think the Browns would be wise to keep him as their backup if he doesn't win that starting job. And then with, Deshaun Watson, I just don't know if he loses a starting job, where's he going to go to be a backup? I just don't think there's a market for him, especially with that, with the salary cap hit that the Browns would have to take. So I completely get what you're saying. I just don't know if there's an alternative than keeping both these guys on the roster. I think, what could be more likely is you see a Dillon Gabriel moved.
Until they make the decision at quarterback, do you think Todd Monken remains in the honeymoon period? I think as soon as he makes a decision, right? As soon as he makes a decision on the quarterback, the honeymoon period ends. Because now, if that guy doesn't work, oh boy.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, Andy. And I think, even when you haven't lost a game, maybe you're still in that honeymoon period. If it's Shedeur Sanders as a starter, that honeymoon period probably lingers because I think more fans want to see Shedeur Sanders be the starter than Deshaun Watson. And just looking at the, reception he got yesterday, it would not have been the same if it was Watson. I think that's clear. We can look at social media and see who gets the likes and the follows. And then the next step in the honeymoon is when you lose a game or you lose 2 in a row or 3 in a row. And I've told you guys this many times. To me, that's going to be the big test for Todd Monken because we talk about how blunt he is and how honest he is. What happens when you're losing? And is he able to wear it well? Does the message to the team stay consistent? How do guys react to him when they're losing? I think that's going to be interesting to see. But, yeah, Todd will get – Todd has not faced any kind of backlash for any decisions to this point. And the quarterback decisions could certainly bring some of that.
I think I think you bring up a great point about him being blunt about things because Kevin, if there was one thing, it's somebody that you'd want to be as a guy that played for him because he would never throw you under the bus. I don't know that Todd's about to throw guys under the bus, but
could be pretty blunt though, couldn't he?
Yeah, he can be blunt. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody makes a huge mistake in a game, my guess is he's going to call him out. Now, maybe not. And maybe he'll handle it the right way, or maybe that is the right way. But it's certainly not the way guys are used to having played for Kevin Stefanski. So I think there is an adjustment period there, and I do think that he benefits from it being a young team. So young guys kind of just have to put up with it and have to take it as opposed to get a bunch of veterans in there and be like, hey, this is not how we do it around here. I don't think he has to worry about that. But, guys get criticized publicly. Some of them don't take it well. So I think that is going to be something to monitor. Now, I also think that Monken hasn't been as blunt as maybe the scouting report. When he talks about the starting quarter or the two quarterbacks, I got 2 guys that I believe are starters in this league and can win games. I don't know if he really believes that, but he's been on message about that, and I think that's the way he has to approach it, given the fact that he hasn't even named one yet. But I think he has been around long enough and smart enough that knows he's going to have to soft pedal at some points. But when the losing happens, I think you just kind of go to your natural reaction, and that's where the bluntness and perhaps the criticism comes into play.
And we're not expecting, I would think with this many young guys on the team, that you should not expect Camp Cupcake coming up here. Like, I feel like these guys are going to get some work in. And let's face it, the offensive line needs to know how to dance together.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I mean, we saw it in the offseason. The practices were longer than they were under, Stefanski. The fact that they're scheduled to practice 11 of the first 12 days, I don't remember that ever being the case. I'd expect however long they're allowed to practice, I would think they're going to be out there for, if not every second of it, pretty close to it. And you're going to see a hard camp. And it goes back to the thing I said about the young roster. I think he can do that physically and kind of culturally, psychologically with the young roster. And it's just way hard to do that when you have a veteran roster and guys in their 30s. You just can't practice as hard. And there's no need to practice as hard, but the circumstances are completely different than they were under, Stefanski 2 or 3 years ago.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, Brownzone.com. It was a serious injury for Quinshon Judkins. Good to go, Scott? You have any trepidation there?
I don't. He's looked really good. From the moment we saw him start to come back in individual drills to being out there as the off-season program progressed. I thought he looked great. And, if I don't know how many certainties there are in this team, but I think one that you can hang your hat on is that Quinshon Judkins is going to get the ball a ton. And I think that's how Todd Monken wants to run his offense, and I think that's how Quinshon Judkins is built to carry the load, and I think he's going to get every opportunity to do that.
Rookie, you are most looking forward to watching play?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with Denzel Boston, so he's the first guy that comes into my head. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I want to see how he fits in this 3 safety rotation. Is he a starter? Is he the third guy? Are they using him deep? Are they using him at the line of scrimmage, all over the place? There's a lot, though, right? Spencer Fano, I want to see how he's doing a left tackle. I want to see if there's any chance Parker Brailsford wins the starting job at center. It's a lot of – I'm thinking about all the, training camp preview stuff I want to get to before we get to the first practice. And there's a story about the second-year guys, how they're counting on them to take a jump and to improve on how great they were as rookies. And then you have the rookie class, which is going to be relied on heavily, from your offensive line to your receivers to your safety. So I just think there's a bunch of young guys that I'm interested to see.
And we are interested to read about it when you do it at brownzone.com. We will be reading right along with you. Hit them straight while you have a couple more days to do it, my friend.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Let's talk to you later.
Thanks,
Scott
bud.
Petrak, make sure you read him every day. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Did you see a former Brown got picked up in the last 24, 48 hours? We'll talk about that when we come back. And also, Shedeur Sanders, as we talked about, spoke over the weekend. What did he have to say? We'll talk about that, too. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Also, if LeBron makes a decision, you know where you're going to hear it. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
The next chapter of Cleveland Browns football is here, and we want
still believed to be the top teams in the running to land the superstar. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, as always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for being with us today. Again, if anything happens with LeBron, we will let you know immediately. We're kind of thinking that at some point, he's got to make
I would assume he's going to figure something out.
Unless maybe he just wants to play in the playoffs. Why don't you take some time off? Go watch the kids play.
He could do that,
I think he could too. Why not? Make yourself a free agent after the trade deadline. What do you think? Just kind of rent a LeBron at the end of the year. LeBron could find himself on any playoff team that he thinks can win the championship. Take it. He's earned it. Why not?
Work on the golf game. Stay south, stay west.
Work on some projects, some TV shows, whatever you feel like doing.
Sign here in Cleveland in March.
Yeah, why not?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think that's the new decision. That's my decision. My decision is if I was LeBron and I was sitting in his spots, I could thoroughly sit back, relax, and enjoy life. Maybe get some guys together and make sure I play competitive basketball 2-3 times a week in my gym at my house, and then make sure I'm at all my kids' games.
You know what?
And then deciding to come in as a free agent later in the season.
I'm not being facetious here. Couldn't he do that for 3 or 4 more years?
Jeff, yes, he could.
I know. I really think he could.
The problem would be
he could help a playoff if his game doesn't slip significantly because of age. Significantly, he could do that in 3 or 4 years. Hey, I'm 44. I can come in and help you in the playoffs. I can give you 15 minutes. I can give you 20.
Don't you think though you need to be competitively pushed at some point?
Not him. Andy, he's one of the most unique players in sports history.
It's kind of like
not basketball, sports.
It's kind of like that first day you wake up after high school, and you
think, gulp. Now what do I do?
Well, I mean, you have two you have two paths pretty much. One is to go get a job, right? The other is to go to school. Right?
Yeah.
That's fair. I don't think I'm saying anything out of line.
I think that's probably accurate.
That structure is gone, though.
Yeah. Now you got to figure it out.
But now you're paying for your own structure if you want to do that.
I mean, he wouldn't let his body slip. I mean, he would stay in great shape.
Oh, that's true. We assume. It's easy to kick back and take a day off.
Take one look at him and see what he's done his entire life. He's not going to go. He's
but that goes back to the structure.
Not going to go put on 30.
No, I don't
Start
think he's
patting his belly. Oh boy!
But I think it's the endurance part. Even 20 minutes of an NBA game, endurance-wise, is not exactly easy.
That's why he signs in March, and he's ready in mid-April.
And he's fresh.
Andy, he could do that at 45. I'll bet.
Could he do that at 42?
He's not going to do that now.
Could he do that next year?
I think he could do it anytime he wants. I just don't think he's going to.
All right, well, I'm glad I threw you for a little loop there, didn't I?
No, I thought I had a great response and
yeah, but I mean,
threw it right at you.
We've talked about everything over the last couple of months, last month, right? That I don't think ever came into play.
Well, by God, we've covered all the bases.
All right, we haven't missed anything, so hopefully he comes up with a decision today, and we don't even have to worry about what I just brought up. Scott Petrak was just with us. Shedeur Sanders spoke at a passing camp. We're going to hear from what he had to say. First, just reflections on Scott Petrak and what we heard. If you missed any of that, you can always go to the Odyssey app.
I asked Scott a question, and I do think this. I'm not crazy about either one of these options as the Browns' starting quarterback, Deshaun or Shedeur.
Okay.
I'm not crazy about either one. But I have a hard time picturing either one of those guys being the backup quarterback on this team. I have a real hard time picturing Deshaun as the backup quarterback. Just I just don't see it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it can't happen. If Shedeur just beats him out, great. But I can't. I have a hard time picturing Deshaun standing there, not wearing a helmet, holding a clipboard, and getting into Shedeur's ear as he comes off the field. And after all of the attention Shedeur had heaped on him last year as the starting quarterback in the latter part of the season, I have a hard time picturing him going back to being a backup. Now, neither one of their plays screams starting quarterback to me. But
it doesn't scream backup either.
Well, no, it does, actually. But I have a hard... Yeah. I mean, Deshaun's not been very good here, Andy, when he's been healthy. I just have a hard time picturing either one of them in that role. I mean, they both probably, at this point, the way they've both played so far, and again, I think Shedeur has upside, but the way they've both played so far, they both scream backup quarterback. But that's not going to be the case.
Jeff,
somebody's going to start.
I can't see either one of these guys being a backup either.
Yeah.
In fact, I either see it one of the and they're not trading Deshaun. So I mean, I could see them trading.
Wouldn't that be stunning?
I could see them, in this world, if they come back and you're looking at a situation where you don't think, first of all, do you think, let me start there, that Taylor Green could be on the practice squad?
Sure.
I do too.
If he can get there, yeah.
All right, so if they think they can get him through to the practice squad, then it doesn't matter. You keep your three quarterbacks there, and then you rotate, and you don't have to make a move. But if they think they can't keep him on the practice squad, I don't know why that would change between now and the season starting. Or they feel like they can bring in another quarterback. I see either of these guys being
one until next year's
I
draft.
see either one of these guys being injured to start the season, Jeff, or traded. And they're not. And Deshaun trade doesn't sound like it's anything
likely.
Gabriel trade does feel more
what are you
realistic.
Get?
I don't know.
He's our 3rd round pick, and he got beat out by our 5th round pick apparently. So, want to give us a 7th?
Jeff, Shedeur Sanders was not really a 5th round pick. Come on. We all know he wasn't really a 5th round pick.
Not even going to go there.
Right? We've heard that before, though. Constantly.
Well, yeah. For obvious reasons. You know why? Well, forget it.
Because of his Alamo Bowl?
I was going back the other way. I had it reversed in my mind. Excuse me.
All right. So Shedeur did speak, though.
Yeah.
And
at his camp yesterday.
I want to hear some of the things that he had to say. Yeah, at a passing camp. So let's start with this. How has the offseason gone, Shedeur?
I would say, if you talk to me, do you feel like I improved? Okay, then. So I improved in that. I improved in that space. I would say overall, everything I improved. I would say the way how I sleep, the way I breathe, the way I drink waters, the way how I do everything in my life, I improved. So everything improved.
He used to drink water going off his top lip, and now he's adjusted the style to come off the bottom lip.
I thought he would do a pre-smell on the water and then drink the water. Now I think he's eliminated the pre-smell.
You got to leave a little room at the top of the bottle so the air flows better. You get a good flow.
It's like half. You got to leave half of that.
That was funny.
You have to keep half.
His comment was funny.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hydrating more. That's wonderful. Todd's going to give him a lot of hydration breaks.
That's true.
So you better be ready.
No, we can't have hydration breaks. The next thing you know, will be soccer. And then everyone will be mad at football. The other football. Our football. We'll get to that in a bit. All right, so he feels like he's improved in the offseason, but apparently he feels like he improved every day. So I guess we all should feel the same way. We should all have a bottle of Sanders water that you can drink any way you want. Next point, Jeff.
Yeah.
On the competition with Deshaun Watson.
It's the same thing that we've been saying from day one. We both trying to be the best version of ourselves we could be. So we're not going to let anything get in between of that. So it's a level of respect, that we all in the quarterback room have for each other. And we're not really emotional when it comes to things that we can't control. We mainly focus on and thrive on getting better and to work every day.
Buy it?
For now.
At some point, when someone watches someone in any quarterback room and says, man, I know I can do better, especially if you've had success in college before and you feel like there's a reason why you're in that room. There's a reason why Shedeur Sanders is in that room. There's a reason why Dylan Gabriel is in that room or Deshaun Watson. I think to be a quarterback in the NFL, you have to have some sort of ego to think that you're better than the other guys.
You think?
I think you have to be able to walk forward without portraying that you think you're better than everybody. Mentally, when you hit the field, you better believe it. You better believe there's a reason the coach gave you the ball and let you go play quarterback, to go out there and say hike.
Do you think these guys are going to play nice all through camp?
To us? Yeah.
I'll bet they are.
To us, yeah.
I'll bet they are.
If I'm Gabriel, I'm kind of stewing a little bit.
If I'm Dylan, I'm steamed. It's like, excuse me, Andy. If Dylan had,
if I'm Dylan Gabriel, I wake up every morning going, "Why did this team draft me? Why? I don't understand."
And he might also ask, "Wait a minute, why aren't I in this competition?"
Maybe he is, and we don't know, Jeff.
No, Todd Monken has been pretty vehement that it's a two-man competition. I don't think you say that publicly, Andy, unless it is. If a kid had more opportunity to continue playing, maybe he'd be the starting quarterback here right now. I don't know that. I don't think he played well enough that that's the case in what we saw. But maybe if he had been able to play the second half of the season, hadn't been concussed, maybe he would be. I don't know. I would think not, but you never know. But he's got to be steamed right now.
I would, if I were him, I would be.
Yeah,
I would
be
too. What did he got hurt to lose his job? That's what happened.
Well, it is what happened, but that's welcome to the real world.
The next question was all about. Remember, was Shedeur going to go down to Deshaun Watson's camp in Miami to take part in that passing camp?
Those relationships and how funny it is when you have a lot of dialogue and in different situations with a lot of your teammates is very fun and it's exciting. You create these real memories, these real bonds, and it's irreplaceable. So I'm truly thankful that it happened. I know everybody that came was excited, and we had a great time.
Like I said before the camp to you, if I was Deshaun Watson, I absolutely would have invited Shedeur down.
Sure.
Because it's my show, and I want to say to you, hey, you're important as far as being a teammate, but it's also a reminder that I'm probably the number one quarterback, and so you should probably come on down here and let's have some fun and let's try to bond a little bit and see what happens.
All right.
Again, it's a game where you're going to play 17 games a season, so at some point, one of us is going to be starting something here.
Well, you would think that's the case, huh?
I call that Michael Jackson theory. Got to be starting something. And then I talked about the bonding moment there. He did too, about getting together in Miami and whether it was worth it. We'll play that real quick for you. Or not. Or it's not. He did. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Because we're going to come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this, and then I also want to get into the World Cup. How can I forget, Jeff? We're going to talk about the World Cup.
It was so long ago, Andy.
It felt like it was just yesterday. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
department were not widespread. And in a statement released by the university, they pointed Manuel's failure to act quickly and effectively on allegations of wrongdoing by athletic department employees. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere. Free Odyssey app telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, we just heard it a little while ago. You can find us on YouTube. That includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And you can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Do we have any new soccer fans out there since the World Cup was here over the last couple of weeks? Anybody hop on board with soccer that maybe didn't want to before, that didn't care? I know that I was intrigued.
I'm sure there are.
More than I've ever been before. I've always enjoyed it, but not enough to care enough to say, oh, I'm going to sit down and watch this, or I want to be in front of the TV at 3 o'clock because I want to see what happens here. Jeff, I watched the third place game, which I thought was fantastic on Saturday.
6 to 4.
There was no defense.
Your offensive minded, Andy.
It was great, man. I texted Dan in the middle of it, and I'm like, I didn't care who won, even though I think I was rooting for England a little bit more. And I just thought it was. I love that game, and I think I said to you, what did I say to you, Dan? Best game I've seen so far.
I think it was something along those lines. That was the equivalent of an NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, you said that too. I got it.
Nobody wanted to play defense, but it was so funny because no one wanted to play defense, and you could tell the French didn't want to care, but they didn't want the English to win, and the English didn't care, but didn't want the French to win. And I felt like that's what we were watching. Where it was like, this is dumb. I don't know why we're doing this, but oh, God, I can't have the French win this game. This is dumb. Why aren't I in Ibiza right now, laying on a beach? But I can't let England win this.
All I know, it was sold out. I watched it. I'd love to see what the ratings were for the third place game. I know the ratings for yesterday's game are believed, and I don't know if the final ones have come out yet. And I don't know how they tally around the world on this, but they're saying that 1.8 billion people watched the game yesterday, which would make it the most watched World Cup final in the history of the World Cup, right?
Checks out.
Yeah. So, but 1.8 billion sounds like a number that Anthony Lima would make up about how many people were here for the parade. So, did he do that? Sorry. And by the way, if Anthony did it, it would have been, 1.9 or 1.7? Because
2.3.
No. Odd numbers are way far. And then you'd have two odd numbers in there with a billion?
Yeah.
1.7 or 1.9?
Then you got to follow it up with always the less joke that followed that, which is what? Was he standing there going, okay, you're number 54. You're 55. Okay, remember your number. You're 107.
All right, what'd you think of the game, Jeff? You're first.
The championship game?
Yeah, the championship game, the final.
I will readily admit I tuned in at the 88-minute mark.
It's okay.
And it was 0-0. I said, oh, hey, here we go.
So just like an NBA game, you only need to chop in at the last 2 minutes of a 90-minute game.
As soon as I did that, I thought Andy's going to mention NBA games fourth quarter. And by God, you didn't let me down.
Oh, I would never let you down on that. Yes.
I did tune in earlier, but it was at halftime, and I saw that they actually had a halftime show, and it took me about 7 seconds to turn it off.
I missed it. I don't even know who was in the halftime show. I missed it.
I heard Madonna was.
Was she?
Yeah. And anywho, I tuned in at the 88-minute mark, and I thought it was great theater. So many things about soccer I think are interesting, and I watch a lot of kids soccer, and it's different than this, obviously.
Right.
But one thing isn't, and you develop an eye, and if you don't know the sport real well, and I didn't until my kids all started playing. But you can see where one team is absolutely dominating the game and it's scoreless or tied. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to pay attention.
It's really weird. And
it's hard when the parents are tailgating on the sidelines in their lawn chair.
After Spain took the 1-0 lead, and it was as if the announcers just kicked back and truly said, I can't imagine Argentina winning this game. And I thought, are you kidding? It's soccer.
I thought the same thing.
The goalie could slip on his way to a save and you get a goal. I mean, all you need is one, but clearly Spain dominated the game. But it's that aspect of soccer that always cracks me up. Oh, they just dominated. They kicked the snot out of Argentina. It was 1-0. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
I
get it because you can watch a game and see that one team is truly dominating the other. They just haven't scored.
I was into it. I enjoyed it. There are some things I just don't like about the game that make no sense to me at all.
You know what I hate?
Here we go. Grind your gears on soccer. Go.
I hate how vague time is.
Oh, you mean cheating time?
I hate how vague.
Dan, look who's on my team for this one.
Stop the clock. And by the way, start at 45 and run it down to 0.
Oh, that's too American.
Especially when it's as vague as it is. Yeah, we're going to add 4 more minutes. Yeah, we're going to put in another minute.
But don't you have more respect for an athlete when you see they're playing in their 100th minute?
No, I know how long the game is. I don't need a little graphic to tell me how long they've played. Let me know how long they have to play. And it's so vague because, you know, the officials adding the whatever time it is.
Extra.
No, it's extra if it's tied. It's not extra time. What is it, Dan? Injury time or whatever? Isn't it extra time?
You can call it extra time as well.
Thank you, Dan. Had my back on that.
Well, when they had extra time and injury time in a previous game, they called it extra time only when it went into overtime. That's what they called extra time.
Can I tell you what Dan, this is a feather in soccer's cap on this one, right? Because you represent soccer, just so you know.
You do, Dan.
You have made yourself the representative.
The name Mennigan is German, isn't it?
Quite so.
Germany, the number 2. By the way, you'll be impressed with this. Dan. My wife asked me yesterday. She said, "What country is usually the best here?" And I said, "I think Brazil's won the most World Cups." And then she said, "What about second?" I said, "I'd go with Germany." I checked with my friend Siri.
Mm-hmm.
By God, I was right.
Oh, congratulations!
Although the Germans actually tied the Italians with 4 World Cups.
Dumb. You should.
But I had it.
Go sit in the corner for a while.
I know. I had it.
With the great Gary Linklater quote, "Football is a very silly sport. You kick a ball around for 90 minutes and somehow the Germans win."
Especially if Sylvester Stallone. No, the other way around. Sylvester Stallone would have to play goalie for the other team. Another story for another day, especially in victory. I love the fact that in overtime, it is overtime, right? I'm not crazy on that, right?
They don't call it overtime.
You can call it that.
Okay, but that they play through it. Like, if another team scores, the game's not over, which I think we should adapt here for our overtime stuff. I think it's great. It's great. Like, it's not, why does it have to be sudden death? And I think it goes back to how you feel.
It's not sudden death.
No, it's not. That's why. And, like, I can appreciate
They did that in 2 previous World Cups and then scrapped it. Right, Dan?
Yeah, they used to work. It was what was known as golden goal, which, you know, thanks to marketing, sounds a lot better than first one who scores wins.
Yeah.
You know? But, yeah, they used to do that for a while. And what ended up happening is, you know, these guys now have probably about 2 to 3 weeks. Actually, they got about a month before their club seasons all start.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was their way of basically compromising with the clubs and saying, like, we'll do extra time and we'll do, you know, all that stuff. And then we'll end it with PK. So then that way we don't have all these guys running until they drop. And then they're just totally toast for the club season coming up, which might happen anyway.
Especially for the really good guys. Obviously, there were some things that were a tad bit annoying. Like, the power of an official is ridiculous. And
it's pretty serious.
I thought Argentina getting a red card for a play where a guy was making a play on the ball and there was nothing malicious, and just because a guy went flying just is not reason to kick someone out of the entire game. And then another game, like, what happens after that? Like, if you get a red card there, are you suspended for what? In the World Cup final?
Yeah, he'll be suspended for the next FIFA-sanctioned match, which will be a World Cup qualifier that will come up, which is
probably a garbage game,
right?
Yeah, it's kind of a hand wave anyway of like, fine, sure, I'll miss my game against Uruguay. We'll be fine.
Can I throw a thought at you?
Okay.
Nothing against Uruguay. Uruguay's usually pretty good, but it's the first country that popped in my head.
Dano, watch Dan's head explode. You ready?
You two have already
Just
done
watch.
that enough
Why?
times.
Why? Listen, we're sitting here talking about a game that I think
we enjoyed.
Many Americans didn't watch until
We
they
enjoyed.
saw this summer, right?
It's more the fact that it's very much like we are in the middle of the Stewie Griffith Competent Sandwich is what we're in the middle of right now, where it's like something good, something good, something good, something good. I really liked how we did this. Okay, now all the bad things that I think are stupid. All right, this, and this. Okay,
No, it
something
didn't
good.
say
Something
bad
good,
things.
something
It
good,
adds
something
to-
good. You look like Snoopy, and it makes me smile.
Let me.
It adds to the image of soccer soft when they act like their head exploded when they have a hangnail on some of these. But I kind of get it. I mean, the flopping, they make NBA flopping look like nothing.
Isn't it amazing how they all get up and continue playing? Almost always.
Dude, when that guy got smashed in the face with a ball at the end of the game yesterday,
oh
wow.
my gosh. I know this will not happen. Okay? I know this will not happen.
Okay.
Should those guys be wearing some kind of protective headgear?
Yes.
See, I think so too. Look at Dan disagreed with me. Even if they brought back like whatever extra leather helmets they have at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in storage and put something on their noggins, man. And CTE is a growing concern in soccer as well. And, you know, they're limiting headers and things like that at certain levels. Because I looked it up, I was concerned actually. I think they should wear some kind of headgear too.
How often do you have a header in a game?
It's not that as much as it is collisions to me. Headers are a big deal, but the collisions, I mean, these guys can be running right at each other and they just knock noggins. It's more so than in the NBA,
Can
in
I tell you?
basketball or in baseball.
I'm going to give you a hockey take on this. Ready? If they started
where they
to wear
where they wear helmets,
if they wore helmets or had protective headgear,
they'd be more aggressive.
I think they'd be more aggressive and be more apt to well, I got a helmet on, I can probably get away. Like again, I think when you watch hockey players that would play without a helmet, like there's a kind of an art to it. Now, if you take a puck off the head, that's. It
was nice knowing you.
Yeah, no one's really. I don't know anybody that would maliciously try to hit somebody in the head with a puck out on the ice, but they played for years without it. But
yeah,
and that, like it's funny. I was thinking
Dennis in NHL cities just loved it.
And now it's like a lot of those guys still have their teeth, so a lot more because they've had to wear mouthpieces since the beginning. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about this. I'm sure we will in headlines, but when we come back, Terry Pluto joins us from Cleveland.com. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Always an honor and pleasure to have our next guest on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He'll be appearing in Shelby, Ohio. Tickets are going fast. He'll be at the library. I need a date and time on that, and I'm sure he'll give it to us
I think it's Wednesday at 6 o'clock.
It's Wednesday at 6?
I think it is.
Well done. Well done. He is Terry Pluto, the legend from Cleveland.com. Hello. How are you, Terry?
Hello, Terry.
Hello. Hello there. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Andy.
Terry, I got to tell you, I was very excited. My wife and I walked into a new bookstore. It's an old big-name brand place, but it's a new one out by pretty close to where we hang out sometimes. And as I walked in, they had like a plethora of all of your books front and center.
Yes.
Like when I walked in, Loose Balls, they had copied Loose Balls there too, tons of them. And then on the counter, they also had it there. And I was like, man, I know Terry. I was very, very excited for you and to see the platform you had at this well-known bookstore. Very well-known.
Hey, don't be afraid to send it. Well, maybe you don't want it. Was it Barnes & Noble?
Yeah, it was, but I'll let you say it instead of me. Yeah, I mean,
how's that?
Terry, I mean, they had a gigantic display of all your books out there.
Yeah,
and
I was just recently at the one in Aurora. I don't know if that was
That's the one.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you could have just asked me. We could have saved like a minute of wonderful, valuable airtime for you.
That is true. That's why you're the pro, and I'll always be an amateur.
By the way, Keith Law from The Athletic was on our show last week.
Oh,
and
yeah.
your name came up, and he said Loose Balls is one of his favorite books of all time.
I'm glad any book I wrote is remembered, much less one from 1989. So that's really cool.
That is pretty cool.
I mean, think about that. Yeah, I don't mean that sarcastic at all. This is very cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was excited when I walked into the store.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That was outstanding. All right, speaking of basketball.
Get to it, Andy.
All right, where's LeBron going? What do you think?
I am terrible on this. I think the only one I ever got right is he's going to the Lakers because everybody knew he was. But otherwise, I have no clue.
All right, Terry, it's great seeing you. His book is available.
I remember, by the way, I'm the genius who said, I don't know where he's going, but I don't think it'll be Miami. I think it'll be Chicago or Cleveland, way back when. So why ask me?
Because we trust you and respect you.
I'll ask you this one, though.
That's the problem.
Something in we've all watched this, for way too long. But the fact that the Cavs have been so inactive this offseason, Terry, I just keep thinking, well, they know he's coming, and they're holding off on doing things. Because a lot of guys have come and gone in free agency. You can still make trades and everything else, and there's still a really good small forward out there, Jonathan Kuminga. But the fact that they've been so quiet in acquisitions makes me think they've known something all along. Am I off base there? I probably am.
I have no clue. I'm very serious. I could fake it and all this other stuff, but I don't know. I mean, the other thing is you got all that apron stuff. They're holding hard now. Sure, they're waiting to see what he's going to do, but to pretend that they think they know, you could just ask any of the other people been down the road with LeBron when you think you know. That's when you really don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm very serious. I mean,
so Terry, what kind of?
By the way, I do think. Here's what I do know. Okay. I think LeBron is enjoying the fact that at the age of 41, he has stopped the NBA schedule from coming out.
I agree with you. When I heard what Adam Silver said, I thought, oh, LeBron and Rich, they're loving every bit of that.
Yeah, that part we do know. The other part is this is all good for the documentary they're doing.
Yep.
And the whiteboard and all this other junk, that's all good.
Building their drama.
So all the other drama, that's all good. But where it ends up, I don't know. I also think, by the way, Jeff, I think the Cavs are limited in what they can do.
I think so, too.
I agree.
I think that's all very true.
If your goal is to stay out of all those aprons, too many apron strings makes a bad kitchen or whatever it is. I mean, as in two aprons is really bad. Nobody should wear two aprons anyway. So
true,
because you see what happens.
Yeah, next thing you know, it gets caught on the stove and you're on fire. You don't want that to happen.
Right, and you pay $800 zillion in luxury tax or whatever it's called. So.
Yeah, that's true too. If he would rejoin this team, how much closer does that get them to a championship?
It's closer, but I mean, the fact is, in 8 years with the Lakers, they won one title. They won one Western Conference Finals. They missed the playoffs twice. They got knocked out twice. Went to the second round. This is not the guy that takes you over the top. We'd have to blame everybody else, but people are just so fixated on how he was here when you had those 8 years of 4 in a row in Miami and followed by 4 in Cleveland. We'll never see that again. Oh, he took Sasha Pavlovich to the finals and, Delhi and all that. Yes, he did. And Michael Jordan won a whole bunch of titles too, but, that was a while ago. So it would have to be, how he fits in with these other guys. I mean, I understand Harden wants him in that, but I think that's going to be an interesting tussle there. Earlier in his career, they once asked James Harden, how do you think he'll fit into the system with a certain team? And he said, I'm the system.
Got to like that.
So, these guys are huge egos. That's all I'm saying.
Terry, if LeBron goes elsewhere, what do the Cavs do? And do you like what they have coming back? Having lost Dean Wade.
Yeah, I like stuff they have coming back. Well, that probably would open them up to make some moves.
I would think.
So that I would think that's the case. I know this. LeBron's was seen all around Akron there for about 7 to 10 days, and I go to primarily inner city church, and I would say, we've seen him here, we've seen him there. These folks would be really bummed out if he goes to Miami or something. That's the other thing I know. So I know he likes the fact of being 41 and he stopped the schedule. I know the fact it's good for the documentary, and I know the folks are going to be very upset around here if he doesn't come. How's that? There's 3 things I know.
Do you think it's more of an Akron thing? I think Jeff will agree with me. The phone calls we're getting here are like, man, I hope he comes back. If he doesn't, I understand. I get it. And
yeah, I think, as I mentioned, it's an inner city church.
Okay.
And in Akron, it's Arlington Church of God. And where there is, you have the I Promise School. You have all this stuff that he has done. There are people here who will tell you, a woman passed away. She was like my mom for years. Her name was Melba Hardison. She died a year and a half ago. We're driving through one neighborhood one day. I'm taking her in, and she says, LeBron's grandmother lived in that house. I said, really? Oh, yeah. And me and Gloria, her daughter, we used to go there, and she was a hairdresser, and she would do our hair, and little LeBron would be on the floor and all this. That was Frida James, and she passed away on Christmas Day when LeBron was 3. And that's when LeBron and his mom, Gloria, were living there, and that actually created some very tough times for them early on. But in other words, I'm saying people have these stories about LeBron that go back now decades. And so that's why he's so special here.
That's the truth on that.
Makes sense.
How about some baseball? If you're the Guardians right now, you played 3 against the Pirates, you scored 1 run in each of those games. Terry, I would think that they assess.
No, you won 5-3, Jeff.
Well, no, but you scored 1 run in 2 of those games. Did I say that wrong?
There we go. Yeah, you said in 3 of those games.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's just like I got an email from a guy yelling at me, they're the most boring team in the world. Did you watch the Pittsburgh games? I thought they did win 1 in that last night's inning.
Yeah, that was not exactly boring. Yeah,
that was not exactly
that was
boring.
Fun.
That flunked the boring test. But I'm with you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That was a
no. I'm sorry. I misspoke on that. I'm wondering. They're great at assessing where they are. Do you think they think this team is worth the investment of trading away one of their more highly thought of prospects to add a bat or 2? Or do you think they'll think we should hang on to these guys because we don't think there's enough here to make a real run this year?
Well, they've traded some prospects in the past, even in the recent past. A couple of years ago, they traded Jose Tena, and who was in their top 20, and the young pitcher that was in their top 10,
Lane Thomas deal.
Yes, Lane Thomas deal. Now, the Class A pitcher's not done much, but I remember looking at that going, oh, they really like that guy. In fact, maybe they can get Wayne Thomas back. He's with Kansas City now. They're not going anywhere. I actually would look into that. Right-handed hitter, outfielder, And
you wouldn't think a big price tag on that. I'm just wondering, they have a couple of top prospects. Hanau, who's in Columbus. Velasquez, who I think is at first base probably next year, maybe. But
they're not trading those guys.
See, I don't think so either. But that's what I was wondering, Terry.
No, I don't think so, because I really believe that those guys are very valuable. Vasquez, the last thing, you don't trade Vasquez if you're trying to help your offense, because this guy is the best young hitter I've seen in the farm system since the water, and I could write that as things I wrote when they were in the farm system. I saw them in the last few years. I mean, and believe me, it's not like that. You got to be real smart to see it. It just jumps out on you with those two guys. So I don't think you do that. But I mean, maybe there's some pitchers in A-ball or something that they would trade. That kind of stuff. Sure. Okay. I mean, they trade. For example, they trade Anardina as the catcher for Miles Straw when he was A-ball, and of course he's ended up being very good. I'm not talking about Caminero. That's one of those things that that guy should have a lifetime contract forever with Tampa Bay that spots Junior Caminero playing in the Arizona Dominican, whatever it was, thing, with a bunch of other 16 and 17-year-olds. And I went back. I wrote a long story on that about 2 years ago. I mean, the kid looked really good at that point, but he had 1 year of minor league ball, and he was 17. And they fell in love with this guy, Tobias Myers. I remember for the story, Chris Anthony goes, look, it's just a bad trade. They weren't even going to try to explain it. They wanted the pitcher. They wanted some help now, and they had no clue that Caminero would turn into that.
Sure.
Terry, do they hang in for the remainder here? I mean, they're 4 games over 500. They're a game back. I think, do you think the AL Central allows them to be this way, and especially knowing they might get 2 guys back here that can help out the lineup a little bit?
Well, how many good teams are there in the American League?
Yeah, I agree with you, Terry. I mean, what are we looking at, 5 teams?
3?
5 teams over 500? I don't even know if it's that many right now.
Yeah, and right, 2. I mean, who would be your third? Tampa and New York and...
Tampa, New York, and...
Well, Boston's playing pretty good right now, too. But you mean who's over? Yeah, Boston's over 500. Is that what you're asking?
I mean, just like who's really good, The point being, the answer is yes, because... Yeah. They would be hanging in the Central. They'd be hanging in the West, and so that's what. Sure, they are. And the fact is, in general, going back to the Tito days, the second half of the year belongs to them. They figure
and their
it out.
schedule's easier. They have an easier schedule.
Right, and so I think you hope that, for example, Bazana, who went through a real tough period before the All-Star game, I think he in the last 30 games before that he was hitting 180. Comes back. He can get hot. That's one thing I've seen about him. And then sometimes he slumps. Hope he continue, there. And you look at DeWater, I think, is just a hitter. This guy just hits. He's incredible. When I went and saw him at Lake County the first year, I went back and just to look because I thought he was sitting around 400 at the time. He was. He hit 366 for the year. I mean, this is what you're talking about. When he plays, which is not all that much, he's always hit over 300 with an OPS over 800, and his walk strikeout ratio is really good, and so those are things there. Then hopefully Jose doesn't come back too soon from the Hammett injury. That is something that concerns me because he wants to play all the time. And get going. You had good starting pitching, bullpen. You could always use another good arm in the bullpen, but one of the things I've learned, I just say they're the Guardians. They're never bad.
No, they're always in it. I think so. I can't see them dropping out of this. It's the rest of the league that allows them to be where they are too, even if they can't, even if they're minus.
I mean, we got to wipe out how many teams are in the American League? At 15. So we got 2 good teams and 13 mediocre. So they ain't the only one that's being held up by mediocrity.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I don't know if it's going to be mediocre, so I'll just ask it this way. Who will be the Browns' starting quarterback week 1? Who do you think it will be?
Yeah, Terry, who?
Who's the quarterback? I mean, you're telling us, you gave us a LeBron answer. Now we're looking for the quarterback answer.
Probably Deshaun, but of course, that implies he gets through training camp without getting hurt.
Quit bringing reality into this, would you?
Yeah, no, it's just like the fans who say, well, he's got it in him. He was this. The last time he was good was 2020. I mean, it's amazing how far back that is now. But
yes,
I don't. I mean, I'd probably go with Shedeur. I just would want to go with the younger guy and see. But my guess is, because it's probably. I mean, the easiest path is you go with the veteran. You see if you win some games. If he stinks early, you pull him out and you put Shedeur in.
Terry, in the NFL, every year a team goes from not very good to pretty good, and the last 2 drafts I think we've all liked. Last year the guys came through, and this year on paper I think it looks good. Is there a reason that the Browns couldn't be one of those teams this year if either quarterback plays decently?
So by that you'd be talking about like 9-8, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean firmly mediocre. Maybe 10 wins on the outside. The most.
I just don't see it that high. I mean, I could see them being, as I always write, watchable. I could see them winning some games and that, but I just don't see it with the 2 quarterbacks they have. But then again, I said LeBron will go anywhere, but I don't think it'll ever be Miami. I mean, I did. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
That's great. Terry, give me something you're looking forward to for the Todd Monken. I think is going to be really interesting because we talked about it before that he tells it the way it is. And the last coach would never ever throw any of his players under the bus, and so I think we're heading in a different direction here. That's going to make it more exciting, I think. But tell me something you're looking forward to as we get ready for camp, and how long will the honeymoon period last for Monken?
I mean, the other thing about Kevin first is I just think he got so shell-shocked during the whole experience with Deshaun and everything he went through. And, he was always on the front line taking all these questions about civil suits and everything else, that at the end, he just didn't want to answer anything having to do with anything. And the best thing happened for him, I really believe, was being fired and allowed to go to Atlanta and start over. I mean, he was never a great interview, but he just really got battered. In terms of what I'm looking forward to, I do want to see what kind of offense Todd runs, and maybe he could revive one of these guys and make them at least decent. The receivers are better. Be curious to see, though, about the defense. You've lost Miles and you've lost Schwartz. I'm okay with the Miles trade. But I'm saying you take out the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, and you take out certainly a top 5 or top 10 defensive coordinator. The guy that's coordinator now has not been a coordinator before. That's going to be fascinating to watch, because the only way you could get to, like what Jeff suggested, one of these teams that kind of comes out of nowhere, is you have to have the dominating defense. And, I got some doubts there. But I'll admit, by the way, I'm looking forward to the season. I really am, to see how it's going to go. I've got, because of a couple of the drafts and just a new voice as a coach.
All right, Terry, we always appreciate you and love seeing you at Barnes & Noble there the other day. Even though you weren't there, your books were. That's what's important.
Thank goodness.
And we'll be able to see you in Shelby, right, on Wednesday, Shelby Library?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
That'll do it.
Sounds
Thanks
good.
so much.
Thank you, Terry.
Bye-bye.
Of course, we're reading you every day in the plaindealercleveland.com. And, of course, you can read him every day when you pick up one of his books as well. And if you're in Shelby on Wednesday, stop by the library at 6 and say hi to him. When we come back, I will talk a little bit more about what he had to say. Also, we'll get you up to speed on LeBron. I'm seeing something here that I think is interesting. It's not necessarily LeBron. It's a bigger picture thing for the Cavaliers. So I'm going to come back to that in a minute. 216. I don't even know what a Mecca is. Abuka, maybe? I don't know. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. Just had Terry Pluto on. We had Scott Petrick on before that at 11 o'clock. If you missed a moment in our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We just had Terry on a moment ago. I'll talk about what Terry said in a second. I just want to read something that I caught online just a few moments ago. This happened last hour.
Is this a hint?
I don't. Maybe it's almost like if the ocean was calm, maybe this puts a little wrinkle in it. The Athletic reported on the Lakers' interest in free agent Jonathan Kuminga since late June, but it appears that the momentum has stalled with the sides far apart on terms, and LA is not overly motivated to push significant draft capital onto a sign-and-trade scenario. I'm reading this off a hoop site. Still, it appears he appears to be the biggest upside play left on the table. We've talked about that too, Jeff, and could reemerge as a target if the market remains tepid. Cleveland, according to league sources, is the most often connected to Kuminga, other than the Lakers. That's from the New York Times. So the Athletic.
Could be the Athletic.
Yeah, New York Times Athletic. Yeah, that's what my subscription says. At least I keep forgetting. I do play the Wordle every day. Nice. Does that, like, if we're hearing Kuminga Cavs like a pebble in the ocean? That's my question for you. Is that, you know what I'm saying, or like in a still pond, more like that than the ocean, pool, pond. I mean, if you put baking soda in, it'll be clean right away.
We've reached the point now where most every free agent who had real market value is off the market. I think Kuminga is a guy that still does. I'm right now looking at a list of available free agents. And though there are some guys on it who you might think, yeah, that guy could help.
Uh-huh.
There aren't a ton of them. And to me, Kuminga still comes with question marks. It just seems to me that everybody is waiting. I think when LeBron signs, we'll see 3 or 4 or 5 other moves quickly around the NBA.
Before or after?
After.
If a team knows they're out, Jeff, though, don't you think they'll start? Like, if the Cavs sign Kuminga right now.
Well, but you have 4 teams that think they're in.
Okay, but let's just say the Cavs go in and grab Kuminga now.
Yeah.
Can they even have the cash to pay for it?
Well, if I'm Kuminga, see, what Jonathan's big beef in Golden State was he wanted to play more. You think he's going to sign somewhere where they might be still interested in LeBron?
No.
I don't either.
No way.
Let's just say he signs in Cleveland, and then LeBron comes in.
Well, I'm saying he doesn't sign with Cleveland and Cleveland doesn't sign him until LeBron's out.
Well, if you're Miami, same type of thing, Would you, if I'm Kuminga and a team's not going to make me their priority, they're still in it with LeBron. I'm probably waiting because I don't want to go and come off the bench again. That's been my biggest problem in my career. And though he's been in the league for like 5 years, he's only 23. He needs to play. He needs to get a great opportunity. He'd be a great addition in Miami.
Yeah, I would think that if Kuminga signs before LeBron, that means that team is out.
Well, you would think that, but if I'm Kuminga, I want to make sure.
Yeah, Yeah, it still goes back to what I think is like the early sign on a Cavs move. If Strus and Schroeder are still on the team, Schroeder are still on the team, then I don't think LeBron's coming. But I mean, again, it's just a matter of let's just get an announcement.
What if?
I think they're the indicator lights for this franchise.
What if he wants a veteran minimum and keep a team together? Yeah, I know it sounds silly to me.
I just don't see LeBron. I mean, I know LeBron's saying money doesn't matter. It's all about happiness. Blah 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 blah. I can't see him being a vet minimum guy. I just
you always come back at me when I say this, and for good reason.
Yeah.
If there's a guy who doesn't need to worry about the money, it's him.
True.
Right?
True.
I mean, he's the one guy you would think, well, he doesn't have to worry about the money. So where does he want to be? And does he want to just go there? You know, what if he costs himself a good, viable player somewhere because he wants $40 million a year? All right, so we'll get you your $40 million, but we're going to trade Dennis Schroeder and Max Strus to make it happen. Well, maybe you should have taken the veteran minimum, kept Schroeder and Strus, and go try and win a title. That's just an example, you know?
I find it hard to believe that he's going to be on a roster where he's the
second or third option.
No, I'm talking about paycheck option.
Third or fourth highest paid guy.
It's not that it's
Andy. If he comes back,
it's not. He hasn't always been the highest paid guy on his team.
I think that's correct.
Especially early on, he wasn't.
If he, if he came back here, would he make as much as Harden? If James signs for like $35 million a year for 2 years, are they going to pay LeBron more than $35 million? Because Evan and Donovan both make more than that.
Yeah. Does it matter?
Well, they say.
Do you think it matters to him? Yes or no?
I think there's a pride factor there that it does matter to him. Happiness comes along with being, paid.
Yeah, I see it too. All right, let's get we'll get some headlines together here. We're going to talk about what's going on in the world of sports outside. We need to get to the Guardians. They're back into the Central again tonight after a weekend against Pittsburgh, and still trying to figure out where the offense went as far as that's concerned, because they got to figure out a way to score some more runs. It was down in Columbus. We'll talk about the Guardians here coming up in a second as well. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
clear the way for the team to move to a new dome stadium in Brook Park. Kucinich's first lawsuit was filed with Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, but was dismissed, and now he's decided to take things to the highest court in the state. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All of our sports talk here on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Yeah. You know what time it is, Joe?
Time for LeBron to make his announcement at 1 o'clock.
That's your prediction.
1 o'clock. Stay
Jeff
tuned.
is saying, hang on, 18 minutes.
Stay tuned.
He has nothing to go on that,
Absolutely
right?
nothing.
0, but he is now predicting 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock Pacific or 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock us.
1 o'clock. I'm going to go 1 o'clock Mountain. How's that sound? Which would be 3 o'clock here, right? All right. We have nothing to go on. So you know what we'll do then? We'll talk about the Guardians in a little bit. But right now, let's get up to speed with the man in the know, the man who is off the pitch. He's Dan Mennigan with this. Yes. Live from beautiful downtown Cleveland, Ohio, where we can breathe a little easier than we did on Friday.
Much better, huh?
Yes. Here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, we have a lot to get through in a short amount of time to do it.
Yes, let's do that. Let's
so we will buckle down.
Very
on what is,
serious news people here.
We will buckle down on what is newsworthy for you.
Yes.
And everyone around you.
Yes.
For example, Chase Burns signed his contract on Friday, gentlemen. He got himself paid a 7-year, $100 million deal. There's more to it than that. I don't have the numbers in front of me. It's not important right now. Apparently, it took a little bit longer to sign than everybody thought, though. There was a bit of a snag in between.
What was that snag?
Reds general manager Brad Meter spilled coffee on the contract and had to print a new one. Which brings up two things to me that pointed out this. One, you mean to tell me these aren't digital yet? Like,
yeah,
this is like the
first thing I thought
few
of.
things that in my life that I thought we had moved to, like, okay, sign the pad and everything's
I don't
cool.
know, man. You know,
we're still inking paper in MLB contracts. That's kind of cool.
I'm just in Cincinnati may not be up to speed with DocuSign. That's all.
Yeah. That's the first thing that popped into my head. And the second thing, how big is this contract that there was a delay in having to print the second one, mixed with how much coffee did you spill on this thing?
You might
was
be
it like
surprised,
a full cup?
Dana. You might be surprised.
All right, so you guys...
Do we know what kind of coffee it was? Was it expensive?
You know, and you know what else
yet.
it was? It was Cincinnati.
Yeah.
They went to the printer. They had to pull the ink cartridge out and shake it.
There is not a
GM is sitting there
10-foot pole.
shaking it, cursing under his breath. That's what you need in
Close
life.
enough. Is that the best way to get a printer to work?
That's what I hear.
Better than hitting it. I mean, though the caveman method does work quite often.
Yeah.
Have you guys been following at all the director of college scouting for the Arizona Cardinals situation, Ryan Gold? Have you guys
Yeah,
had an eye
I
on
did
this
see
at all?
that. I was going to bring that up to you in the meeting this morning. I forgot to. Yes.
So, for anybody who isn't caught up to this, the director of scouting, Ryan Gold, has been suspended indefinitely by the NFL for violating the gambling policy. He's being accused right now of providing information about injuries to people so that they could place bets at that particular time.
Did you keep going? I'm sorry.
So the league, so he is now coming out and saying that the allegations are blatantly false, and according to his lawyer, his client is appealing the suspension, saying, quote, Ryan Gold has been an outstanding NFL executive for over a decade, Gold's attorney told ESPN on Sunday. The accusations made by the league regarding his participation in prohibited gambling activities are blatantly false. We have demanded an appeal and look forward to clearing his good name. So something to keep an eye on there, gentlemen.
Did you well, you didn't miss the headline. You got it. But there's something deep into there. They said, the ESPN story, that this blew me, that said that the gambling activity was his wife making $10 weekly bets with a group of high school friends on parlays that he was not involved in. And the argument is also that He said Gold couldn't have divulged the Cardinals draft picks because he didn't know who they were picking, and only Michael Bidwell and the general manager knew that. This is about his wife. It's not really. It's like, did he tell his wife something and his wife used it?
Yeah, maybe that was the case.
Hey, Kyler's not good to go. We're playing Jacoby.
Well, and the other
better
one
make
too,
sure that your wife's club over there that's got $10 bets on the NFL.
Yeah,
I'm impressed that his wife was doing that in the first place.
And parlays coming to draft picks, because that was a huge part of it. Was 2026 draft selections by the Cardinals. He was leaking that bets were being made, that the picks were announced beforehand to people. So you can definitely see that the league will be looking into this one. It's going to get ugly, and the man who will be at the head of looking into those things is our buddy Raj. Apparently, a new contract extension for Roger Goodell will be coming in the coming months. His contract is set to expire in March of 2027. So, congratulations, boys, or Roger Goodell. The owners continue to make money. The players continue to not stand him, and the fans can't stand him either. Therefore, great commissioner.
I was going to say, must be doing something right.
Exactly.
He's making him money.
Humans, commissioners, human meat shields.
You know what we need
Go
for
on
him?
out there, take all the questions we don't want to deal with.
You know it'd
take
be great?
all the bullets.
It'd be great if he started investing in some new Cleveland hotels so we can have 40,000 hotel rooms here to have a Super Bowl after reading the story in Cleveland.com this week.
Why is that his problem?
It was they're saying we don't have enough hotel rooms here. I don't know if you read the story in Cleveland.com today.
Go get a cruise ship and just park it up.
If we don't, we
Oh,
don't.
yeah. Why don't we? Well, that means we don't get a Super Bowl.
There's no guarantee we're getting one anyway.
No, but you
don't
gotta
build
think.
you
I
don't
don't
build
know,
the whole
man.
dome stadium to get one event. You build it for your team.
Well, if it brings in $1 billion to your economy,
Well, that would be really nice, but
then it's kind of worth it,
They
isn't
didn't
it?
build the thing to get a Super Bowl. They built it so the team would have a different home.
I would say that's part of the story. I think they also built it so they could host other events.
Well, yeah, but
concerts and all kinds
sure,
of stuff.
but Super Bowl's not the. I mean that
It
those
is the end all be all.
Those things, no, it's not. It's not as big. Having one Super Bowl isn't as big as having a new home for your football team.
We'll see where it goes from there. Of course, a lot of different ideas will be inside of that dome, and I look forward to seeing what the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission can do with it. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel
Andy wants a topic for later. There it is.
It's not.
Just write it down and do it tomorrow.
We'll do it. I got other things.
Okay,
We gotta
go. Sorry.
Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel stepping down at the end of the calendar year. The university announced this morning. School also released a summary of an independent investigation into the culture scandal-plagued athletic department, which concluded that the issues were not widespread. Still, Manuel will be stepping down at the end of the year. So, I don't know, guys. The whole Michigan thing, it's just so gross.
It's a fine school, and they've had some things.
Yeah, the athletic, it's just skeevy. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what it feels like.
It's funny because academically, like this is the. I mean, I look at it and like I think I'm like this is a Michigan athletic department issue, and not it shouldn't be a reflection on the entire school. But it just seems to be weird that Michigan, which is has amazing academic, especially legal, right, has any of this stuff kind of going on that it's just like I don't know. It just takes one bad apple, right?
It's just gross. The whole thing is gross. But yeah, apparently it was such a problem that now we have to wait till the end of the calendar year for the AD to step down.
Yeah,
Who knows?
right? Yeah.
We'll see where it goes from there. All right, gentlemen, we head across the pond for the Open Championship. Two big stories that came out of the Open. Of course, the winner of the Open Championship, Ryan Fox from New Zealand, who played faster than anyone else I think we have all ever watched in our lives. The kind of guy that every single starter absolutely loves, and all the Rangers on the golf course have never yelled at in their lives. Because he just gets up there and hits it, and good for him, and congratulations on hitting that birdie on 18 so that he could win the whole thing.
It was a great shot, wasn't it?
Didn't it feel like he rushed every shot on 18?
Yeah.
And in golf, when you rush shots, they oftentimes lead to trouble. Instead, he just stepped up and ripped it. And as he said, my first two shots were perfect.
He did.
And he was right.
He hit some gorgeous
He
shots
was
in
right.
there, too. Congratulations
That was awesome.
to him.
Good for
the
him.
other thing, of course, was the two-stroke penalty that took place on Friday to Bryson DeChambeau after he cranked a ball into the fescue, because we're allowed to use that word because we're at the Open Championship, and it's fun to say. And then he went over to see his ball. They claim he trampled all around the ball, and therefore the fescue was trampled down and not in a natural state for him to hit into his backswing. He threw a fit. They drove out there. They did all the different investigations and everything else in between there. But the best of this entire thing is that Rory McIlroy was asked about Bryson DeChambeau's experience. Buckle in.
I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players. As soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless, but I think the 2-shot penalty was justified for sure.
There was more. Do you have more?
I'm looking for more.
He basically said,
"Give me no
I
time
don't
to
like
find
him."
more.
He said, "I don't like him."
Yeah, basically, I've never.
I don't know. Here's the quote. Here's the
quote.
quote. I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And guess what? What Rory's explanation of what Bryson did, and I like the way Rory said it, whether intentional or by accident, it did improve his backswing. And I thought that was well said. Because if you saw the way it worked, the fescue's up behind the ball.
It's always fescue. Fescue this, fescue that.
And then Bryson.
It's just a fun word to say.
Well, Bryson stepped toward the ball, and when he stepped toward the ball, his foot went, and the fescue fell down.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, you have a clean path on your backswing, which would also mean then you have a clean path at your stroke toward the ball.
Yep.
Or cleaner. Let's put it that way.
All right, gentlemen, we got to get moving. Last one.
Hang on, Scotty Scheffler.
Baskin and Phelps present Gans World Cup Roundup.
That's right. This is the last World Cup update that everyone is going to have, at least for the time being.
At least until 2030.
Well, we're doing it then if they haven't come to their senses and fired me. 0-0 going into the halftime show. The halftime show takes place where we had Madonna in a car for some reason with Ronaldinho and Ronaldo. No idea on that one. The Muppets showed up for a little bit. BTS got the party all cranking through there. Then Justin Bieber walked out with an acoustic guitar and brought the vibe all the way back down into an absolute lovely ballad where everyone was looking at each other going, huh? Then the party came back up thanks to Shakira. The Muppets showed back up as well, and that was the 20-minute halftime show, which could best be described by our buddy Wayne Rooney, England legend, on the BBC.
I'll be honest, man, was when it finished. I didn't enjoy it at all. I like a lot of the matters, but I thought it was crap.
What?
I liked a lot of those X, but I thought it was crap.
Oh, I thought you said cup.
By the way,
thought it was cup.
Just, Andy, I think you were wondering, Wayne does speak the same language we do.
Oh, he does? Okay.
I think that was English.
That's a heavy Everton, Liverpool accent that is on all that
and he
stuff.
didn't say CRAP. He said clap, didn't
Clap. It was crap.
He didn't, but that's...
And I agree every last bit of that said. Anyway, on to the rock fight continues, the prison fight, whatever you want to call it, or the suffocating defense mixed with the prison fight, however you want to put the Spain-Argentina match that went with it to the 106th minute. Spain finally broke through, audio courtesy of Fox Sports.
Porro chance to cross, hooks it in, Williams battling, knocks it down, it's free, it's a goal! It's Ferran Torres!
Okay, that's good. It's not what we're here for.
Uh-oh.
It's our boy Andres Cantor for the last time. Telemundo. Go get him, kid.
Toque atrás, Porro la pone al área. El cabezazo atrás. Queda el rebote. ¡Gol! ¡Ferran!
And so on and so forth for another 30 seconds.
He went that long, huh?
And that, gentleman, is Headlines.
Well done. Well done. All right, let's come back. We're going to get a grip on what's going on with the Guardians when we come back here in a second. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Hey, everybody. It's Andy.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. All right, as I look at the clock right now.
Yeah, baby.
It is 1:03:44 where I'm sitting right now. Jeff, as you predicted.
Yep.
You said we could have a major announcement at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Jeff?
Andy? Ladies and gentlemen, could it be? What do we have, Dan? Oh. All right. Well, move along. Let's talk Guardians.
We'll get it fixed. Are we sure we have nothing at 1 o'clock? Let me do my LeBron update.
I don't think we do.
Refresher on my... Do we think it's happening today? I just want to reiterate.
I don't know.
Tomorrow?
I'm done. I'm done. I don't care. Call me when you're ready.
And in the meantime, call Jonathan Kuminga, would you?
Yeah. If that again, I say if they sign Kuminga now, forget LeBron. It's over.
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I'd be okay with it too. I think that ship has sailed. But then what would happen is I think that's I think people would be mad at the Cavs if they signed Kuminga knowing that they were out on LeBron. Like if they knew they were out. Like, do you think LeBron's going to... Here's another one. Remember, these are all things we haven't learned from the past. Is LeBron going to call teams before and tell them they're out? I think he gave the Cavs like 5 seconds notice while LeBron was making his announcement during the decision.
I think that's true.
So, it's like... I also thought what Terry Pluto told us earlier was that folks in Akron will be super disappointed. I don't get that feeling, and we get... calls from Akron clearly all the time here. Cuyahoga Falls, the whole area up there, down there, around there.
LeBron is a favorite son.
Yeah.
And he's done a ton in the Akron community.
Are you disappointed 1 o'clock has slipped by and your prediction was wrong?
My prediction on the timing was wrong, Andy. I feel I misled people.
It's all right. You're going to be all right. Although you will not get hired by a company that hires psychics. I just want you to know that. You're out, man. You're one of those guys that got screened out to be a psychic.
Nobody's calling in and giving me their credit card number?
No. That is not happening.
You got 15 minutes. Go.
Not happening at all. All right, Guardians are back home again tonight. I'm sure I'm going to get some phone calls on LeBron here real quick. But Guardians are back home. Your thoughts on? Let's start with the weekend first. And they drop 2 out of 3. They had to push Friday's game into Saturday.
Lost 2 7-1 games.
Yeah, that's not good, Jeff.
I asked Terry when Terry Pluto was with us at noon, and I asked him, "Do you think this team is worth the investment of a top prospect in a trade?" And I don't. Terry didn't think they would trade Velasquez, and he didn't think they would trade Hanau. And I agree, and I hope that Terry's right. Because I don't think this team right now, Andy, shows the signs of, we can go ahead and make a big, big, bold trade and go get a guy because he will make the difference. I think there are enough holes on this team that offensively, I think there are enough holes that, like if you think Ralphie Velasquez, and his name hasn't been in trade rumors, but I've seen Hanau's name in rumors, and people suggesting you should trade him to go get a bat. If you think that these guys, if you think somebody in your system is going to be a big time offensive player, especially, just hang on to him. And, trade lower level prospects, go get somebody who might be able to help you short term. And, who knows if a prospect becomes good. Junior Caminero, perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
But If you're convinced that Hanau is going to be a big-time major league player, you're convinced that Velasquez is going to be a big-time major league player, well, just hang on to him. Just hang on to him and see what they do next year. Because I don't know that this team, the way it's built right now, is good enough to make a deep, deep playoff run. An addition of one bat, probably not enough.
But could it be the addition of 3 bats? You bring in one and you get your
Martinez.
2. Yeah, you get those 2 back.
No, even one bat on top of that. Let me throw a thought at you.
Okay.
Stephen Kwan's hitting well.
Mm-hmm.
He actually was back in the leadoff spot yesterday against Paul Skeens. Would you trade him now? Or the fact that he's hitting makes you think, well, we should hang on to him because he can help us now, which, of course, he could if he's hitting.
I got to tell you, I'm absolutely torn on this because I want – if I think he's going to hit better, like, if he's going to hit better, do you think that this period of time where he's been, middle of last season through now, he's been down, would give the Guardians a better chance to re-sign him if he could find his way? Maybe to even a 2-year deal. Does it give them the better option for sticking with him during this period and not sending him back to Columbus and staying? I don't even know if he can. I don't know what options are, but they have stuck with him. They put him in the lineup even when he's scuffling.
Yeah.
And they have shown loyalty to him, I think. Or they're trying to, cultivate the product so that they can trade. There's a part of me that says, if you're going to trade him now. Let's go. Who are you bringing up? Is there somebody that if he got hot, are you going to sit and watch him play for another team for the rest of the year and suddenly he turns things around when he isn't traditionally a second half kind of player?
I think you'd be hard pressed to trade him now. If
only because the rest of the lineup isn't producing the way you would. If the rest of the lineup was hot, you might think twice against it.
If you had DeLauder in right field and you had Martinez back and you could play him in left and you liked Khalil Watson enough that you're going to just leave him in center field, I think you could trade Kwan. But I don't know if all those other things are going to happen. And I don't know if you're going to put DeLauder in right field more than like every other game.
I told you I was down in Columbus yesterday.
Yeah.
And
you saw Hanau.
I saw Hanau, and I saw Martinez play yesterday too.
But by the way, if they were ever thinking about moving Bazana to the outfield, you're not going to do that in the middle of a pennant race.
No,
so
you're not.
That's not an answer this year.
And I don't know if you let's just say you needed help at third base. Could you move? Now that's what I was thinking. If
Jose has an issue?
Yeah, if Jose can't play, would I move him over there over our current situation?
Well, Hanau's played third base in the minors.
Yeah.
And shortstop's his main position, but he's also played some second and some third.
So he did have a hit yesterday when I was there, but he did have a walk.
What does his glove look like?
His glove looked great.
Did it really?
Yeah.
And he played what, second?
Played second, yeah. Made a play deep in the hole. And then spun to get him at first. I think he spun to get him at first.
Like Andres Jimenez?
He looked like a very talented. I hesitate to do this because it was one play, and it was just kind of the way. I mean, you realize when you're watching a AAA game the difference between that and a big league game. Like when we see a brain fart in Major League Baseball, you're like, what? What's going on? There, I think you just tend to see it. There was some pitching I saw yesterday. It was just like, oh. I mean, it was batting practice. But by the same token, Hanau's play, I like defensively, I'm like, damn, this kid can play. It almost made me back off my argument with you about moving Bazana out to the outfield. And that was just, there's a difference when you see it live and then all of a sudden you see it. You're right. It's a good dilemma to have, I think, for them. Because if they need to move Bazana or they need to move Hanau, you could probably bring both those guys up. Plus his on base percentage is .876. Man, are you serious?
You mean OPS?
OPS, yeah. I'm sorry, I said on base. Sorry, OPS. Martinez also looked good too, and I mean he had 2 hits yesterday. He drove in a run. Even Bo Naylor had a homer yesterday. And because
who's that you speak of?
Bo Naylor.
Bo Naylor
Had a home run yesterday. He's hitting.
Rings a bell.
He's hitting 238 there. I just don't. I think he's blocked now.
He could be traded. You know, if you're the Guardians, why wouldn't you?
How about how comfortable Engel is?
Did you see Cooper Engel?
Yeah, Engel again yesterday. I mean, it was a high scoring game yesterday. I got to tell you, like the hard part about watching the game yesterday is that the Clippers are playing Indianapolis. And you know Indianapolis' nickname, right?
The Indians.
It's the Indians. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, it's almost like one of those mind games while you're watching the game, even though it's not that big a deal. And I've always known Indianapolis was the Indians, even from, they've been there for years, right? But it's still, you're like, oh yeah. To this day, you're like, oh yeah, Clippers. Okay. It was weird. It was just really weird. But to watch those guys play yesterday, I was like, I mean, you can see the talent there, especially defensively. Wow. I was like, and so then you wonder about Bazzana, going back to that original conversation. If they do have someone who can play second base better than him, what do you do?
Well, they do then, in your estimation. So then
I'm willing to change my mind on if Hanau had to come up and play second base over Bazzana and they had to reassess what they're doing with Bazzana, I could understand it. But again, I don't want to jump into this based on one game. That's my true hesitation. Okay. But like all the confidence you were kind of talking about with him, I'm like, oh man, I can see it. And it wasn't just on the one play.
Sure.
So I was just like, I get
Andy,
it.
if they want, bottom line is if all three of those guys are major league caliber guys, meaning Rocchio, Bazzana, and Hanau, one of them has to move either position or team. So if they want them all in Cleveland, then somebody's going to have to play a different spot.
We'll see. Anyone have any thoughts for this team right now? Because we're down. Now, are we down to 40% yet? 40% of the season left? Aren't we there?
Yeah. We're under 40%.
So we're there. They're home again tonight. Let's talk a little bit more. And your thoughts on the Guardians, too, especially after this weekend where you're like, oh, it's Pittsburgh. And then you're like, oh, man, what just happened? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Guardians back on the field tonight. They get set to take on the Minnesota Twins. That is a 6:40 start. We can see our old friend Derek Shelton back in town.
Well.
His wife Allison, a Northeast Ohio native. You may remember she was on the Triv Show for a long time there before they got married. Friend of the show. She did. I did a TV show with her for a little while too. Always appreciated Derek's unique perspective on baseball, and I'll be rooting for him as long as he's not playing against the Guardians. So, but
Derek was a good guy.
He really
was here.
Good
I'll
guy.
bet he still is.
Had fun. Then he had a little trip over to Pittsburgh, which is weird. Like Pittsburgh was here over the weekend. Now he's back here this weekend. So we'll see what happens. Grady Sizemore's over there now too, right? It's always old friends week here. Whenever we get another team in, I don't know. It's just weird.
You remember Grady telling everybody the first major league game he ever saw was when he attended as a player?
I believe it.
Yeah, he had never seen a major league game until he actually played in one.
I have a ton of respect for Grady Sizemore just because he, everyone always a 5-tool player. Remember all that 5-tool player stuff? He always came to work, was always focused.
Always a good guy.
Yeah, I don't ever remember once seeing attitude out of him or just like it being like, I think he appreciates the games today too. I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I don't know. I appreciated him. I respected him for standing by his principles on a lot of stuff. And so I don't know. Welcome back for these guys that are here. Although they've been back a couple times, but it's the first time together, right? Was Minnesota here earlier in the year? I can't even remember.
Don't recall.
I don't even remember. So anyway, it's Guardians Twins. Game starts at what did I just say? 6:40. It's early tonight. And hopefully the air is good, so you're good to go. But, when you look at the big picture on the Guardians, and we were talking about it, is that they got to get this offense moving. But every time I say that, Jeff, I look at the American League, and I'm like, you realize there's only 6 teams that have scored more runs than they've given up. And is that just indicative of how bad the American League is, or is it just that the parity in the league is just right there in front of your face?
Oh, I'm not even going to – I don't know. All I know is that our team struggles to score runs.
They almost have to play perfect baseball every night. That's why I didn't have a problem bringing in a catcher that is defensive minded. I mean, again, you ask yourself, and when Kwan's playing too, that's the other thing. Like, if they're going to be able to hang, I don't know that it's championship baseball, but I know it's competitive baseball. And is that good enough? I'd love to see championship baseball in my lifetime here again.
Well,
but
you might. Strange thing about it, again, I just think there are enough holes that it's might not be worth the investment of a top prospect. I don't think it is.
In
other words, I'm not trading one of the top 5-10 guys in the organization. Doesn't mean you can't make a trade. That said, you get into a playoff series, Andy, anything can happen.
That's true.
I mean, it's not like it's one game, but still. In a baseball series, if your pitching gets hot, you're going to win. And I think the Guardians have enough starting pitching that it can get hot, carry you through a series, and the bullpen is certainly good enough to finish it off.
Gary's in Cleveland. Hey, Gary.
Hey, guys. This is a little league team that we have in Cleveland. Everybody's got to play every position, or you can't play here. How many guys are actually playing their own position? Capus was a first baseman. They turned into an outfielder. How many catchers are they turning into an outfield? Arias, who's the worst ball player on the team, is now taking first ground balls at first base. Why can't we just get players that play their own position?
Yeah.
And why can't we get players that can hit fly balls? Why can't we get players that can hit fly balls like Pittsburgh did Friday night and score 7 runs on 4 or 5 home runs?
I'll give it.
We can't get the ball up in the air.
Yeah, like Jim told me. Like, he played third base great the whole time he was here, didn't he? Remember?
No, but I mean, yeah, but How many players?
It happens. These guys end up. But
on this team?
I do think, and like I agree with you, Gary, because Jeff and I have had this argument about Travis Bazzana. Like, you know, Jeff makes the case that you want good ball players on the field at all positions, and sometimes it might take some sacrifice out of a guy to play a different spot. You know, most of these guys were probably the best of the best all the way through their entire career and can all play multiple positions. You're trying to tell me there isn't a pitcher in the bullpen that couldn't hit? Or a starter that couldn't hit. It's part of it's the
Not
nature
anymore,
of the game.
I would assume.
It just depends on how far they went.
Sorry, you're talking about making Bazzana an outfielder over the offseason. What's going to make him a good outfielder?
Oh, I don't know.
Season, because he's still going to be learning it when the season starts. I mean, leave him at second base.
I'll buy that, Gary. But you also, I mean, you have a guy that, I don't want to throw Gold Glove on a guy who's in AAA, but the dude can play. I mean, he's good. He's really good defensively.
Hey, Andy, for you, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
My twins were born March 1st.
Okay.
My one lives in San Jose. Him and my one son are going to fly out to San Jose March 3rd to go see the Blue Jackets.
There you go. We'll take it. Gary, thank you. Appreciate it. You think he did that great baseball take or tried to have the good baseball take to sneak in the hockey at the end? Yeah? No.
Likely.
Probably. Well played, Gary. Mm-hmm. Well played. That's a hat trick in my book. All right. Anthony is in Cleveland Heights. Hi.
Hey. Just to the last caller, and maybe just to pump the brakes here a little bit. The Guardians are still across the various betting markets and projection sites still favored to win the division. That doesn't mean they're going to win the division. It does mean if you're thinking bad thoughts, pump the brakes, because these things don't change as much over a game or two. Now, I think the right team won the series, as loath as I am to admit that, being that it's Pittsburgh. But they made us pay for the mistakes we made, which are well documented already. I will say this: the mistakes are easy to point out, but really what hurts the team as you enlarge the sample size is something you talked about before. Missing Jose, Angel, and Chase, or as long as they did, that means there are runs not being scored that would have been scored. That's way bigger than any one of these particular mistakes. So that's the other thing. We got to get Angel and Jose back. We don't have that big a margin for error. I do agree with Jeff, of course. The pitching is good. The starting pitching and the bullpen is good enough. If they get hot they make the playoffs and get hot, they got a chance. So I don't think that's being overly optimistic or anything. And the last thing I want to say is, Kwan, I don't think he has much trade value. Let him play out the contract. The last thing I want to say is I was at a game yesterday, the early game, and the game Sunday, and then the early game Saturday. I would call myself somewhat of a baseball purist. However, when they realign after expanding, move these divisions around, as much as I hated seeing the Pirates fans around, getting Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Detroit in the same division is a must-do, because the games are just, obviously by location and just the intensity of the games in terms of the fan experience, they got to move it around.
That's interesting. That's an interesting point. Anthony, thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Jeff, I actually was going to bring this up to you this morning, too, that I still saw as I was driving in today through the thousands of construction barrels that are out there, let's do all the construction at one time, because that makes a lot of sense.
Why did we not go into the orange cone business? Just the cones.
Because we're idiots, that's why. I saw a bunch of, and maybe it was it was a handful, but I saw a bunch of folks wearing Steelers and Pirates gear walking over by the ballpark this morning.
We thank you for coming to town and leaving some money.
Yes, and so that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
so
that's nice.
But does the novelty of Pittsburgh playing here wear off if they're here, if we're playing them 3 times a year?
The one thing, I appreciate the realignment in the division that the Guardians are in now, but to me, Minnesota, Kansas City, certainly, they will never be rivals. They will never be big rivals. Detroit, yeah, I can see it without question. Chicago, a little bit. Yeah, but Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, if there was a 5-team division, and that's, if it were those 5 teams, Andy, Guardians, Reds, Pirates, Tigers, White Sox, that'd be a division.
I agree. I can't disagree. I'm starting to think back to, even when it was the American League East, and you felt like the Yankees for years there, especially the generation ahead of us. My dad till his last breath hated the Yankees. Just could not stand the Yankees for all of the heartache it gave him as a kid, and think how much harder it was to make the playoffs back then. Yeah. Oh man. I do think that's right. That I think that maybe you'll get more of a rivalry feeling. Think about, we talk about the Cavaliers and who the Cavaliers rival is.
Yeah.
Really, Detroit's the only team that's close because of proximity.
Maybe Toronto instead of the White Sox if you're going to do a baseball thing. But
Toronto does. I will say this: their fans come over here, right?
Oh yeah,
and our fans go there too. I know that.
It would pain me to see the end of American and National League as we know it. To me, there's something about the tradition of the teams that are mainly National League teams.
Is there a way to do it and still keep that feeling?
I still have a real hard time, and I don't quite get it. Houston in the American League and Milwaukee back in the National League. That makes no sense to me.
How many years has Milwaukee been in that? They've been in there for years. I feel like
10 years, Dano? Is that about right?
More than 10? That, yeah.
Whatever it is, I still think of the Brewers as an American League team.
They're at like 20-25 league.
Yeah, and I will forever think of the Astros as a National League team. Part of it was, working down near Houston. We covered them every night. They were a National League team. And then I know they wanted to be, I know baseball wanted Houston and the Rangers in the same league.
Right.
But, it's like the Chicago teams, like the New York teams. I'd have split up the Texas teams, kept them split.
2012 was when the Rangers became AL and the Brewers became NL.
The Astros.
2012.
Astros.
So that was only 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought it was longer than that.
No, I didn't think so.
It's only been 14 years?
Yeah.
I thought it was longer than that, too. I'm with you on that. I want to talk a little bit more Guardians. And then I've got some observations over the weekend. I want to go to those, too, because I got some things that kind of hit me over the weekend that maybe we should be thinking about. Or maybe not.
Thank you.
Just depends on how you feel.
Sounds like you're going to enlighten us.
I might actually give you a Jeff Phelps list.
I'll be.
When we return. Yes. By the way, did LeBron sign with anybody yet?
Has it happened?
No.
No.
Good job, Jeff. Good job.
Thought it was
the man that predicted 1 o'clock hour.
Thought it was 1 o'clock today on a Monday.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
teams in the running to land the superstar. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Just looking at some odds on where LeBron may land. Latest sheet that's on the TV right now. We're just looking up Miami, Cavs, Warriors, Sixers, Minnesota, Wizards, Knicks, Nuggets, Pacers, Celtics, in that order. I don't know. Who knows? It changes every. That's the other thing too, is we play into this game. It feels like it changes every day, doesn't it? And why are we so sure that he's going to, like, everything I keep reading now is like, oh, it's going to happen today, it's going to happen tomorrow. I'm not banking on anything right now.
It's like that psychic that predicted a tornado every single day. So then the one day that there was actually a tornado, they said, see, look, I was right. I knew there was a tornado coming.
Well said. Well said. I appreciate that, Meredith Kane. Outstanding. Yeah, you're right. It's I don't know. We're going to have darkness tonight. Oh, really? Okay, great. It's going to happen after sunset. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Jeff, I had a bunch of things happen over the weekend, and I did have some observations that I wrote down.
That's
so
great,
I thought
Andy.
they would be really important for us.
I'm ready.
To go through. One, I actually almost brought up last segment, but I'll bring it up right now. Maestro, do we have anything? I don't know. Maybe said something.
Andy wants goofball music.
Yeah, I know. I just make it go a little bit quicker, just so you know. By the way, while he does
really
that.
Doesn't do that.
I just doesn't do what? Maestro?
Truly doesn't move time along more quickly.
Okay, that'll be an observation. Why is it that they play music on? And this is not a how come quickie. This is why do they play music when you're on hold? If you still make phone calls, I don't even know people do that anymore.
Perception isn't necessarily reality when it's being measured.
Wow, that might be the deepest thing you've said in 17 years on this show.
Nice.
Or 16 years.
Or 15.
Or 15 years. Our birthday's coming up here, isn't it? Pretty soon. The anniversary. That was an observation.
That music makes me think.
Another observation today.
Jalapeno poppers over here?
I was thinking of you when you said this last segment, too.
Yeah.
Ran into Tim May yesterday. Saw the great Tim May.
What a nice guy.
Tim reminded me that the Astrodome had grass at one point inside.
Yeah.
And that they had windows in there that made it grow.
Yeah.
But they had to, because of the glare, they painted them, they frosted them over.
And then the grass didn't grow.
Mm-hmm. And therefore,
I've told you that.
What was born from that?
AstroTurf,
yes.
That's why it's called Astro, because it was the Houston Astros.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me, too. I've always knew that. And that the epiphany there, though, was I never thought about grass inside the Astrodome until...
It was there.
Yeah.
And the actual floor at the time, and the whole time I ever worked there, you would think it was concrete. It was dirt.
Underneath the turf?
Yeah.
Really? I just seem to remember...
And it wasn't smooth. That was one of the problems.
Yeah, in the bad news...
It wasn't, leveled off.
I always remember the Browns,
as well as it should have been.
When the Browns would come back after playing there, because remember, Houston, we were talking about rivalries, right? That they always seemed to be more banged up after playing in Houston than they did anywhere else because of the turf.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I wasn't crazy on that. Speaking of turf, and this was another observation by watching the World Cup yesterday where I had a couple
Andy
on this.
observes.
Yeah. So I think the players in the NFL are 100% right. That why can't they keep grass in there all year? It's New York.
I was wondering about that.
So is it because they have two teams that play out of there? Is that the only reason why?
It's tough to keep a good-looking grass field during football season, especially if more than one team is playing on it.
Well, we can't. We have trouble here.
Pittsburgh doesn't, but their turf is not considered really good. Dano, did they, and I don't know the answer.
They would not have had the finals yesterday if it was turf.
Did they rip the artificial turf out of all of these stadiums? I would assume they did. They didn't just put sod in trays and cover the turf, did they?
No, most of them ripped the turf out, and then what was under the grass is up for debate. Some people have said it's possibly sand that they put the grass in as well. Who knows? I have no idea on it.
Did we have any playing field conditions?
What do you mean?
Like conditional people complaining about the playing field?
I never heard one thing.
I didn't hear anything bad either. Yeah.
Nope, not a bit.
So good for them. So the NFL wouldn't have these problems if they would just switch over to grass or whatever the grass they were using for the World Cup. That would be good.
Makes you wonder why they wouldn't. Obviously, it's all economical.
Yeah, why can't they just? I don't know. Speaking of grass, as I was in Columbus yesterday, again, I told you I was like Huntington Park. Man, have you been there? That's the first time I've ever been there.
I've not been there.
Dan, have you ever been there for baseball?
A couple times. It's a good stadium.
Yeah, it's a
lot of
really
fun.
good stadium. It's got, in some ways, and the Clippers were the Yankees AAA affiliate for a long time. I had like this. I walked by one of the grills. And there was this, You
didn't just walk by, you stopped.
No, I didn't stop because we had really good food.
You're Andy Baskin.
I was sitting somewhere else.
You had to stop at the grill.
I kind of had that Yankee Stadium smell that kind of drifted into my senses.
I heard when they built it, they imported the smell.
It's possible. Now, it wasn't like sewage, like traditional, like Manhattan. This was more Bronx. It smelled more Bronx to me, so that was good.
They canned it,
but
and
I
it
also
gets released into the air.
It had a little like progressive feel too. Like they had the open. Now you know how we have those open concession stands where they kind of cook and you can see from behind here now. Yeah, they had the same feel there too. That was
nice.
Was a really big one. I've noticed observation over the last couple of weeks that soccer is fun. It is kind of a fun game. You're waiting for the hammer?
You're just figuring that out?
Every time.
You wait for the hammer?
Every time.
What if I don't give you a hammer this time?
Because I'm not going to know how to handle it. Again, I'm living my life with everybody just giving soccer compliment sandwiches back and forth. Something good.
I just think the game itself could toughen up a little. That's all.
Yes, the flopping needs to get out of the game.
Okay, so I wasn't trying to be mean about it.
No, the flopping needs to get out. And they're trying to get it out with VAR and that stuff. They started early in the tournament using it to solve flopping, and for some reason they got away from it. They need to get back to using it. I hope we see it in all of the clubs this year.
You know,
some of
it's really a fine line, though. Like the yellow card that was given to Spain late in the game, when the Argentinian guy was in the box and the Spanish player went to contest the ball and just hit him on the toe with his foot.
Yeah.
Well, it's soccer and you're kicking the ball. Of course you're going to hit the other guy in the foot.
Again, you know me, Jeff.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like, okay, I that probably hurt, but you're not allowed to use your hands.
I just think
you're going to kick somebody.
I think getting expelled from a game the bare minimum requirement should be intentional movement to take someone out of a game.
It's literally how you get a straight red.
Yeah, but that's the problem. With
malice, yes.
Him getting tossed yesterday, I don't think there was anything intentional. He was intentionally trying to play the ball.
Oh, when he kicked him like that, that's pretty egregious.
Pretty
that
soft.
would have been a yellow anyways, which, again, 2 yellows.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
Would that have been a second yellow?
Yeah, it was a second yellow.
Oh.
They actually turned it as a second yellow for Enzo Fernandez.
Oh, so it wasn't a straight, because maybe I missed the first yellow.
It was not a straight red. It was a second yellow.
Oh.
And so that put him out of the game.
Which took him out of the game. Yep.
I still...
and he's the dude who had the tying goal in the previous game.
So what... Can I ask this? Because there's so many blasphemy things about this game. How about, you just let him continue on?
No, Andy.
Or no, not him continue on. Put a substitute in for him so it's still 11 out of 11.
Now, see, that
you
makes
lose
sense.
the player.
That makes sense.
The penalty's not harsh enough. You need that harshness. That's
you got
we
2
are not
yellows
going to
and you throw them out. All right, one more observation. I saw Zach Brown band again. That concert was awesome. I believe that Zach Brown, because of the way he looks now and the way he's worked out and his diet and the way he looks, he could be a Kelsey brother. He could be related to the Kelseys the way he looks right now.
Browns need depth at tight end.
He actually, he reminds me of, there's a local guy.
Already got the name.
Guy, Johnny Rockdog, who's around town too, that sings. It was his singing ability, looking at one of the Kelsey brothers singing over the weekend. It was a great show. I know anybody that went really enjoyed it. Time now for Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics. I went so long we didn't have a chance to do a moment of the show. Sorry about that, Meredith. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488, 54-88. Meredith, we will start with you on why you're smarter.
I'm smarter because of our conversation about the Guardians, their offensive issues, and just the American League as a whole.
Fair enough. Dan Mennigan.
Pluto is excellent. Terry Pluto is always good. Give it a listen. 93 The Fan, wherever you get your podcast. And, of course, social media mentions powered by Shipe Insurance.
Jeff Phelps.
I'm smarter because Scott Petrak is with me. When he chatted with us at 11 o'clock, I asked him about, okay, Deshaun Shedeur, starting quarterback, But I said, I can't picture either one being the backup quarterback. And he thought that was kind of interesting, and he agreed.
I'm going to go back to Terry Pluto and Smarter, too, there, that his books, like Loose Balls, what year? 86? Is that what he said that came out?
He was 89.
89? That book is still in bookstores near here, near you in Northeast Ohio.
Sports Illustrated, several years ago, probably a decade now, and maybe more, ranked Loose Balls by Terry as the 13th best sports book ever written. That's impressive.
I'll give you another one, just a real quick soccer is fun one. Dan, they had a watch party yesterday outside of Scott's Miracle Grow where the crew plays.
Absolutely, they do all sorts of stuff there.
Yeah, it was packed. It was really cool. Like, it was, it made me want, and that's not like a place where a lot of people are gathering normally. There isn't a lot. They're building stuff around that stadium, but the crowd they had yesterday for the finals to watch outside on a really nice day with a baseball game going on next door was impressive, and I thought it was cool. I just thought I kind of wish we had a little bit more of that where we had like the, I don't know, what are the Raptors have the where you watch outside?
Jurassic Park?
Yeah, Jurassic Park. It just made me wish we had a little bit more of that here.
We have the plaza.
Yeah, we have the plaza.
Yeah.
But they got to put monitors out there to make it more fun. Big monitors.
Okay.
All right,
Cleveland Soccer Group is doing a lot of cool stuff around here, too. So
yeah. All right. Hey,
Always
guys, it was fun. Maybe we'll have an answer tomorrow from LeBron. Stand by. Maybe Afternoon Drive will have an answer on LeBron, too. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
ineffective. It was a disgusting performance.
I think it was extremely important that us as a group, for whoever was available to come down to Miami, and it was truly amazing. And we felt a different type of bond there, just outside of the facility, outside of these things, and we all vowed to, continue doing our part, keep it going while we're here.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and business is picking up. A Gardo series loss, and somehow Gabe Arias is the most hated and overhyped player all in one weekend. LeBron watch rolls on. When's that going to happen? Oh, rookies. Report to Berea this week, and Shedeur Sanders' outrage reared its head once again. Looking at you, Mr. Feet Rex Ryan. And the world has been cupped. But that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And Guardians TV, Fox, and ESPN FC. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. We got Matt Corrali handling videos on 92 Through the Fans YouTube channel. Keith's helping out with that as well. Got to shout out Keith Britton, former producer of this show, kind of the boss now. But Corrali also going to have you on the 2020s. And, of course, all show long. You can watch all 5 hours on 92 Through the Fans YouTube channel. We are on LeBron Watch, so subscribe, because you're going to want to keep watching. And like our videos, we desperately need to be liked around these parts. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
Yeah, we're doing all right here.
That's good to hear. Did you have a good weekend?
A very good weekend, you?
Good. Yeah, a very easy weekend. It felt like we didn't really, I was everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
I will tell you, the stories that are going on in Cleveland sports right now has just ruined Twitter for me.
Oh, I did very, very little with Twitter this week. I can't stand any more rumors about LeBron. And it's all my feed is. And at this point, I don't believe anybody. So what's the point?
So the Guardians fan fury was a lot for me to take in this weekend.
I was feeling it, so I was there.
I'm not saying it's not valid, but it was. I'm already dealing with my own complicated emotions. The Shedeur,
like Saturday night, for instance, was an awesome, because everyone was all down and out, and you're sitting there watching that game, and they're down 3-0, and you're thinking it's just going to be just all right. They're going to do one run yesterday or Friday, that is, and then just nothing on Saturday, and they turn around, and not only do they win that game, Bazzani gets the walk off after Bailey doesn't know how to slide into home play. There was a lot that was fun. I liked that. It gave you 25 minutes of happiness, though. It was a lot of bleak leading up to that.
But then even the Shedeur thing, I had forgotten. There was a part of me that was like, man, maybe the Shedeur stuff is tamped down. Maybe we can get back to just, rooting for players that are on our team, and we don't have to have the Shedeur wars. And then one Rex Ryan tweet, and then a couple other videos kind of sent the thing through the stratosphere. Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned with the LeBron thing. I mean, I'm not trying to turn this into every day Nick takes a shot at his media brethren, because I'm not perfect. And I never, I have my limitations. We all have our own limitations here. But I would like our sports media brethren to understand that if I can see you on a Cleveland sports talk station on social media, I can also see you on a Miami sports talk station, and maybe a national network. So I can see it with the way these things go in succession. Meaning, if you say 3 different things on 3 different outlets, unlike 20 years ago, I can clock that now. Yeah. And I think most people can. I think the LeBron thing is proving that if you traffic in information and then somebody just stifles that line of communication, there's no new information.
Right.
A fair amount of dudes in the NBA can't then turn to analysis. They got the info. They got the inside juice in a way that I never will, quite frankly. But if you then ask them to be now analyze what you think about this product or this player or this fit, and they'll be Car ran real good. They're going to go Ricky Bobby.
Well, okay, so we can bring up Woj, because Woj isn't here anymore to report. I mean, he's here. He's just at St. Bonnie's, okay? Woj did not die. Woj, he died for a lot of you NBA fans, but he didn't die. But Woj, no one ever was a hey Woj. Can you break down this offense?
Yeah.
how does this fit? If you throw this player into this mix, how is that going to actually? Nobody ever did that with Woj.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's interesting is now we have this whole world of people that built themselves up to basically be like Woj, and then have realized they have no other input in this, and they're trying to make it sound as if they can break down the game as if they played for 20 years instead of just talk to GMs. And what they are is world-class networkers.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what we really need to really isolate on is like the people that we're discussing and talking about. Well, not saying their name for some reason. I don't think it's fair. They're world-class networkers. That's the idea.
I don't think it's fair because there's a part of it. It's like they have a skill that I don't in terms of networking, or they have an interest in that. I'm sure. I think I could become a good network. I don't want to be. That's a lot of work. And I watch people who do that networking thing.
That's a different debate, is whether or not you could become one of those if you wanted to be. Could you be Shams if you wanted to be? I would argue most people can't. I would argue most people think they can, but they can't.
I don't think it's that hard to make that many calls and that many texts. Oh, well, I shouldn't say it's not that hard.
You got to break down the barriers to have those texts and the people respond to those texts.
Yeah, but the point is, it just takes a lot of grinding, and that's why I don't want to do it.
A lot of grind. Well, that is part of the idea, right? Is like, why are they there? It's because for the 5 years, 10 years leading up to them hitting a platform with it, they were doing 24/7, 365 to the point of exhaustion on it.
So many people are speculating.
Ask Schefter. He'll be tweeting in the shower lately.
That today could or could not be the day for LeBron. So keep it here, locked all day. Also, Front Office Sports saying out earlier today, that's literally like 3 hours ago, the Roger Goodell news. So we don't need that. Roger Goodell might get a new contract there. That being said, I did mention the Shedeur side of things.
Yeah.
And I just want to enjoy the kid that plays on our team here. All right? I get it. Like I've had players that I've gone in and said, not on my team, don't care for it. The James Harden thing. So I'm not above this sort of thing. But like the Rex Ryan thing in and of itself. Guys, Rex is just talking out his ass.
Yeah.
Rex saw a picture of Shedeur surrounded by Shedeur jerseys and had no idea that was at a Shedeur event that was free for the 500 kids that attended. I know Boog sent out this whole tweet, one of Shedeur's guys, about what Shedeur did to get back to this event because he was having trouble.
Paying for a private jet, everything in between, yeah.
And Rex doesn't want to see that. All Rex sees is the picture at face value, which is Shedeur in a photo op. And for some reason, Rex Ryan cannot let go of that. But that in and of itself was enough to then the Shedeur wars crank up to volume 11. I was like, we're doing it over that?
Well, this is just more proof that he's damned if he does, damned if he don't, right? Like this is just his whole existence can be basically summed up with what you've seen over the past 24 hours and how people discuss Shedeur Sanders. He cannot get the win no matter what he does. You host a camp for 500 kids to make the community better and give a lot of kids a happy moment and something they'll cherish. This makes a lot of kids' summers. And the response is, well, if I was still the head coach, you wouldn't be doing this, you wouldn't be doing that, you wouldn't be doing this, you wouldn't be like the man just can't win, and that's fine. That's a lot of the Shedeur discussion is just people that just want to. I mean, what kind of lengths could he take this to? What realistically could he do that would still get people to gripe? Because this is just how it always works with him. It's ridiculous.
Well, but see, that's so. I actually don't have a problem with Rex Ryan. I just recognize he's of a generation that I am not of. Meaning, even though I'm not of Shedeur's generation, I've watched this young generation come along with technology. I see it with my kids who are a bit younger than Shedeur, and I go, oh. Everybody wants to be an influencer, and some people are immensely good at it, and that's just I don't want to say it's their side hustle, but that's just another revenue stream that I might not prioritize it, but I see why he does. I think Rex is just generationally challenged here.
Well, I think that's the other part of this, though, is that every other quarterback does this. But even if this is just what his hobby is. Like, why isn't Rex Ryan out here talking about Patrick Mahomes being at the FIFA World Cup over the weekend? Why? Because it's a ridiculous thing to point out. It's like, well, okay, because that's Patrick Mahomes' hobby. It's something he likes to do, and maybe it takes his mind off of it. Shedeur, this is just it's a hobby for him to create, and whether that's music, whether that's video, whatever that is, like it's all just his hobby because he puts it out there for people to consume. It's somehow worse.
I mean, I listen.
I just don't understand it.
So I agree with you. I think the devil's advocate, if I'm trying to see their side of things, I'm not. But just to play along here, I think the point is there's a difference of attending a soccer match and having a crew follow you around, documenting every step and making sure people know everything you're doing.
I just don't see it. Like, if the argument is that the time you're spent doing that is time you're not working on football, and so that's the problem. If you're spending 5 hours going to a FIFA soccer match, and then you're spending 5 hours, let's say, getting photographed in front of your own jerseys because you want to make some cool content, that 5 hours is 5 hours, is it not?
I think there's it's a right word. I think there's a depiction of Shedeur as being more interested in fame than he is in football. I don't think it's fair, but I think that's maybe what Rex is hitting with this specific thing about this specific picture in front of a bunch of his own jerseys.
I don't understand that at all. Again, like, if it's your own free time, who cares how you try to monopolize it, how you try to take care of it? And on top of that, even within Mahomes, you tell me he didn't have photos taken? How do you think I knew that he was at the FIFA World Cup? He had all sorts of photos on Instagram of him being there and people documenting him being there.
I think there is and I don't think it's fair, by the way, but I think there is a level of expectation for quarterbacks that you have to live a monastic life, and that if you do anything outside of eating, sleeping, and deucing football, you're somehow not a good leader. And I don't think that's how young athletes think.
I watched this weekend. I watched Cam Ward sit down with an interview with Joe Hayden, and they were talking about Shedeur Sanders. That's how it came across my feed. So in the time that he was spending just doing an interview with Joe Hayden, should he have been doing something else? I'm not going at you, obviously. I'm going at the idea that Rex Ryan is just nitpicking on the one hobby that he thinks he can latch onto and say, well, this is a problem. Like, how many hours? You know how many hours are in the day? How many things you can accomplish that's outside of football while still doing a whole productive football day?
And football isn't the grind that it was 20 years ago. Like, you don't practice the same way. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of, like, the commitment from the team. Shedeur still has the physical commitment to himself to be the best version of himself and study as much as possible. But where you and I are simpatico with this is there's more than enough hours in the day to have business interests and then football interest. We know because every damn football player in the NFL, almost every quarterback in the NFL is doing something, even if it's not the exact same degree or the same way Shedeur's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, no question. Like, there's just different ways of going about doing it, and there's different ways that you can. And I understand that some people are just going to be pissed no matter what Shedeur does. Clearly, this is all that is. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We have a million hours that you can go ahead and do whatever you want outside of football while still taking care of football stuff.
I've made this point before, and so I don't want to belabor it. I think Shedeur is paying for being this version of influencer quarterback. And it's not even about what he did this weekend or last week. It's about the totality of it and how old school guys like Rex Ryan think. And I think they're thinking of a different football that no longer exists. Shedeur's going to get a lot of crap for things that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we're just going to accept for almost all other quarterbacks in the NFL.
I mean, I'm just trying to go through the different amount of quarterbacks that were doing things at, like, Fanatics Fest this weekend. I saw Joe Burrow consistently pop up over there. I saw, like, the amount of quarterbacks that are doing this is all part of the game now. You know that, and it's fine that Rex doesn't know that. I guess the argument or the wonder you would have is if it's 63-year-old Rex Ryan that has this problem, does our head coach that's 59 years old also think the same way that he does?
I would be surprised if he did, just given that this is all part and parcel what happened with Shedeur in college. This isn't surprising anyone that he's continued it in the NFL.
Well, that's why it shouldn't be surprising to Rex Ryan. That's like today of all days. And I get it. He's searching for content. We don't have anything for a couple weeks before we get the football grind going.
I bet he is searching for content.
He's got websites for that, Rex. Yeah. Like, it's not hard. Dedicated websites, if that's
Ella
what you
Langley
want.
concerts, maybe?
I did see he's an Ella fella now.
Yeah.
Which spoke to my heart.
Yeah. Hey, without even having to see her feet. In 2026, Rex is evolving. Just not on Shedeur Sanders.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, the amount of people we have searching that
feet
stuff.
Pillow instead of a pillow.
It's out there. I don't know.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do old school coaches want a different Shedeur? John and Charlotte, Nathan University Heights want to get your take on this. Kaylee Griffin, Cavs studio host, Guardian sideline reporter at 240, talking LeBron watch and a rough weekend for the Guardians. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports at 320, talking about third place games in the NFL and quarterback rankings in college. Cody Allen to the majors. That's the name of his podcast, and Guardians TV analyst at 420. Talk some Gardos there. And we continue on with 32 teams in 16 days. Randy McMichael, former NFL tight end, Andy and Randy on The Game in Atlanta at 620. And then Ramon Foster. He is a former Steeler, but he is the Titans color analyst and host of Ramon and Will on The Zone. In Nashville, breaking down the Titans. 216-474-0092. Do old school coaches want a different Shador? More from Shador. More from you in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Kaylee Griffin, Cavs studio host, Guardian sideline reporter in just about 20 minutes here. We'll talk about not a great weekend for the Guardians, but also LeBron watch. Not sure if you've heard about this, if you've seen about it. Between LeBron and Shedeur, though, JP, I checked in on 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel and our chat for today's Delio.
Oh, yeah. How's the chat doing? Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito. We it's real intense here.
Oh, yeah.
People are fired up.
Do they know what to fight over, or what's the difference here?
I think it's kind of just a general Danny Shelton pile, and just people are kind of throwing... some people are arguing about Shedeur, other people arguing about LeBron and how long this is taking. I think it was the obvious choice or obvious chance. That's his handle. That's not his real name. Saying, can LeBron just hurry up and retire already? And it's like, you might be the one guy that's most disappointed when the announcement finally comes down.
Well, this is nice for a Monday then. I like to see people fired up on a Monday. Everyone thinks Monday is just kind of like ease your way into the week. Not for our chat.
Well, not for... Not unless LeBron really wants to kick it up a notch here.
Well, it might happen. I mean, I have zero idea when he's going to make this decision, obviously, because I have zero idea what the decision is. Mm-hmm. Right now, I know we're getting killed on old Polymarket.
Oh,
but,
gosh.
That's take that for a grain of salt, I guess.
Yeah.
We can debate. We can debate about when this is going to be, though. We can figure this out later on in the show.
We will, and we got nothing else to do when it comes to LeBron conversation.
I mean, we have done a lot of them.
Also, how do we feel about Late Choice by Matt Corrali and his
Didn't
updates?
love it. Heard it. Didn't love it. You can throw lay with anything. It's almost like it's the lazy man's way of saying LeBron James and any sort of decision he has to make.
Yeah, and the LeBron-versation?
Also not great.
Come on, that's better.
No.
Well, you don't like LeBron-versation. You don't like Quan-versation.
No, the problem is you're turning everything into, if it involves a conversation, you're turning everything into that.
I turn two things into it. Not everything. Two things, and they flow.
Do we not sense the beginning of a trend? Mac, is this not the beginning of a trend? If I let you off the hook for LeBron-versation, then before you know it, everything's going to end with a versation.
What's another versation that I could add here?
You'll come up with it.
Shedeur-versation? Doesn't make sense.
You'll come up with it.
Sounds hack. Shedeur-versation. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sound closer to an intervention than we do to any kind of conversation you want to have.
Like you've ever had an intervention and you know what that sounds like, Mac. Come on. Deshaun-versation? It wouldn't fit. Quan-versation and LeBron-versation.
Are you arguing his credentials in an intervention?
Yes.
He knows how
analogy.
He knows how life exists. He knows how an intervention works.
Has he watched the show Intervention?
I loved that show. Okay, that show was so underrated. I love that show.
Did a part of you feel like maybe a little jealous that nobody had intervened on you yet?
No, we're okay.
Okay.
No, but it was always weird that I enjoyed the alcohol ones more than I enjoyed the other ones, and I don't know what that says about me.
You maybe felt more in line with those folks?
I just always thought they were more creative about how they went about their business. You know what I mean? They seemed less sloppy. I mean, they're sloppy, but they seemed less sloppy, all things considered. There was something more interesting about, and also they were the least likely to be like, all right, let's get on this plane and go.
Yeah.
Like some of the other ones.
You wanted to really know, all right.
Well, they always tried to weasel out of it in some sort of way. You know, the meth heads were pretty typically like, all right, I get it. Yeah. Well, I'm surprised you didn't do this earlier, was always their response.
I've just been waiting on you guys.
Yeah, the alcoholics, they were always shocked by it. It was always like, I don't even believe this is happening right now. Far better television. I really kind of shocking that was on TV for as long as it was, because it just seems really personal, but I was right there. I was right there, front row. I love that show.
So the LeBron-versation continues here, as does the Quan-versation and the Shedeur-versation. Now I'm doing it, just to spite you.
It's okay.
So while we're having this conversation, I do think we kind of have to address Shedeur's comments to the Cleveland media. Again, he met with the kids yesterday and talked about all the many ways in which he improved since last season.
I would say, if you talk to me, do you feel like I improved? Okay, then. So I improved in that. Space. I would say overall, everything I improved. I would say the way how I sleep, the way I breathe, the way I drink waters, the way how I do everything in my life, I improved. So everything improved.
So you think he's actually better at drinking water?
I would hope so. I love that he thinks that it's a skill that you can get better at.
How does one get better at drinking water?
How
do you slow it down? Is this like a chugging thing?
How do you even track that you're getting better at drinking water? Or maybe did Shedeur just get like one of those rings that tell you like on your finger
the
that tell you
rings.
Yeah, that tell you like everything that's going on in your life. And like lately he's been knocking out of the park. He's like, yeah I am. I'm less dehydrated. Maybe that's what he meant there. I'm less dehydrated.
That's true.
My sleep
When
is
you go
better.
to the bathroom, it's clear white. Or is that not a good thing? I think that's also not a good thing.
Well, you don't want to be that clear
You want a
white.
tint of yellow, I think.
That's what they say.
You just don't want dark yellow.
That's
you don't
what
want
they
like
say.
Pittsburgh Steelers colored yellow.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
that's not good at all.
Mac?
I just appreciated the pause that he said where he was like, I got better at drinking water throughout this offseason.
I mean,
like,
come on now. What
giving
else?
it a step there.
I want to make sure people knew he wasn't talking about alcohol. That's a young man at a kid's game.
I don't think Shedeur drinks.
Why do you think that? Because you haven't seen
I'm pretty
him do
sure
it?
I'm pretty sure he's talked about that. I don't think he drinks alcohol.
No?
No.
I feel like if anyone would know it, you would know it at the station.
I don't know why I have that in my brain, but I have that in my brain. He was at.
You haven't seen him on the rehab show yet?
They all went to when they were in Miami. They all went to some restaurant together. Did you see that video? And there was women dancing up on the stage, but it wasn't like it was kind of that. It was like scantily clad, and I'm like, wow, who's taping this? What's going on? But then they were serving like a real meal, and they were just kind of going around the room. The look that Deshaun was giving these dancers, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
So I guess we should be on Deshaun watch.
I don't know.
216-474-0092.
But I didn't see an alcohol drink by Shedeur there.
We did talk about Rex Ryan's criticism of Shedeur Sanders. I don't think it's fair. I think it's a guy separated from Shedeur and separated from the position of head coach. Like, Rex hasn't been a head coach in about 13 years now. Actually, less than that, about a decade. I don't expect Rex to have a beeline to go ahead and, really understand what the modern day athlete is about.
But you said this doesn't give you pause or anything that Todd Monken would feel anything close to the same way. And maybe we haven't spent enough time around Monken to know really. It's all generalizations because we're just so new with Monken, and then everything we know off of 2019 apparently just did not exist. That's just like a past Monken that just doesn't come up because he was grumpy and he was upset and he didn't want to be there because Freddie Kitchens sucks and it was what it was. So I give him a lot of pass for 2019. Mm-hmm. But why do you feel like he's different than, let's say, Rex Ryan outside of the obvious?
Because he wanted to draft. He was part of the contingent that wanted to draft Shedeur in Baltimore. And I think if he had massive issues with that, we would have heard about that by now, right?
I mean, I don't know. I tend to think you're right in that I don't think Todd Monken, because he doesn't come across like some sort of, I don't want to call it an old geezer, but like, let's be honest, right? Rex Ryan seems like somebody that is just kind of out of touch with all this right now. He doesn't come across that way. Mm-hmm. He kind of just comes across like, if you can play football, I don't care what you do in life. He almost goes to the extreme on the other end. Now, but he did care about Sorsby and the gambling allegation, so clearly he cares about something off the field, does he not?
Yes, I would say gambling and taking videos in front of jerseys are, pretty wide gulf between the two.
I would think so as well, but I'm establishing the idea that he cares about something. At some point, he does care about something when it comes to a line that can cross, and I just don't know. I don't know where that is for Monken. We don't know Monken well enough to know.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Nate in University Heights. Welcome to the show, Nate.
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing all right. What you got for us?
I was just thinking about it. I don't think that Shedeur is wrong for the things that he's doing. He's a man. He can do whatever he wants to do. But I do think it comes from the fact of when Patrick Mahomes goes to the World Cup, there's a relaxing to it. He stops. He doesn't think. He doesn't do anything. Shedeur's picking up hobbies where he actually has to put his brain power into them and do something else, take away from football. Now, as long as he performs the way he's supposed to be performing, it's not a big deal. But if it's gonna affect his performance, then that's where it could become a problem.
So do you think any of Shedeur's outside hobbies or whatever, do you think that's why Shedeur had struggles last year?
I don't know what he was doing last year.
Okay. All right. Nate, we appreciate you. I think that's I don't have this expectation that my quarterback needs to be Tom Brady anymore. Like, I expect these guys to have fully fleshed out interest outside of football because time permits it in a way it didn't 25 years ago. The football schedule is not as overbearing in the offseason. And specific to like Shedeur Shedeur has a team for this. So I doubt Shedor's out here plotting a lot of things as opposed to his team saying,
it's a good point.
Hey, Shedeur, let's do this because it's good for content. And then Shedeur goes, well, yeah, that sounds right.
It's as if these people, they believe that he's the one that's like cutting up these videos and he's like doing all the effort attached to this. He's literally just kind of walking around and they're doing everything that needs to be done. Like it's really not that big of a deal. And as far as hobbies go, I'd prefer that these quarterbacks have hobbies and things that they like and interest outside of just football. I like you being obsessed with football, but you also have to have a balance in life as well, because as you said, the NFL, it just gives you so many open hours in the day.
Also, I have no doubt Shedeur's interested in fame. I don't think that's a bad thing. I personally have very little interest in fame because you can't pick and choose what comes with it. And there's more downside to fame than I think people realize. Again, the level of criticism that Shedeur endures, I don't think it would be worth whatever money he makes on this. At the same point, like, I don't think being interested in fame and certainly being interested in generating as much money as you can while having opportunities to invest, to earn more money on the football field, I don't think that makes you a bad person. And I just don't think it's worthy of criticism, especially when all of this was at a camp for kids.
That's it. He's just trying to do good in the community, and he's trying to do good and help out a lot of kids around the area. Like and by the way, like he made $17 million in that program last year. Like even if it is just a financial thing for him, and he has zero interest in fame or anything that comes with it, he's making a lot of money that he just wouldn't have made otherwise.
Kaylee Griffin, Cavs studio host, Guardians sideline reporter, talks LeBron watch, and of course, the Guardians series loss to the Pirates in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
after a meet and greet at Belden Village Mall, reportedly due to a warrant for unpaid child support. To talk with Cavs and Guardians with the guys, Kaylee Griffin joins the show next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. We will talk Scotia football with him. We are on LeBron watch continuously, so at any moment or never, it could happen.
It just never happens.
He could just go into next season, kick his feet up. We'd still be doing daily segments on when will LeBron choose his team, but rough weekend for the Gardos, losing the series 2 games out of 3 to the Pirates. To talk about them, maybe some LeBron watch we had out of the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. If you guys didn't see it, she had the interview with Travis Bazzana after the walk-off on Saturday night. Great job there. Guardians TV, Cavs studio host, Guardians sideline reporter. She's got about 75 jobs now. Kaylee Griffin joining us now. Kaylee, welcome to the show.
Guys, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So I saw, we appreciate you joining us, but I do want to know, because I only saw Bazzana after he got doused with a Gatorade bath. Were you able to steer clear of that giant amount of Gatorade?
I completely steered clear. I will say this team is very respectful when it comes to those Gatorade showers. They make sure they do it over home plate, which is great for me. I know Andre's in those situations a lot more than I am. So we are out of the line of fire, which is great. So, yes, I avoided it. You know, Travis was obviously doused. So when he came over, he was just dripping, and he was like, I'm so sorry if I get you wet. I'm like, don't apologize to me. First walk-off of your career, enjoy this moment. So, obviously, that was probably the one real bright spot of this weekend.
Have you ever had a time in your career, you've been doing this a while, where you're like, geez, I didn't want to get wet today. This sucks.
I have never actually had a Gatorade shower. I have avoided those at all costs. So I probably just jinxed myself. But you know what? Hey, I'll take any of those moments, because obviously that means good things happened.
Kaylee, obviously this was an insane weekend with air quality postponement, rain delays, a walk-off, and in the end, the Gardos lost the series to the Pirates. What is kind of the mood of this team? It feels like from one series to the next, we're not quite sure what to expect out of these guys.
Yeah, I think they're in a little bit of a weird place, right? I mean, obviously, Saturday night ended with such a high. It was a crazy weekend. I mean, I think we were all at the ballpark for almost 15, 16 hours on Saturday. And then you come back first thing Sunday morning and have to regroup. Sunday, obviously, yesterday, that was just a tough one all around. Offensively, defensively, you name it. It just nothing seemed to go the way of this team. And I think you felt that in the clubhouse after that game. I mean, I think we say it in basketball all the time, but it's even more so holds true in baseball. The beauty of it is there always seems to be another game, and now they have an opportunity against a division rival here this week. So another chance to get back on track. But I think the optimism is that Angel Martinez played 7 innings yesterday in Columbus. He went 2 for 2. He looked great. And then Jose Ramirez has been around the clubhouse. He was there all weekend. He was shagging ground balls during BP, and he looked really good. So I think there's this lingering optimism that those two are probably getting pretty close to coming back. And obviously they could use any boost right now, especially on the offensive side, to get this team going. As you guys know well, when you're around this organization, they have a lot of trust in who they have and who they have put in. But I think it will be an interesting trade deadline, knowing where they sit in the division, knowing what the American League looks like, knowing that they still are very much in this race if they can piece together and stay solid. And give credit where credit is due. They have held tough through what I think a lot of us really questioned was going to look like, even though Jose maybe wasn't playing his best baseball. But he is the heart and soul of that team, right? So for them to be able to kind of weather this storm, keep it around 500 without him was quite impressive when you look at it from afar. But obviously there are gaps, especially offensively, that this team is going to have to fill and try to fill that void. And, we're hoping, I think Angel and Jose can be a little bit of a spark, but that trade deadline is looming. So I'm curious, along with many viewers, I'm sure, of what that's going to all look like.
What have you heard about Jose? You said he was in the clubhouse all weekend long. What's the latest there?
Yeah, so he was in the clubhouse all weekend long. Friday, he was out there taking ground balls. He looked great. Stephen Vogt shared with us that he is feeling really good. They had a conversation just 3 days ago where Jose voiced that he feels good. The question that kept being asked was, is he going to need to take a rehab stint? And obviously, Voter was pretty honest in being like, hey, Jose's a vet. He knows his body. We trust him. So I tend to believe that means that he is probably not going to have to take a rehab stint like Angel is doing now. Now, obviously, it's a different injury, right? Angel broke a bone in his foot, and Jose, it was more of in his hands. So the rehab process looks a little bit different, but he had an extra spring in his step when he was out there. He looked really, really solid. He was moving well. Voter shared that he got some notes on him over the weekend. His speed is actually up from the beginning of the season, which is hard to believe. So, I think things are trending really in the right direction when it comes to Jose, and I would say it's probably sooner than later that we'll see him back in that lineup. Speaking of trending in the right direction, Kaylee, Stephen Kwan is hitting a scorching .436 in the month of July. 1,000, it's a bunch of ones in the OPS column as well. Are the Guardians convinced that the old Stephen Kwan is back? I would say so, yes. And of course, obviously it was a rough stretch to start the season. He's only got one home run on the year, but Kwani's not really known as that power hitter that's going to blast home runs every night, but he's the guy that's going to get on base. He's going to run, he's going to produce, and he's going to find ways to score runs for you. So I think there's a lot of optimism that this is who he is. He is back. And from the beginning of this season, there was that optimism coming from this clubhouse, coming from Stephen Vogt, from the coaches, and just having that trust in him, knowing that he was going to return to himself. We heard from him after the game on Saturday, too. Obviously, he was great. He had 5 hits across those 2 games, 5 for 6. I think he's hit safely in 18 of his last 21 games. He's on a 7-game hitting streak, I believe. So he has just been on fire, but he's made little adjustments. He said it's really come down to angles for him, where he's still hitting the same exit velocity, but it's just he had to work on the trajectory of where the ball was going. And so, he is a guy that puts so much work in. He's studying so much film, and he's gotten back to really diving into that. And obviously the Guardians are reaping the benefit, and what a positive it is to have Stephen Kwan do that. Now, he batted lead off yesterday. That is not expected to be a permanent move. I actually just saw the lineup. Let me double check that, where he is today. He's going to bat lead off again here today. So they weren't sold on necessarily keeping that permanent. Obviously, they like the way he's hitting the ball right now, but I think they also have really liked him in the 9-hole. Don't think that would also be a permanent spot, but for him to get on base ahead of a guy like Travis Bazzana, knowing DeLauder's coming up soon after, hopefully Jose's in the mix there too. Having that stretch with Kwani kind of leading it off when they go around was working really well for them, and obviously we saw them reap the benefits of that on late Saturday night.
What'd you make of the just kind of all the mistakes that happened in yesterday's game? Was that just you thought they would just spend 15 hours at the ballpark on Saturday and it's what happened then on Sunday, or did you read anything deeper into it?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I think it was a tough day. I will say, for me personally, getting up and going to the ballpark on Sunday morning was really difficult. So I can only imagine being in their footsteps, having to get up, play another game. It was scorching hot on Saturdays during the day. The smoke kind of came back in Saturday night. Obviously, we had to deal with multiple rain delays, so that all played into it. I don't think this team is making excuses. They were quite sloppy. Stephen Vogt took a lot on his shoulders after the game as well, being like, we got to be better coaching-wise. We got to make safer calls. I think the lack of sliding from Patrick Bailey and Chase DeLauder over this weekend was something that really stood out and something that they pointed to and were like, all right, yeah, this can't happen. We've got to be better than that. And then, when it came to the overthrow from Patrick Bailey to Arias at third, we talked to Gabby after the game. He said there was miscommunication. He thought he had heard something different on the pitch comm. So I think there's a mix. I obviously don't want to say anything in terms of speaking for them, but I think there was probably some tired legs in there. So, again, a long day, but there was also a lot of things that this team can clean up. I think they would be the first one to say that they haven't been playing the best baseball all around. And so, it wasn't exactly how they wanted to come out of the break. Obviously, they were playing extremely well going into the break. And so definitely some things to clean up moving forward, but another opportunity against a division rival this week.
Kaylee, I'm not sure if you're aware. It's kind of been an underreported story. LeBron James, a free agent, and he might be choosing between Cleveland, Miami, and a couple other teams there. I want to know, though, because one of those other teams is the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you do double duty here. You don't just do the Cavs sidelines. You also do the Timberwolves sidelines. I just want to make sure whatever answer we get from you on LeBron potentially coming back to Cleveland, you're not giving a similar answer to the good people of Minnesota.
So I don't think I'm breaking any news here, but that was really a one-year thing because of our FanDuel Sports Network deal last year when they removed pre- and post-game from the road we didn't have studios last year. That's when they put me on the road with Minnesota. So as far as I know, I won't be covering the Timberwolves again this year. So I will hopefully just be doing the Cavaliers, which will, I think, make everyone's lives a little bit easier. But yes, I have heard, that rumor is swirling around. It has gotten back to me. I have obviously no idea. No one has any clue. I was just at Austin Carr's golf outing this morning. Everyone is coming up to the two of us asking what we think. Austin is convinced that it's either Cleveland or Golden State. To me personally, I cannot see how he can go to Golden State, one, with the strength of the West, but two, with so much of his legacy and what he's built, especially in this area, being around the championship, beating Golden State, how he could essentially choose to end his career with the Warriors. I personally obviously hope he comes here to Cleveland. I think it would be a great full circle moment. I think when you look at every opportunity for him, obviously he's going to have his choice. People will embrace him everywhere, but no one will embrace him like this city, like Northeast Ohio. What a perfect kind of ending it could be to this chapter of his career. So I'm hopeful, but I have no idea. Like everybody else, I think we're all waiting on pins and needles to see. I saw some beat reporters out there today, too. I've heard that it's probably not happening today. So time will tell. Time will tell. But who knows? 10 minutes from now, we can get a Shams notification and he could have made his choice. So I think everyone is really up in the air.
You said Golden State, not Miami. It's funny. Like all the markets are thinking Miami right now. You're not scared of them?
The only reason I would say Miami could be a possibility is because obviously Pat Riley has done a really good job of continuously building that organization time and time again. To me, on paper right now, I just feel like they don't have the pieces. Now, that's not to say that, again, Pat Riley couldn't go out and piece together a team that looks really strong with LeBron, Bam, and Giannis. But with who they have right now, I just don't feel like they are competing at the top of the East like the Cavs could if LeBron came to Cleveland.
Kaylee, great stuff. We really do appreciate you on both the Cavs and the Guardians, and hopefully have some good luck there with both in the near future. But again, great stuff. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Kaylee Griffin there, Cavs studio host, Guardians sideline reporter on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. I was really hoping she'd just be like, guys, LeBron's coming home.
That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, but I get why she wouldn't do that even if she knew it. No, she did a great job there. We'll react to what she had to say and get to when, LeBron, when, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
own more. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I cannot see how he can go to Golden State, one, with the strength of the West, but two, with so much of his legacy and what he's built, especially in this area, being around the championship, beating Golden State, how he could essentially choose to end his career with the Warriors. I personally, obviously, hope he comes here to Cleveland. I think it would be a great full circle moment.
Kaylee Griffin, Cavs studio host, sideline reporter, Guardians sideline reporter in the previous segment, saying, can't see it with Golden State. I'm still there, man. Like, there's so much, like Miami, I get it. Even Philadelphia or Minnesota, as weird as those would be.
Yeah.
Get it. LeBron in that uniform, can you imagine if at the end of his career, Larry Bird was like, I just want to know what the purple and teal feels like.
It'd be different,
once.
though, but Larry Bird was with the Celtics the entire time. That's we call it one helmet guys in football. What do we call it? One jersey? Is just one jersey guys in the NBA? Is that all that is? I don't think
that's a thing, but sure.
We can just make it up. Why not? But that's what's like LeBron is. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt. That's even like the Heat thing. Like if you want to go it just doesn't make sense for the Warriors. That's fine. The Heat are the one that are crushing the market today.
Yeah, I think that's just a lot of coked up Miami residents.
Is that what that is?
Slinging some money on the market there. Oh, God.
There's a lot of money in Miami.
I'd love to throw some money on there just to go ahead and get it so that again, I can steal. That means less cocaine for them. I'm really thinking about them if I take their money when LeBron comes home.
Yeah, is that all you're doing? I think it's like $190 million in total have been wagered on this. And the markets have been buzzing today, Nick, in a not great way for the Cavs. 48% right now on Polymarket money on the Heat. 29% on the Cavs.
I just got to say, though, I just want to, how are you dealing with a story? Because, so many of us feel the pressure of LeBron's decision that it's almost paralytical. Like, there are people who just can't do anything. Like, people, they're canceling, people in the sports media membership that are just saying, you know what? Grandma, sorry, got to pass. Can't be there with you because I got to be ready to go.
I sense the sarcasm here. Okay.
No, I just want to make sure that are you holding up okay with this decision?
I'm doing fine. I guess I just don't do enough.
I didn't do
anything
anything this weekend.
I don't think I have enough plans. Is the problem I have? I'm always wide open for LeBron talk.
I mean, even we saw the Odyssey this weekend. That's the only thing I did.
I saw Moana
and. See, so we both saw a movie.
We went to the movies, which, by the way, did you keep your phone? We went to the Silver Spot ones where you have like the chairs that recline and do everything right. Do you keep your phone in the little pocket, or do you just tuck that thing away?
Well, that's where a drink goes, Jonathan.
No, I'm not buying drinks at the theater.
Ironically, I didn't either. No, I keep it in my hand.
We're not a buy drinks at the theater family, Nick.
You're not there yet?
That's been established since I was a little kid. Since I was knee high to a duck, it's been established. We don't get drinks at the movie theater.
I would have established it. It's very expensive, and my children are very expensive. But no, I just keep it in my hand. Like even this weekend, like I enjoyed the Odyssey, but the point is. Beyond that, Vanessa was like, hey, can you help me with the groceries?
I'm just full-blown looking at Twitter while I'm at the movie.
I'm like, honey, I can't. This LeBron thing could break at any moment, and I got to keep free.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting there. I'm basically doing, like, football. My feet are shuffling. I got my hands up, just ready. If I see that Odyssey alert, I am on it.
Well, that's been a disastrous 3 weeks for you then.
I lost a couple pounds, though.
I don't know. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's like people that talk about getting that the parasite. That's it's like, well, hey, you're losing 10 pounds a week, not bad. Maybe you have that for a couple weeks, and then all of a sudden you're down 20 pounds, and then you can get rid of the all the bad things that come with it.
I'd just rather lay off sugar for a couple days than have to lose it that way.
That's much easier said than done than the other one, I think.
But it is interesting.
We like sugar.
The LeBron news. It could be any moment. It could be 6 months from now, and it is interesting to watch people continuing to they just migrate from one decision to another, right? I think it's definitely Cleveland. You know what? I'm feeling Miami now, and I'm like, there's literally no information out there.
Zero information, and the only information we do have is all bad information. It's not even like that's the real problem with this. It's not that there's zero information. We have information. It's just all bad information.
So, speaking of bad information, Dustin Cook, who's one of our sales guys.
No, his name is Cook.
What?
Yeah, his name is Cook.
Hey, when was somebody going to tell me this?
So he pulled me over the other day, and he's walking down the hall, and I go, "Yo, Cook man!" he goes, I need to tell you, it's since like third grade, it's I tell people that's not how you say my name. My name is actually Cook. It's not Cook. And I said, what? I've known you for years. You've never told me this. He goes, yeah, no, it's Cook. I said, are you trolling me right now? You just want me to go around saying your last name is Cook to then be like, joke's on you because we've known you as Dustin Cook for this entire time?
I'm going to tell you right now, that is not how he pronounces his name.
He's like, no, it's Cook. And then he told me this whole story about his family coming over from Ellis Island, like the whole works, right? Like the same story everyone has.
Really dig deep for this one, yeah.
The same story everyone has where you come on over to Ellis Island and then they change it by just a little bit, just to piss people off. And that was his claim. And then he said, no, since I was very young, they've been saying Cook, and I have to correct him, and it's Cook.
I think
you bet your bottom dollar it's Cook.
In the last decade or so, that name is taken on.
Maybe last couple months. Maybe he just became aware of it.
Of the chair.
Yeah,
and
I
he's
think
just like, that is not my chair. That is not where I sit in this equation.
I've been saying, yo, Cook man, for a while, okay? Like, I don't know.
Cook man is a wild superhero, by the way.
Well,
that guy sits back and watches another superhero do the job.
What's that superhero show where they can't
pick the wrong kind of superhero movie?
They can't pick their powers.
Right,
they can't pick their powers, but everyone gets one by the time they're 18 or whatever that is.
I have no idea.
Imagine being Cookman. Like that's what you ended up getting.
Save me, Cookman. I'm actually going to let Superman get in here real quick. He'll take care of you. I'm just going to sit back and watch.
Hey, if he's changing his name on the fly, not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah. I mean, at some point,
but not bad.
I don't buy it at all. But listen, he wants to be known as Cook.
I want to be known as Svelte.
And then I was like, what do you want to like be like, let that boy cook? Like, what do you want me to do with this? And he's like, yeah, no, that's great. Do that.
That's better than let that boy cook.
And instead of shouting across the sales room, yo, Cook man.
So it's going to be today, Jonathan.
I don't know. How would I possibly know?
Honestly, you realize how much I would enjoy sports talk media right now by a wide margin. It's just every time they threw to Windy. Windy, is it going to be today? I don't know.
He's done that a couple times in this venture. I think that's why he's now just saying everything and anything. It's because a couple times throughout the 3 weeks, he's just thrown his hands up in the air and been like, I don't know. Nothing has changed. I'm agitated by all of this.
At me.
Please, you come to me for info on LeBron, and I have none. I get it. This is my job, but I have none. Poor Patrick Beverley. I don't know. Not poor. There's no reason to be like poor Patrick Beverley. Yeah. More the idea that he's getting people riled up, though, and now people think that he has some sort of inside. Imagine being a former NBA player who's connected to the sports world and hearing things the way that we all hear things and thinking that those are more valid than everybody else's.
Speaking of Patrick Beverley, here was Pat Bev from Yahoo Sports Today. I don't know if this is a prediction, but it's a statement.
I get random information from this social whisperer, I call him, and he's been right on about everything. He hit me in my DMs like, yo, Pat, Bron is making this decision Monday, and this was yesterday. So hopefully it's this Monday. Hopefully it's not next Monday. I don't like to believe everything people tell me, but this guy who I don't know, I really don't know. I try to look him up and everything. I can't get any information. He's been spot on about a ton of information. So that's what I heard. I don't know how much else I can give you. I heard Monday. Don't know if it's this Monday or the next Monday. So we'll see.
He is awful at this.
That was the lamest trying to pretend like you have information of anything I've ever heard.
That is. Well, listen,
why are people
I don't even really know
as...
the guy. He's just been right about stuff. So I'm just kind of talk to him. He said this. It could be next Monday. Could be this Monday. Could be 6 Mondays from now.
This was worse than when people are like, oh, yeah, my aunt's barber told me news. Like, this is social whisperers what we're down to now?
Yeah, the aunt's barber might actually know something, though, because I think, again, folks in specific communities might have some sort of tell on this, given family relations. Pat Bev is just, I swear to you, it's just one of the 7 guys on Twitter who's like, guys, I know what's happening here. I can't tell you why I know, but it's the Heat, and it's going to be Tuesday at 3:30.
I just love that it's all these people from like the nobody really trusts them on any given topic, but they're so desperate to get them to trust, and so they're just dying into it. There's all sorts of Cavs people that I've been like, I've never listened to this guy for any. I can't think of any on the spot, but I've never even heard this person. He says he covers the Cavs. I've never heard this person, and we're supposed to go run with this story like crazy.
Are you getting worn down over the decision?
Not worn down. I do think it's pissing off a lot of fans, though. I can acknowledge, while it's not pissing me off because I'll take the content because it's July and we now have had, this is the 4th week we've now discussed LeBron. There's a lot of fans that are getting angry with LeBron over this.
Which is interesting. I don't know why we're living and dying with this decision. I mean, I know the importance of LeBron. I'm not trying to say that. But, like, whether it's not LeBron of 14 years ago or 12 years ago, or whether it's just, I don't know, it's summer, the weather's nice outside. Like, if there's one time we're going to kind of be like, all right, LeBron, you get us when we get you, it's going to be right now.
I think people are pissed because they know he's milking it, which is welcome to LeBron James, right? Like, this is not your first introduction to LeBron. Like, you can't be shocked that he's milking it. What I am surprised by is that he's milking it to the point that it's pissing people off, though. That I didn't. I always thought LeBron had a good understanding of like where all right, I got as much as I can out of this. Now we're just starting to agitate people. You know, when I turn on local Cleveland radio, they're talking Shedeur Sanders at 2:00 instead of LeBron in this decision. Like maybe, just maybe, it's time to tell people what the answer is. He's always had a decent understanding of that, and in this case, it doesn't seem like he does at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I do think there's an element of, are people LeBron talked out? I think that might, because again, like Ken has been exacerbated, being like, guys, I can only say so many different things.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe that's where we are. But like overall, we're just about to get into football gear here in the next week or so. Like the fact that we stopped leading with LeBron, quite frankly, probably tells me we're closer to decision than anything.
Well, we should be, but it also should tell LeBron, like, you're not. It will be front page again when you make the news, but until then, it's not really the front page story. You're relegated to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and so that's fine. He'll live in that world, but LeBron likes blockbuster type stuff. So the idea that he's gotten it to this is surprising because he never did this before.
I just am not that worn down by it. I'm ready for the decision. I am, and I'm ready for him to come home. And I'm ready for the excitement that comes with it. And I do think the excitement of talking about it, it's now become a little bit of work. Like there's a little bit of like, all right, what sound are we going to play? How are we going to do this? What's the, how do we keep this interesting?
Yeah,
that's, guys, I'd rather this than like about 3 weeks ago, we were just there with the Deshaun and Shedeur thing. This has at least allowed me
that's
a brief reprieve of that.
That's a great connection, though, is that like at some point people do get exhausted of it. And where people were 3-4 weeks ago about Shedeur and Deshaun is probably where they're at right now with LeBron, where it's like, okay, I'd like an answer now. I'd like to at least give me something new of substance, and we can't even do that with these stories with LeBron because it's been well established that he's not talking to anybody, and he's kept it so tight-lipped that you can't even get excited over a rumor.
I think I'm ready to lock it in.
Didn't you already lock it in? I thought you locked it in like 6 times.
No, I locked something else in. I don't know what the other things I locked in on.
You locked in LeBron to the Cavs, did you not?
Well, I locked in LeBron to the Cavs. Now I'm ready to lock in a decision. Meaning, like, the timing of the decision.
Okay.
See, because I have not done that, and I think that is what got when people are like, it's going to definitely be next Wednesday, or it's going to be this, like.
We went around. I thought we went around the room and had everyone give their predictions and everything.
I believe
Did you abstain from that?
I believe mine was, I don't know when the hell is he going to do it. I actually have a feeling now from my loins.
Okay, good.
I can feel it building up. And I don't think it's a kidney stone, but it could be. You never know.
We definitely still have all the taped audio of you saying all the different spots, so we can be right no matter what. I mean, that exists.
It will happen this week. Lock it in.
Whoa! What?
Do you want to? Wait, that's not enough for you?
You want to pick a day on that?
Oh, what am I? Penn and Teller?
Easy over there, O's.
1:10.
Yeah. O's the mentalist over here. I don't know. Maybe get
I feel like
no risky, no bisky.
I feel like people have started to wonder if this is going to go into August, and I'm simply here to tell you, From what my intuition, my loins are telling me.
Yeah.
My loins are telling me it's this week.
Okay. All right. Well,
Wednesday at the latest or earliest.
There we see. Now we're getting somewhere.
But I'm not locking that in. The lock-in is it happens this week. But I think it's definitely earliest or latest Wednesday, depending on how you look at it.
All right. Lock it in for myself.
Okay.
I will eat dinner tonight.
All right.
I can't tell you what time I'll eat dinner.
Or what you're going to eat.
But I'll eat dinner tonight.
Whoa! What?
216-474-0092. If it's this week, which day makes the most sense? And are you getting worn down by the decision? Joe DeLeon joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk one college head coach saying some really interesting stuff. And, of course, the NFL, the top 10, top 5 college quarterbacks and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factor Interactive. Upgrading your space is on your to-do list this season. Northeast Factor Interactive has you covered. And right now, they've got the best prices of the year on everything you need for your backyard. Outdoor furniture like sofas, sectionals, chairs, benches, rockers, chase lounges, and more outdoor bar and dining sets and umbrellas and outdoor fireplace sets too. Limited quantities are available. First come, first serve. But, guys, you know what else would really upgrade your beautiful outdoor space? A hot tub. Oh, Northeast Factor X got them. Oh, a swim spa. Northeast Factor X got you. Oh, what about just a spa?
Z Sports joins the guys next, talking all things football. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Cody Allen, former Indians reliever, now a Guardians TV analyst and To the Majors podcast host, coming up in 1 hour's time. Talking more Gardos, disappointing weekend. A lot of rage for some Guardians fans there on social media. But right now, it is Monday at 3:20, and that is when we usually catch up with our guy, A to Z Sports NFL and college football analyst Joe DeLeon joins us now on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe, welcome back to the show, buddy.
How you guys doing?
Good. Still on LeBron watch. Usually we talk football with you, but I locked it in that LeBron will make his decision this week. JP said I was not definitive enough. Where do you stand on that?
So I agree with you. I said this. I said this last week on one of the shows that I did. That knowing LeBron and how he likes to completely control every headline and to be the center of attention when everything's happening, I feel like he deliberately waited until the World Cup to be over. I actually went back and looked up the timing of when he made his previous announcements, and I think it was much earlier in July. It was the very beginning. A lot earlier.
It was July 1st, July 8th, and July 11th. We've been at this game for a while, right. Joe.
Oh, I'm sure. But it's to the point where I think that he knows that if he did it during the World Cup, he wouldn't be the biggest story of the week. He wouldn't be the biggest story that everyone's talking about, at least of the day. I think it's going to be this week. I agree with you on that.
Okay, but is that too wide of a gap for you guys to be throwing out? Like, I feel like you have to wind it down a little bit. Like, maybe Tuesday.
Don't let him bully you.
Maybe Wednesday. Like, you get the whole week? Like, what is this? That's like, Joe, that's like you telling somebody this player is going to be drafted in rounds 1 to 4.
Okay, that's a very good point. I feel like if he was going to do it today, he would have done it already today. Tuesday feels like a weird day. I'm going to throw Friday. Let's go Friday. I think Friday is a good day for LeBron to announce. That makes sense.
All right. You know what, then? I'm gonna lock it in Wednesday. It's coming. You got a date Wednesday, baby.
I like this out of you,
all right, now
too.
you have got to lock one in.
Tuesday.
All right, Mac, you lock one in.
You going to go on Thursday? You want to clean it up?
All right, there we go.
All right.
Nobody's taking a day.
Unless it happens today, one of us will be winners. But if it happens today, we suck again.
Yeah. All right, Corrali's taking the rest of the day. Actually, no, Jake Murren will take the rest of the day because he's on vacation. He doesn't give a damn about being wrong.
Doesn't care at all.
All right, I guess we can start with the Ward Manuel news, which is he's resigning, but not today. I'm like looking at this. They won a national championship in football 3 years ago, their first since Lloyd Carr, and then they won the national championship in basketball this year. How did that amount of success not save his job or at least keep him employed longer?
I think at the end of the day, there was just such a long laundry list of problems that happened outside of the on-field success. At the end of the day, when he is tied to so many issues and growing issues of extreme severity, they had to do something. I think a lot of people would have called into Michigan's leadership if they had not made some sort of a move. And I think that this is their way of kind of operating around letting him leave with some dignity because he has accomplished great things in Michigan. He's won national championships, as you just mentioned, very recently in football and in basketball. To give him the opportunity to go down, on his own terms and to make it seem like that it's his decision and that there's no pressure coming from the school, even though we all know that that's all a bunch of BS and it's him trying to, play up the situation to look in his favor. I think at the end of the day, when you have the last remaining issue, the gigantic problem that there was the Shimron Moore debacle that broke everything, there was no going back. There was no trying to fix this. There was no more duct tape they could put on the circumstance. The more that people talked about it, the worse everything started to look.
What's his legacy going to be at Michigan?
Man, an incredibly complicated one. I'm sure that many Michigan alumni seem to not care as much about the various scandals that happened at the school. I mean, if you talk to most of them about the sign stealing scandal specifically, most of them don't think that they did anything wrong. They just bended the rules to their favor in order to win a national championship. I would think that many would probably not acknowledge that Ward was like the direct reason why they were able to win in basketball and why they were able to win in football. They hired the best available candidate in basketball the year that Dusty May left FAU, and Harbaugh was a bit of a no-brainer to return back to Michigan. It's not like it was some sort of unexpected creative hire that he went with, but I think that most Michigan fans are probably going to reflect on the success that he had and be appreciative of the success that they had, but everybody on the outside is going to recognize that there was a lot of sliminess. There was a lack of accountability, as it was referred to a million times over in the ridiculous statement that was put out by the university that was supposed to be recapping the investigation that nobody gets to see. But I think the general public is not going to look very fondly on Manuel compared to the way that most Michigan fans will.
Joe, how big of an overlap is there in your top 5 college football quarterbacks this year and your top 5 NFL draft prospects at quarterback in 2027?
There's somewhat of an overlap, but there's a couple of guys that I think that don't really cross onto the list. And what I mean by that is Arch Manning and Dante Moore, I think, lead the discussion for both draft prospects and for top quarterbacks in the country. I think that you can kind of go 1A, 1B for either. I think that both guys still have something to prove, but they're supremely talented for very different reasons. I think that a guy like Darian Mensah is somebody who fits into the mix as well for Miami, who I think is going to continue to rise throughout this process. But like the first 2 guys that I can think of, and I don't have like formal lists at this current moment, but Julian Sayin is somebody who would be on the top 5 list of college quarterbacks because he's incredibly accurate. He's super decisive. He gets the ball out really quickly. Like, he just checks every single box, and his success in his production a year ago was phenomenal. But I don't think that he's going to get looked upon as favorably as a draft prospect because he's small, he's undersized. He is not somebody who's got like ridiculous athletic traits to make up for that lack of size like a Bryce Young or a Kyler Murray had. And comparatively, Lenore Sellers, who hasn't had the same level of success and consistency on the field due to some extenuating circumstances, I think is going to, no matter how he plays this year, is going to get brought up in that first round discussion. If there's an improvement from just last year, even if it's marginal, I think like we've seen so many times with these athletic freak quarterbacks, he is going to lead the conversation for possibly being a top 10 pick. But he needs to do a lot more to actually be considered in the top 5 quarterbacks in the country. He has to get back to that version of him that we saw 2 years ago. And that version we saw of him 2 years ago was still a flawed quarterback that, you know, made plenty of mistakes, that was not super consistent and steady. So for me, there's definitely some separation in some areas where I lean on certain quarterbacks that for the draft side of things, that are a little bit more traits here.
All right. You mentioned Arch versus Dante Moore. One of the things I'm always interested in is guys that have been anointed. Trevor Lawrence, the second he showed any promise at Clemson, was anointed as a generational guy, at least future first-round pick. Bryce Young as well. Let's see. Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning. And so I think once you have that, it gets really hard to get that out of people's brains. So obviously, Arch has got that, plus the Manning family brand on it. How does Dante Moore unseat that?
I mean, it's going to be really hard, and I think that it's going to sound like a grand projection that I'm putting on him, that if he wins a national championship or gets to a national championship and he gets further than Arch does, I think that he will lead the first overall pick discussion. I think that the big problem with Dante Moore had nothing to do with his tools or his play, for that matter, across the board. It was a matter of him stepping up and playing better in big games. He played really poorly against Indiana. He played very poorly against Texas Tech in the playoff. Those were moments that he looked like a completely different player. Now, he didn't have his top receivers, which was, you know, a huge detriment to him. It completely hurt him. But I think that if he steps up in those moments and plays a lot better, is a lot more aggressive, isn't as timid as he appeared in those games, the way that we're going to be talking about him as a prospect is going to be very different. But your point, it's almost like an impossible task to try and unseat Arch Manning, because Arch had a half of a good season. The first half was brutal. The second half was good enough that we're starting to build back the buzz again. And we saw why there was so much hype around him is because he's a plus athlete. He's huge. He's got a solid enough arm, but he's a pretty natural player when he's confident and he's feeling himself and he's not overthinking things and overcalculating the way that he was at the beginning of the year. It's going to be really difficult to try and pass him because the NFL, they're hacks in the way that they're always going to play into the same tropes of trying to draft a guy that's got NFL bloodlines. And when you have that with Arch and you're trying to work against that, if the debate is close and it's between the two of them, I feel like the NFL is just naturally going to do what they always do, which is go with the guy that is NFL bloodlines.
What do you think matters the most to the Manning family? Is it Arch looking good this year, or the team that then would be number one overall? And in regards to Arch potentially playing another college football year after this one, that is.
Well, considering the way that they've operated in the past, and Eli Manning is going to be the example that's brought up constantly, I would imagine that they're going to try to be pretty selective with wherever he goes. I mean, the way that he operated with sticking around at Texas, despite having probably an opportunity to transfer when Quinn Ewers came back the year that he did, I think goes to show that it was better for him to be in a good situation rather than to just jump and rush the process. I really do wonder how that's going to work. I wonder if the Manning family is going to try and fight the stigma that they're difficult or, that they're trying to manipulate the situation in their favor, or if they will just go ahead and really lean into it and say that to certain teams that there's no interest for him to come play there and try to force his way out. Because right now, some of the teams that are potential landing spots for him, like the Arizona Cardinals, could be the first overall pick. And not to crap all over the Cardinals, they're one of the smallest market in the NFL. They're a team that has not been historically very successful. They've been quite bad. I understand that, they've had their strong seasons, but it feels like it's been forever ago since the last time that they reached a Super Bowl. And before that, their history is pretty bad. I feel like a team like the Cardinals or the Jets or another one, that the Manning family is not going to feel very secure about sending them there, knowing that those franchises have been major, major failures. So I'm curious to see what comes of this. I would imagine that they're going to have more of a focus on him landing in the right spot rather than being the first overall pick.
Joe, the World Cup finalized over the weekend. I guess Spain beat Argentina, but they also played a third-place game on Saturday. Would you watch if the NFL had a third-place game?
I don't think I'd watch it if the NFL did it, because I think that is – I mean, I had it on in the background while I was doing some chores and work and whatnot on Saturday, this World Cup game. I was not paying attention to it. It was oddly entertaining, though, with the amount of scoring that it had. But as much as I love football, I would have it on. I would pay attention to whatever would happen with it. We work in the media. I can't just not pay attention to it. But I do think at a certain point, it kind of spits in the face of competition. It is clearly a money grab. It is a desire to add just a little bit and one more opportunity for broadcasting rights, for ticket sales. I'm surprised the college football playoff hasn't pitched this, with how often they talk about money and how, hard it is to sustain an athletic department without the money that you need to do so. And it's even harder in the modern era. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't pitched this already for college football, but I guess I'd watch it. I guess that's my answer, even though it wouldn't really mean anything.
Joe, we appreciate you. This meant something to us. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. We also have quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Okay, wait a minute. I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful. Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. Starting July 28th, we're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. For instance, you want to listen back to the Kaylee Griffin interview. At 2:40, we talked LeBron's homecoming. We talked about a rough weekend for the Guardians, but some of the positives to come out of that as well. We do have Cody Allen, former Indians closer, now Guardians TV analyst. He's also got a new podcast out with Kevin Pala. They talk about guys' kind of trips to the big leagues. We'll get to that in about 40 minutes. But a little Gardo's update here. Tim Stebbins, old Stebby as we call him.
Yep.
We don't call him
that. Yeah.
Not at all. Never even met the guy. But old Stebby tweeting out, Angel Martinez set to continue his rehab assignment on Tuesday with Akron. Recovery day for Hosey today. Workout tomorrow, day to day. All that going on. Let's get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, we just had Joe DeLeon on of A to Z Sports, and you know I've interest in guys that have been anointed as the presumptive number one pick in the future, and Arch Manning I think certainly fits that from either his time at Texas, the fact that he's a Manning, the fact that he was the number one prospect in football, in college football, was it 4 years ago now? And so I asked Joe what Cleveland's own, and Detroit's own, Dante Moore had to do to unseat Arch Manning as the presumptive number one pick next April.
If he wins a national championship or gets to a national championship and he gets further than Arch does, I think that he will lead the first overall pick discussion. I think that the big problem with Dante Moore had nothing to do with his tools or his play for that matter across the board. It was a matter of him stepping up and playing better in big games. He played really poorly against Indiana. He played very poorly against Texas Tech in the playoffs. Those were moments that he looked like a completely different player.
I think, and I want you to grade me on this take.
Okay.
I think if they have comparable seasons, both teams in the playoffs, Arch plays considerably better than he did last year across the board. There's nothing Dante Moore can do to unseat Arch Manning because that brand is too powerful.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, geez, before the season started last year, he was the presumptive favorite to win the Heisman as far as Vegas was concerned. Now, I think
missed it by that much.
I think what's interesting about it is that I do wonder if the best thing Dante Moore has going for him is that the Manning family's a bunch of wild cards. And they, with one more year of eligibility after this season left for Arch Manning, I mean, listen, Joe was nice about it, and he said the Cardinals and the Jets first off. I think he understood he was on Cleveland Sports Radio. I want to know, like, I mean, if the Browns get the number one overall pick, I don't know that Arch Manning decides that he wants to come out of the draft. And I think that's a dangerous thing that a lot of, at least fans and then these teams are well aware of. All right, we always talk about, prices for things and how just extravagant they can get. Usually it's like Taylor Swift's chair cost how much? Let me bring you this to the table. FIFA is selling pieces of grass from the New Jersey Stadium after the final.
What a ruse.
Segments are starting at $450 each, but they go in 4 different tiers, right? And each of the 4 tiers is limited to just over 2,000 pieces. It's going to generate more than $11 million in revenue.
Okay.
And they're not even like questioning, like, is this going to sell out? Is this not going to sell out? They're like, no, it's going to sell out, and it's going to be $11 million. The controversy comes in because New Jersey's like, wait a second, we paid $13 million in upgrades to make sure that the field was fine, and now FIFA's just coming in here and taking the stadium. They've already put it on their website. They're taking the grass. They're selling it. We paid for all these upgrades. We get none of this money? No, you get none of this money.
Yeah, I don't. Did somebody inform New Jersey that FIFA isn't exactly on the up and up? Because they probably should have heard that before, like, this week, right?
It's just a funny part of this. It's like state taxpayers paid to fund this field, and now FIFA swoops in.
Are they taking the turf, or are they just taking the top level of grass there?
The pieces of the grass field. I don't know
so
how.
Not the turf, though. They're not chunking down and taking a 4x4 of actual mud beneath it, right?
I assume you get mud as well. I really don't. I really don't, because it makes it feel heavier and it's weighted more, and so then you feel like you, for $450, got more bang for your buck, maybe.
So what are the tiers? Is it closer to midfield? Is really the upper tier?
No, it's all about the size, as most things in life, Nick. The $450 tier. The $450 tier is 17.5 centimeters by 17.5 by 17.5.
They should have known we weren't going to know what centimeters were.
17.5 centimeters is almost 7 inches, right? I think it's the higher end of 6 inches. So I guess 7 by 7 by 7. It's not. I don't want to talk about 7 inches now.
No,
you gave me a look of tell me what you think about 7. Is 7 a lot for you?
No,
is 7 not a lot for you?
No, it was you said, sir, this is not that kind of show. You were saying 7 by 7 by 7.
Yeah,
and so I was trying to do the math there.
Yeah, I know what you were doing there. Yeah.
I will say I did look up. There is a video of somebody with gloves, I guess, going in and cutting into the grass to take out pieces to then put out to sell. And you do get part of the mud, I guess, in there to kind of answer your question.
I think so.
Do you want to plant it in your own? Do you want to plant it in your own lawn? So you'd be like, oh, hey, guys, you want to go see the FIFA patch? It's growing well.
I would think you'd put it in a glass case, and then you'd probably put a little commemorative plate or something that says something to the effect of FIFA World Cup 2026. But it's Spain champion.
Yeah, it comes in like a plastic square.
Isn't it going to die because it's grass and grass is a living thing, or do you just got to prune it?
Were you watering that bad boy?
I mean, you paid $450
put some soil in that. You water in that.
I just don't know why you don't just chunk it and put it right outside your patio and be like, FIFA. Just point right to it.
That's my FIFA grass.
Messi stood here.
That doesn't look like anything else. Yeah, that's North Kentucky Sensimilla.
You can't even confirm that Messi played, or you can confirm he played on it, but you can't confirm that he touched it. Because you don't know that he touched every single square, every 7-inch square of that entire stadium. You don't know that.
There's a picture of him doing a little Chia Pet rub.
How JSA authenticators are these days. It's and we're also going to send you the photo of where Messi stepped on yours 7 by 7 by 7.
It's a QR code with just a video of Messi running over that spot.
And by the way, no, it's almost like a Bigfoot thing. You look and Messi's confused. Why is somebody taking a picture of me? Omaha! Dennis Rodman. Remember that crazy coked out bastard? Allegedly. He was at Fanatics Fest, and he talked about how he would shut down LeBron James.
LeBron's probably the easiest guy I ever got in my life. I'll put it today. He's the easiest guy I could guard. I don't think he has obedience probably to his size. He's like 6'10", I'm 6'6", and stuff like that, but that don't mean anything. I'll make him go left all day long. I'll make him shoot that damn jump shot, but he ain't being worth But I love LeBron. LeBron's done great things in this world, man. I love LeBron.
All right, here's the problem. 1, LeBron's not 6'10". 2, Dennis Rodman actively talks about how he does not watch the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
So is he right?
He's not right. This is easy, though, and this is why I appreciate this piece of audio that he brought to us here. I'm a big loyalty guy. This is a loyalty to MJ that I appreciate Dennis Rodman having. I would hope years from now, Kyrie and talking about LeBron James would school a bunch of Fanatics Fest losers about what exactly is going on.
You know he won't.
No, I know he won't. That's the sad part.
He'll school them about something else that they had no interest in being schooled on.
It's going to have to be Kevin Love, but everyone will know Kevin Love will say and do the right things already. Rodman's a true wild card, so when he actually speaks, I think it goes a little bit further because he is you never know what he's going to say, and you at all times think that he's being honest because he's lived his life just not caring about what people think. Hence the Kim Jong-un connection between the two of them.
They were just bros.
But you
can't control who you're friends with.
Well, listen. If a North Korean dictator is like Jonathan, I love Afternoon Drive and what you and Nick do on that show, and we're just big fans.
Yeah.
I don't think I go to North Korea and do dinners with them. I don't think I do.
If there's money in it,
Kim Jong-un, I think I draw the line at Kim Jong-un.
I don't know if I believe
There's
you.
a lot of places I would go and do. I don't think I'm going to North Korea. You say I can't go to prison. You think I'm making it out of North Korea?
Yeah.
No, they're keeping
I
me
think you
hostage.
would.
They're going to have me like in Space Jam where Michael Jordan is shackled on Moron Mountain signing autographs. That's how it turns out for me in North Korea.
I like the idea that JP's charged with siring Kim Jong-un's grandson. Like, we're going to keep you here until we get the Peterlin bloodline. We're having fun.
I don't even understand how that works.
Well, you see, Jonathan, when a man loves a woman.
The peas convo.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I had to tell you about what's going on down there.
Kim Jong-un's grandson. I don't know how that works.
He's such a fan of Afternoon Drive.
How does that work?
It
has to be a man and a woman here, Nick. We have to make this all work.
Well, yeah, grandson.
Oh. Wait, but does Kim Jong-un does he have a daughter?
He does. She's going to take over for him.
I did not know.
Unless he kills her before that happens.
How many daughters does he have?
I'm not aware. Are you scouting the Jong-un women?
If I'm going to be responsible for this, I'd like to have...
You're not going to have a say in it. He's a dictator, Jonathan. Doesn't matter whether you're interested. You're going to do that if you want to see your family.
North Korea has never officially confirmed her name, age, or birth date. But as far as we know, because Dennis Rodman went and visited, she's too young for this conversation, Nick, and that's disgusting.
216-474-0092. Dennis Rodman.
Do you know how young Kim Jong-un's daughter is?
No.
13.
Different country, different culture.
I'm not going to North Korea.
Well, now I wouldn't if I were you.
I'm not going to North Korea.
Got to wait 5 years and then... James Harden, did he guarantee something? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Guardians. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan. Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Cody Allen. Remember him, former Indians closer, Guardians TV analyst, and host of To the Majors. Coming up in about 20 minutes. Excited to get his take on the Guardians. Rivalry week here. Well, it's a better rivalry than I guess the Pirates. Although I agree with what Owen said today. I would like it if the Pirates were your rivals. That would have some real juice to it. Cody coming up in about 20 minutes here. But obviously, we had Shams Charania coming out and saying within the last hour on ESPN, there's no update on LeBron. He's talked to Rich Paul this morning that, nothing is imminent. And I guess now that
he said a decision hasn't even been made.
Yeah.
Which not many people believe at this point.
I would say, I think Shams, now that he said this, it's going to happen sooner than we realize.
Yeah,
once everybody just kind of threw their arms up and said, I have no information, I don't know when anything's happening, it will happen when it happens, that's when LeBron's like, all right, I will release you from the stranglehold I have.
To finish off the let's make Shams look kind of like an idiot over the past 3 weeks tour, they should have done what happened to Daryl, what was it, last week or whatever that was, where instantaneously, after speaking something into existence,
where he said Donovan was going to look for that 10-year max and then 4 minutes later.
Donovan's not signing this year. He's signing next offseason, and then 3 minutes later, there it is.
Yep.
That'd be really funny if that's how that went down then. Talked to Rich Paul. Nothing's happening today. LeBron hasn't made a decision. And I talked to Rich Paul this morning, so you can bank on that. And then, boom, there's a decision.
Now, ESPN Brazil might have given us the keys to the LeBron decision because James Harden was talked to at Fanatics Fest. He was talked to at all these things.
Now, we debated. Is he in shape? Is he not in shape at this point? Nobody really knows.
By the way, I thought he looked in shape. Other people came away thinking Fat Harden's back.
I told you I was so confused by the photo myself because I thought his arms looked jacked, his upper body looked jacked, and then it seemed like a guy that just kind of maybe missed the diet portion of the whole entire thing.
So, by the way, there's a lot of mechanics that look that way, a lot of plumbers that look that way. They're like, good Lord, look at the cannons. And then you're like, oh, and a beer belly.
And a beer belly, yeah, which is understandable by plumbers and mechanics because their job isn't to run up and down basketball courts, and they have a life, and they have, I would imagine, kids and family and, responsibilities.
Well, James has kids and family, and he doesn't have to run up the basketball court for another 3 months, I think.
He doesn't have kids, does he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, there was a video.
How many kids does James Harden have? I'm going
to say 3.
We're really into guessing how many people.
This one's a safer conversation to have than Kim Jong-un's children.
He's got a son named Jace. How about that? Born in 2019. So he's got kid through his girlfriend Paige Spites. Did not know that about him.
But he doesn't have to run up and down the court right now. But James Harden.
Also, he just pays for people to take care of his kids, I would imagine, or kid.
But James Harden was on with ESPN.
Well, he does some parenting himself. But
I was going to say.
I'm sure.
I wasn't comfortable with the connotation.
You telling me James Harden? Oh, that's where you're not comfortable with the connotation. That's where you're not comfortable with the connotation. Think about what just happened last segment, and that's where you draw the line.
Charles,
though. Okay.
This one is whining. Can you get him something to drink? I don't know. Just get him out of here.
Imagine if you're worth like $400 million the way he is. He probably has gotten all pair or like 12.
Yeah,
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so.
I would agree, but he still probably does a lot of parenting there. But
don't know that.
James Harden was on ESPN Brazil and talked about the plan with the Cavs and LeBron.
Can we imagine a power trio, Mitchell, you, and LeBron next season?
That's the goal. That's the plan. Hopefully we'll see it in the next few days.
All right. Many people are taking that As in James Harden just spilled the beans.
Well, he was smiling the entire time, too, with it. There's some missing context, I think, within the audio.
But because he said the plan. That's the plan.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Who are these many people that are taking it this way?
The internets.
Okay, the internets.
Yeah, the internets.
Yeah.
At least one of James Harden's servants.
I mean, the sad part about this, LeBron, and this is the part that kind of sucks, is that all the speculative fun things that typically happen with all this stuff just gets pierced like you're piercing a balloon and just that's it. You can't do it because we all know it leads back to nothing. Because if LeBron doesn't know or Rich Paul doesn't know or they're not telling anybody, then why would James Harden know?
So to kind of mold these two things together, we're in a spot where I don't believe that LeBron doesn't know what he's going to do. And I don't believe that LeBron hasn't communicated that information, at least to some folks. However, given the awkwardness of every answer by whether it's James Harden or Steph or Draymond, like given how just nobody can kind of talk about this like a normal human being, it either means everyone knows and everybody's just really struggling to keep the secret, or no one knows and they're trying to play coy like they do know for clout or some other reason.
It's almost like LeBron is like testing all of his friends to be like, which one of you guys are going to spill the beans?
It would be James Harden. I would put it on James Harden.
And if you spill the beans, you're out. I'm never talking to you again, and that's that. It's like how Taylor Swift had those wedding invites, and each wedding invite was it was labeled different things and different parts, so they knew who actually leaked the wedding invites to the paparazzi when the time came. Kind of feels like maybe one of those games is happening. Is that what you're suggesting?
Maybe not to that level of insanity.
Well, I don't know. You're right to point out that every person that gets asked about this seems very squirrely and they can't answer questions correctly. Or they can't seem like normal humans when asked about LeBron James' destination.
This could be just they don't know what the information is. And NBA players, amongst all players like to talk about what they know off the record, and that's how eventually media members and how we get all fed different things. NBA players love that bleep more than anything.
They do love that.
Like the NBA media loves their information as much as anything and love to flaunt it. That's because NBA players like to do it.
Yeah, who in life doesn't like to? I know something you don't know, so let me tell you what that is.
I'm very cool about it. I don't let the people know.
Are you now? Yeah.
Yep. I know a lot of things. Yeah.
You just like to keep it, by yourself.
For instance, I know where LeBron's going, but I'm just not going to tell it.
Is that right?
Yep.
You're just out of eyeball emojis over there.
I don't want to lose the trust of LeBron. And
that's right, yeah.
Rich and Mav.
Well, he's testing you.
Weemsy, that's what I call him.
They want to know if when he comes back, if you can be part of that foursome that they have, their golfing foursome.
Yep, thank you.
Whether or not my brain doesn't go there the way yours does.
No, I was just I'm glad you clarified that.
The assumption is.
I mean, listen, how
a golfing foursome. I think the assumption has.
How do you think I got that information? When I said pumping for information, I meant that bleep.
Again, this goes back to your draw every line. What are we talking about?
Yep. Yeah, but not that one about James.
No.
No. Hey, we're having fun.
Literally just us. We're having fun.
Yes.
And that's about
Everybody
it.
else probably thinks we're 12 and stupid.
I'm having a great time.
216-474-0092. Do you feel like James Harden just spilled the beans on a LeBron homecoming? I took it the way I took every other person making a comment about LeBron. He doesn't know, but he's hopeful, and he's kind of excited about the idea.
What's our list of people that were, if it does come down and it's not the Cavs, who do we get to yell at the most? When it, not necessarily in big picture, we'll talk about like Kobe Altman and stuff like that. I'm talking about the people that have led us astray in this whole entire thing. Bill Simmons has to be somewhere close to the top.
Yeah, but
now this is 2 weeks in a row. Bill Simmons is like it's going to be the Cavs.
But should we think that Bill knows?
No, we shouldn't.
Bill's been one of LeBron haters.
We shouldn't, and that's the part that I find interesting, because even though we shouldn't know, and I'm telling everyone that I really do believe that it's Rich Paul and LeBron that know, and that's it. Nobody else knows, in my opinion. There's going to be a list. There's going to be people that come out after this and get the tomatoes thrown at them digitally.
All right, we did hear Patrick Beverley earlier today. We played audio of him being like, I'm hearing from somebody they don't really know, but I kind of know him, and he's been right about other things, and it's going to happen today. Pat Bev would be probably bottom 30% of people that I would listen to about LeBron. I would probably put Bill Simmons in that bottom 30% because he's been the ultimate LeBron troll. I don't even know the people that are like, I don't even know the people that know LeBron are allowed to associate with Bill, given the things he said about LeBron previously. Who's the person?
But I mean, the Bill connection's easy, though. Rich Paul's got this podcast. The platform is The Ringer. Bill Simmons owns The Ringer.
Yep, fair. But LeBron's not going to let Rich say that to.
I mean, like Bill is technically Rich Paul's boss. I know Rich Paul doesn't have a boss, but like the through line
got
does.
A more important boss. His name's LeBron.
The through line does exist, though.
I don't think this is much of a Sophie's choice. Tell Bill or keep LeBron's confidence. I think he's going to keep LeBron's confidence.
I'm not betting that Bill Simmons. No, that's not the bet. But the idea that you could see where people are like, oh, okay, there's a connection there, and that does exist.
Who's the person that if you hear them say it, or is there a person? Because I'm struggling to think of someone.
No, that's something we talked about in the pre-show. Like, who's that person that if they say it, you think instantly, okay, this is as good as gold. You take it to the bank.
Maybe D Wade. It's not Kyrie. No one's telling Kyrie a darn thing.
Oh, now that would be an interesting way to present it all. If he was going back to the Heat, D Wade has some sort of association with it.
Mm-hmm. Or if he's not going back to the Heat.
Well, that would just be mean, right?
Well, no, but D Wade finds out and then it's like, yeah, I heard he's going to Cleveland. I don't know why he would come out and say it, but like that's one of the rarefied guys.
Dwayne Wade just likes to crap all over Miami basketball fans at this point because he spent the last year telling everyone that the crowds suck and they're not really good at being fans outside of championship winners.
I think it's more spoil the return for Cleveland. Again, that would, like, if Dwayne Wade said, "Here's where I think LeBron is going," that would carry a lot of weight for me. Short of that, I don't really know.
I don't think there's anybody but LeBron and Rich Paul.
If I ran into Gloria at Acme in Akron, and there used to be one specific Acme she used to go to all the time. If I ever was at that Acme and I saw her, and I was like, "Mrs. James, where are we going?" And she said, "Nick, he's coming home."
No, this is like when Dustin Cook tried telling me his real last name was Cook.
Who's Dustin Cook?
I think it's Cookman. But he tried telling me his last name is actually Cook and not Cuck. And I sat there and
half the lobby turns their head
3 different times. I said, "I think you're just messing with me right now. I don't think you're being honest with me.
You don't think Gloria would be honest with me?
That's what I would tell Gloria in that spot. I'd say, "I think you're just messing with me. I don't think you're being honest with me right now. I think you're just messing with me."
I don't like that. Well, all right. I've given up 2 names there. You give me up a name.
No, I said Rich Paul and LeBron. I think that's the only 2 that you can realistically
give me another
say.
Name. Give me like a third name.
I don't know that there is another
one.
What
about Kim Jong-un's daughter?
Might know.
Yeah.
They have information over there.
That's true. Dennis Rodman.
They have abilities to hack certain things that maybe we're not capable as of right now. I don't know. It's big government. When they want to, they can get info.
Breaking news on 92.3
when they want to.
The Fan. Big government when they want to know.
Well, yeah, I can't discount Kim Jong-un in the equation.
By the way, this is why I would never
put him higher than most.
This is why I could never be like the president, because I'd be like, "Hey, CIA,
like find out for me.
Where's LeBron going?
Yeah, find out for me. Let me know. Oh, you telling me Obama didn't do some of that
and
stuff?
And then I would just tweet it out.
No, he probably didn't.
Be like, LeBron's going to Cleveland, guys. 216-474-0092. Did James Harden guarantee a LeBron homecoming? Cody Allen, former Indians closer, Guardians TV analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Summer is made for road trips and lake dips. Shop at Meijer with M-Perks and fuel your summer with savings up to $1 per gallon on your next tank of gas. For nearly every dollar you spend on items like travel snacks, groceries, sunscreen, and more, you'll earn M-Perks points. The more you shop, the more your points add up, and the more you save at the pump. Turn your summertime snack cravings into fuel savings, only at Meijer. Savings per gallon based on points redeemed. Fuel rewards not valid in Wisconsin. Max 30 gallons. See mperks.com for details.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's summer. It's time to be outside, moving, playing, and living. And you're sitting it out. Let's talk about how to get that life back with QC Kinetics. Here in the Cleveland area, it's happening every day thanks to Dr. Aaron Wolkoff and his incredible team of medical professionals. People who are stuck in the cycle of pain, hip, knees, shoulders, back. They're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again.
Catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Gardos, I don't have to talk about this weekend. The truth is, it's a great week to be a Guardians fan. They got a full slate of baseball in the offing here, and that's what we'll focus on. We'll also talk about this weekend as well, state of the Gardos and such. And to do so, we're going to head out of the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him as the former Indians closer. You know him as a Guardians TV analyst. Should also know him as the host of To the Majors podcast. It's a podcast spotlighting players' journeys to the majors. Cody Allen joining us right now. Cody, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, now, I know we're here to talk baseball. It's great to have you, by the way. Where's LeBron going, Cody?
Dude, I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I would love to say he's coming back to Cleveland, but I think everybody right now that's throwing their guesses out there really don't know anything. He could go a few places. Where do you guys think he's going?
You sound like you don't believe he's coming to Cleveland.
I think if he was, I think we'd already know.
I think he's coming to Cleveland, Cody, and that could just be that I just want to believe that until I'm told otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, listen, he's in the driver's seat here. He can wait till see where everybody ends up, see where it's kind of like he's just seeing who's got an empty chair and what the team looks like before he makes the decision. So, I mean, he's in the driver's seat. He's in no hurry, but I feel like if it was Cleveland, I feel like we'd already know.
Cody, there was a lot of self-inflicted wounds yesterday in that game, and I don't know. Do you think that's because they were taking on Skeens, and so they thought they had to be more aggressive, or do you feel like it's just a young team and they're just making a lot more mistakes than maybe they should?
I think when you're playing when you're playing against good teams, and Pittsburgh with Paul Skeens on the mound is a very good baseball team, I think good teams force pressure, and pressure can create mistakes. And so I think that's one of those games where you can look at a few situations that seem magnified because they played such a role in the outcome of the game. But when you're facing a guy like Skeens, like your opportunities are very minimal, and it applies pressure, and pressure can force young teams to make mistakes.
All right. I'm curious about Gavin Williams. Gavin obviously didn't have the best Sunday there, and his ERA is back at 4. And it's interesting because there are points this season where he has looked like a unquestioned ace, and then there's times where it just feels like he doesn't have it. So I guess I'm watching Parker Messick in much less time establish himself as the most dominant pitcher on the staff. Why haven't we seen kind of the elite stuff, or not the elite stuff, elite results from Gavin just yet?
I think Gavin, from the standpoint, Gavin more often than not is lining up because he's slotted in as the one. So he's going to line up against the big boys often, right? I know Joey lined up with Skeens yesterday, but I think Gavin, it's no question, like the stuff is there. It's just, I think for him, when you have a guy that has such good swing and miss stuff that he does, it's easy to get caught in traps. It's easy to chase the punch out. And for him to really take the next step in his development as a true ace in the American League, I think he's just got to get deeper in games more consistently. And he's done that a handful of times. So I think for him, it could be learning how to navigate points of the game where it's like, hey, I got to be really efficient with my pitches here. And then being able to, at different points of the game where you need a punch out, you chase the punch out from pitch one. But his stuff is so good that it's very easy to get caught in, like, I call the game that he threw in Minnesota, and I think he had 9 punch outs through 4. And he was actually pretty efficient first 2 times through the lineup with 9 punch-outs. And that's hard to do. Like, his pitch count was low, but he had 9 punch-outs. Normally, you got 9 punch-outs through 4 innings, your pitch count's a problem. And for him, it wasn't. But that 3rd time through the lineup, he was getting in deeper counts, and it was almost like he was just needing that punch-out or just chasing that punch-out. The 3rd time through, just couldn't put guys away. So, I mean, he ended up pitching well that day, but that's something against better teams or against teams that might be, where he doesn't have his best stuff, where he can get in trouble. So I think, it's just learning how to be more efficient with the swing and miss stuff that you have.
As a pitcher yourself, who's your favorite pitcher to watch on this team and why?
Joey Cantillo is – I really like Joey. I know he didn't have his best game yesterday, but, man, when he is clicking and he is on, and he's just a big, strong, athletic left-hander that he doesn't – you look at his batting average with runners in scoring position, it's like 150, right? He just doesn't cave. He knows how to make big pitches. His stuff is really good. He's got an elite changeup. He's got an elite curveball. The fastball plays up. And he's a guy that I feel like doesn't get talked about enough in this Cleveland rotation that is known around baseball, right? They're the only team in baseball right now that's had only 5 starters take the bump all year long. They've got 5 really, really good horses, guys that are, they're going to pitch them into the postseason. But Joey Cantillo is a guy that when he's on, he can beat anybody.
All right, Cody. One of the things fans I see them say in frustration when the Guardians have a moment where Arias, doesn't touch second base, or I think it was Cooper Engel with a big oopsie in left field a couple weeks back, is that they feel like the Guardians aren't punitive when guys make mistakes like that, and almost like the Guardians don't punish players for their mistakes. Do you think that is a fair criticism from the fans?
I think what the fans see isn't what actually goes on, right? I think when there is, say, a hard moment to learn for a Cooper Engel or something like Gabby Arias making second base. Those guys, they're pros, right? Gabby's been around a lot longer than Cooper has. But if it's ever a question of focus or effort, those conversations are going to take place behind closed doors. They're not going to be aired out publicly for the fan base, right? Because it's, I think Stephen Vogt is a master at, praising in public and really trying to maybe critique in private. And I think that's what a good manager should do. I think when you maybe air out, how you feel about a player or what a player should or shouldn't do publicly, you lose the trust of that player, and then you can begin to lose the trust of that clubhouse. So I think, obviously those guys, they want to do as well as they can. They want to do better. They're going to hold themselves to a really, really high standard, and they should. But in regards to maybe what's going on or what's taking place privately, I don't think fans will ever get a real sense of the conversations that are taking place behind closed doors between Stephen Vogt and the front office and those players.
Yeah, it's interesting how you bring it up that way, because with Vogt, I've just started. I don't ignore his press conferences, but I don't pay that much attention to him at this point because you're just not going to get anything, and everything is positive. There's a couple starts ago, and we've seen this now with Gavin. We saw this even with Cantillo. They'd have these starts, and they didn't pitch particularly good, and Vogt would come out and be like, well, that's some of the best I've ever seen him look. And it's just at some point it does fall on deaf ears. But you're saying that's obviously needed. That's a necessary thing to keep the clubhouse going.
Well, I think it's the manager's job. Those guys, they grind. They work their tails off, right? There's 29 other teams in baseball that would line up to take those guys on their team. They would put 29 other teams in baseball. You put Gavin Williams or Joey Cantillo on those rosters, it makes those 29 other teams better. And we know that. And those guys work extremely hard, and they're really good at their craft. And so we don't need to sit, the manager maybe doesn't need to sit there and talk about how he's got to get better at this or he wasn't really good at this. That's something for us to do, talking heads. But it's the manager's job to go out there and protect his guys. And his players got to know that he's got their back no matter what. And that's how when you create a culture like that, that's how you have a team that has this never say die attitude. And last year they're able to come back from down 15 because, they just rally around each other and they go.
Cody, Twins in town, 4-game tilt here. I'm a little curious where you're at with I actually want to go back to your playing days, because one of the depending on what year it is, how the AL Central lines up, it doesn't feel like we have the equivalent of like a Red Sox-Yankees kind of rivalry for the Guardians. Was there a team in your era in the AL Central that you guys just hated above the others?
Man, we had some really, really good battles with the Tigers back then. The Justin Verlander, Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez group. They were really, really good. 2012 was my first year. They went to the World Series that year. 2013, they had a really good team. And then in 2014, Detroit won it, but Kansas City ended up in the World Series. Kansas City snuck into the wild card and made a run, and then then they had a good team. So I feel like you're always chasing the top dog in the division, right? But we had some really, really good battles with Detroit early on in my career in Cleveland, and then towards the end of my career in Cleveland, we had some really, really good battles with the Kansas City teams that were really good. That had Lorenzo Cain and Mike Moustakas and Eric Hosmer and Alcides Escobar and Salvador Perez, like that group that had won that World Series there. That's who we had to knock them off to get our shot.
I want to talk about Kyle Manzardo for a second. He is 30th out of 30 in Major League Baseball first baseman and wins above replacement. He is 30th out of 30 in slugging percentage as well. What is he? Last year he did hit the ball out of the park a lot. What's going on this year where even the things he's supposed to do well, he seems like he's struggling a lot at?
He's a guy I know that they really like, and I know it's no question that he's struggling, right? I think everybody in that clubhouse knows. I think he knows it. But I know early on in the year, I don't know what the numbers are right now, but I know early on, when I say early on, I mean like end of May, early June. So not quite first half, but he was actually hitting the ball. If you look at metrically, his hard contact rate and exit velocities and all the things that you would measure, that have nothing to do with slugging percentage or batting average, but just how frequently he was hitting the ball hard and how hard he was hitting it. He was like top 4 on the team. So the belief was like, man, he's just if you stay there, he's going to break through. He's going to get out. But eventually what happens is like guys are like, man, I don't care if I'm hitting the ball hard or not. I just want one to fall, right? I just need one to fall. And, guys can really press and they're trying to get 3 hits and 1 at bat. They're trying to salvage a season. They're trying to, help their club and do well. And, when you're just not getting results, even though you might be hitting the ball hard as frequently as he was hitting it, and he's just not getting results, it can be very difficult. So, I know he was in a spell there going into the All-Star break. I think he had like an 0 for 20 stint at one point, just really, really grinding. But he was a guy early in the year, regardless of his batting average, regardless of his slugging, he was hitting the ball extremely hard. And just wasn't getting results. So, the hope's got to be that he gets back to hitting the ball hard and you just get a different result.
Cody, everybody here knows you as the Indians closer. We know you as a Guardians TV analyst, but some people might not know about your podcast, To the Majors, with fellow former big leaguer Kevin Pillar. And it's, of course, spotlighting players' journeys to the majors. Tell us about your podcast a bit.
Yeah, it was just something that we kind of had come across. Kevin and I, we coach our kids baseball. We coach coach pitch together, and there were so many of our kids on the team that you'd ask him like, hey, you're trying to teach them a batting stance, and you're like, hey, you remember X play? Hey, do you know who Chipper Jones is? And they're like, who the heck's Chipper Jones? Or do you know who this guy is? And they're like, no, they couldn't even tell you who Barry Bonds is. Nothing like that. It's like, all right, we got to fix this, and we started. Kind of looking around, and then I've got some kids that are older, and they didn't know who these guys were either. So I was like, all right, we got to grow this space. And, there's just tons of guys that live around us, great players that we feel like their subjective stories, there's so much to be learned and gleaned from it. And also, too, just from a baseball fan standpoint, being able to hear from a guy like Chris Carpenter talking about, he was really good friends with Roy Halladay, and they had that great Game 5 of the division series pitching against each other, and they went toe-to-toe, and, St. Louis ends up winning 1-0, and those guys ended up fishing together in the Amazon that winter, and they were just joking with each other about it. So getting to hear that player's subjective stories about these, major moments in their career is just, I feel like there's a marketplace for it. I think baseball is a great game. I want to celebrate these great players and hear their stories that maybe nobody's heard before.
Well, Cody, really great to hear. Not just the Guardians stuff we love seeing on Guardians TV, but the family stuff and the To the Major stuff. Keep killing it, my guy, and we appreciate you, bud.
Hey, thank you guys very much. I appreciate you.
Cody Allen there, appreciate you as well. And the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline again. Guardians TV analyst, former Indians closer, and To the Majors podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast there. You can't have it both ways. With the Guardians, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
master at praising in public and really trying to maybe critique in private. And I think that's what a good manager should do. When you air out how you feel about a player or what a player should or shouldn't do publicly, you lose the trust of that player, and then you can begin to lose the trust of that clubhouse. So in regards to maybe what's going on or what's taking place privately, I don't think fans will ever get a real sense of the conversations that are taking place between Stephen Vogt and the front office and those players.
Cody Allen, former Indians closer, now Guardians TV analyst, with us in the previous segment, talking about, again, it is something that I saw a lot and have seen a lot with Stephen Vogt's era. This assumption by fans, simply because a guy isn't cut the moment he makes a mistake, that the Guardians have no accountability, or that that basically they kind of let players do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, but clearly there's accountability. And ask Cooper Ingle where he's playing right now. You know, like there's got to be accountability. Now, it's funny because I don't think I don't think in the press conferences like Cody Allen's like, oh, he's a master at saying the nice things in public and behind closed doors. Okay, I'll take your word behind closed doors. And the public part of it, I just think he sounds, I'm not going to say stupid because that seems offensive, but he just sounds like he's lying to us a lot is the point. And that's fine. If that means that that's what you have to do to cover everything up. I never hate that a manager does that necessarily because I understand it. If it's worth way more to keep that relationship or keep someone feeling good about themselves than it does to keep us happy. It's just disingenuous.
I don't really see a difference between what Vogt does and what Tito did.
No, not necessarily. And Tito would name guys though, and Tito would put specific plays. And I think the difference for myself is that in certain plays and certain instances, Tito would go into it and he would undress the play while not undressing the player, whereas Vogt just dismisses all of it. At least my interpretation of that. That's how I see it. And so, and I'm not praising Tito for being some post-game wonderkin either. I think the job of a manager in many ways, although we ask them to speak a lot, I think the job is to make sure that the balance in the clubhouse is restored and good more than it is to make sure that we're happy with the soundbite.
Now, specific to the Arias issues this weekend, I can't really defend what Gabe did. That was bad baseball.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was thoughtless baseball. I do think that Guardians fans sometimes want it both ways. And you can't have it both ways, right? You can't complain about Petey Halpin being a guy that's playing way too much in this lineup, and then Gabe Arias, who is one of your more talented players, say, why is this guy on the roster? I think there's a little bit of trying to lash out in both directions. Gabe is not a perfect player. He does not make an impact as much as his talent said he should, and he's also wildly inconsistent. He'll do nothing for 3 weeks and then have a weekend that makes him look like Cal freaking Ripken. But they're not going to get rid of a guy just because he's making mistakes, because the talent allows you to be patient with that. I'd rather that than the reliance on guys like Petey Halpin, who I just see no future for in baseball, and I see as a 4A player.
And I get that because I feel the same way that you do about Petey Halpin, but with Arias, it's been 5 years now. You know, we're not in a short amount of time with Gabby Arias playing at the big league level. And so, at some point, you do just have to recognize, how many years are we going to have this? How many situations are we going to have? Yesterday's game in particular, you have the miscommunication on the pickoff play with Bailey that allowed a run to score. You have the failing to retouch second base after avoiding the tag on the Aaron pickoff throw that Pittsburgh successfully appealed. I can go back a couple weeks ago, go back to that the White Sox game where there was multiple instances with Arias, including him after striking out with the bases loaded, tapping for the replay when you had no taps to be had, so to speak, no challenges to be had. It just seems like it happens a lot with Arias.
So fair. I will say, you mentioned, I think he's 26. He's been in the bigs since 2022. He's got 2 full seasons in the bigs, though. He played all of 2023, or most of 2023, and most of last year. Now, for anybody hearing that as an excuse, the good news for fans sick of Gabby Arias is he's over 1,000 plate appearances, and that is generally when the Guardians are comfortable that they have got the sample size to move on from someone.
I just feel like he got the brunt of it yesterday for a lot of reasons. He frustrates fans, sure, but it was a game that was littered with frustrating moments, and his maybe shined the brightest. But I think the overall frustration for some of this stuff is stemming from the idea that a lot of players right now are making these type of mistakes. And I tried giving them a little bit of the old Peterlin pass, just a little bit.
The Peterlin pass.
When you're taking on Skeens, you're going to do things you don't typically do. And I didn't know if yesterday was because of that. They wanted to be ultra aggressive because they realized that it was going to be a premium to get after Skeens in some sort of way. And to be fair, they didn't score many runs because of these boneheaded plays that happened or being aggressive. Like Quan, for instance, caught stealing to end one rally and then later thrown out trying to stretch the single into the double, right? But when you're taking on Skeens, you maybe play the game just a little bit differently than you normally would.
Listen, it's too early for it to call the season like I think a lot of people want to. Mediocrity is a word that keeps getting thrown out there. There is a chance that this is just a year where you're playing so much youth and so many guys who are learning on the job that this is the year that pays off next year. I'm not ready to call it yet. I still think they have talent to not just make the playoffs, but maybe even win a playoff series or more, depending on how the next couple of weeks transpire here. But there is an element of guys, the fact that they've made the two previous postseasons under vote should be the anomaly. By the end, Tito was on an every other year basis.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But it's the self-inflicted wounds. A couple weeks ago, you were talking about how everything can't all align at the same time. For me lately, it's not about that. It's about the idea that I have a whole laundry list of things that happened in just yesterday's game. DeLauder thrown out at home after not sliding on a sack fly. We watched not only him not slide on the sack fly, we watched Bailey do it on Saturday night as well, which was setting up for a ridiculous set of circumstances until Bazana bailed everybody out. Khalil Watson picked off a second base after hitting the double. It just feels like this team doesn't have enough room to consistently make these type of plays that it seems like we bring up now on a consistent basis.
216-474-0092. Are we done with Gabby Arias? I do want to play Chris Jimenez, who's been on our show as a guest multiple times. I really love when Chris comes on with us. I love his energy. Don't love his LeBron takes, but we did ask for him. Here was Chris Jimenez over the weekend talking about Gabby Arias' talent in a way that upsets some people.
To get this young man going. I've said this for a really long time. He is just as talented as Mike Trout, and I think that's what drives you crazy as a fan.
People heard that.
Well, yeah.
And not just people heard that. I got text from friends saying, did you just hear him say Gabby Arias is as talented as Mike Trout? And this is one of those things where he definitely picked the wrong guy to compare him to.
Yeah, I would think so.
I think what I agree with Chris is he's far more talented than his production says. And if you ever got him going, he could be a top 6 hitter that you need. The problem is everyone was looking for someone to deuce on this week, and poor Chris got it.
I felt bad for Chris. I knew I think I know what he was trying to say. I think he was, at the heart of it, I really don't even know. I'm trying to find ways to defend him.
He's trying to say he's got like an all-star level talent, which I do believe he does.
Yeah, I know, but he used one of the greatest hitters in the past 50 years.
Maybe he meant
that's part of the problem.
Maybe he meant Mike Trout. In one of the years he's played 60 games.
Mike Trout with an injury, maybe? Is that what he meant?
Like Mike Trout when he's DH only.
It can't even be more recent Mike Trout, because even this year's Mike Trout
is
still
really bouncing
raking,
back.
You know what I mean?
No, he meant last year's Mike Trout.
I know. I want to bail you out, Chris, because I like you. I really do. That was a rough one. That was tough.
Watching Guardian social media meltdown over that, I really did feel bad for Chris, because he doesn't deserve the crap that we've had so many guys try and come in and do the analyst thing, and they bring no energy, they bring no passion, and those are the guys I have no interest in hearing. So I love when Chris comes in and sees things differently. But I also had a little bit of enjoyment watching people just melt down, because adults cannot handle even a slight bit of hyperbole.
That's what it had to be. That's what we have to chalk it up for. It has to be just a little bit of hyperbole.
I know what it is. He wasn't talking about the Mike Trout.
Is there a different Mike Trout?
There's a different Mike Trout
that maybe never made it to the majors?
He was a shortstop for the Poughkeepsie Keepers back in, I think it was 1893.
Yeah.
I loved the fastball, but kept chasing it. Was like a 215 hitter, 11 home run tops in a season. That's what it was. The old Poughkeepsie Keeper.
Maybe he just need to remind himself that people are listening, you know? No, we all heard you struggle. I was going to move past it.
No.
We all heard you almost have a stroke. I was just going to keep the convo going.
I don't let anyone else move past it. There's no reason I should get special treatment here. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey.
Sports World from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have 32 teams in 16 days rolling along here. Tonight we got a good set of guests here. Randy McMichael, former NFL tight end, of course, former Georgia tight end, now on the Game in Atlanta to talk the Falcons, and Kevin Stefanski at 6:20. And then at 6:30, former Steelers offensive lineman, Titans color analyst, and host of Ramon and Will on The Fan in Nashville, or on The Zone in Nashville, coming up at 6:30. We'll talk about Cam Ward, year 2, Robert Saleh, Brian Dable, and all the things there. But let's get to the lead. Guardians will welcome the Twins after losing 2 of 3 to the Pirates over the weekend. All right, JP, here's the big question, $1 million question. How does Cleveland get back to stacking some wins?
It's a good question. I think playing Minnesota should help, right? Let's start with Minnesota, and then I'm really worried about where this offense is right now, Nick. I guess the biggest thing would be getting J-Ram back, which I think should happen sooner than later. I heard people earlier today making the suggestion that if he's back by this weekend, that would be the latest they would expect, okay? So, like, the idea is that he should be back very, very soon. It seems like he's trending in the right direction. I would expect him to be back in the lineup very soon. But, yeah, so get J-Ram back. Get Angel back, and then let's get this thing going.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do at leadoff if Quan keeps hitting. I mean, he's hitting like .430 right now in the month of July.
Yeah.
I know Kaylee Griffin, when we had her at 240, said she doesn't expect that to be a long-term thing. She also said she doesn't see him being the 9-hole for a long-term thing. I just think if you can go Quan into Hosey, into DeLauder, and then find anybody of substance with a right-handed bat for your cleanup spot, Bazan at your 5 spot, Angel at your 6 spot, that's a really solid 1 through 6. Oh, by the way, Rocchio then somewhere goes down yonder in the 7 through 9 range. That's 7 hitters. You have legitimate 7 hitters in the big leagues.
Well, and so obviously the idea there is you got to get. I don't know what they do with Quan. I don't think Quan. He's been hitting the ball so crazy. I don't want them to rush back the idea that he belongs in the leadoff spot. Kind of wish they'd let him go a couple more weeks and let him showcase that what we've seen over the previous 2 weeks is, in fact, something that is real. But it'll be interesting to see exactly the route they take on that. Let's stay with the Guardians here, so we're not going cross sports. Cody Allen hopped on at 420 and hinted how Stephen Vogt handles situations where players may have an embarrassing moment.
I think what the fans see isn't what actually goes on, right? I think when there is a hard moment to learn for a Cooper Engel or Gabby Arias making second base. Those guys, they're pros, right? Gabby's been around a lot longer than Cooper has. But if it's ever a question of like focus or effort, those conversations are going to take place behind closed doors. I think Stephen Vogt is a master at praising in public and really trying to maybe critique in private. And I think that's what a good manager should do. When you air out how you feel about a player or what a player should or shouldn't do publicly, you lose the trust of that player, and then you can begin to lose the trust of that clubhouse. So in regards to maybe what's going on or what's taking place privately, I don't think fans will ever get a real sense of the conversations that are taking place between Stephen Vogt and the front office and those players.
Every sport is different. Baseball, though, has always been the most keep it in the clubhouse sport. And baseball players are all pretty much the most sensitive, some of the most sensitive athletes to things that happen in the clubhouse. You know, a fumblerooski in the field, you know, some error making its way into the public eye, being commented on. And so there is an element of you have to trust it. I would just say I would be shocked if Stephen Vogt didn't deal with these things. Because look at the success. I've never met a pushover manager that ended up actually having success beyond a season here or a season there.
I'd be shocked after a game like yesterday if he didn't go in there and undress him appropriately. And they should expect it, by the way. 5 outs left on the bases, according to my count. For back-to-back games, you had players not sliding into home plate on bang-bang plays. And the sad thing about it is they actually got to Skeens in a way that would have been effective had Kwan not had multiple instances on the bases, Watson not had multiple instances on the bases, DeLauder. They got 7 hits off Skeens. Like, they were getting on base. And DeLauder, by the way, bring him up for a second. He had the first walk that Skeens has given up since early April. I mean, nobody draws walks against Paul Skeens, and DeLauder had one in the 4th inning. Like, they were doing things. They had the right idea against one of the best pitchers in the game, and you weren't able to cash in because you were just being, no other way to put it, just bad on the base paths, which is not the Guardians' way.
Yeah, it's just interesting that people want their pound of flesh with this Guardians team, and so many of the mistakes I see, it looks like a team that is learning on the fly. And Gabby's different because Gabby's 26. He's got 1,000 career at-bats.
And I would think Kwan is different, too. But caught stealing to end the 1 rally, thrown out trying to stretch the single into a double.
But like Engel, Bazana, DeLauder, even some of the young bullpen guys, like there's just a lot of youth here. And you add to it the weight of trying to do too much. It's interesting that you said that about playing against Skeens, where people trying to do too much. I think one of the biggest problems since Hosey went on the IL is everyone's trying to do too much, and there's just too many self-inflicted things. If guys had just chilled the hell out, I think it might be a couple games up from where you were.
I just think it was a big part of yesterday's game. It just kind of screamed to me. They knew that it was a big game. They also, I think there was a weird air about the idea that Saturday was so great, so they had a chance to actually win the series for I don't know how many innings. 16 innings on Saturday. People looked like they wanted to just light this team on fire and send it to the moon. And so there was a lot there on Sunday.
Meanwhile, we keep waiting for LeBron James's decision. Where will he choose? When will he choose? How will he choose? Why will he choose? Well, Bill Simmons on his podcast today gave his thoughts on where LeBron will end up.
I think it's going to be Cleveland. It was interesting, the Kalshi market and the poly market, all the prediction ones all spiked that it was going to be Miami. And it got up to like 55%.
Was that because of Pat Riley's press conference where he was like, we're still having one big one?
I don't know. This feels like a long con. I would still bet on Cleveland. I think that's going to happen. I just think they're trying to figure out how to actually get him on the team where they don't have to just pay him the minimum.
This is now 2 weeks in a row. Bill Simmons says Cleveland, and so when the preeminent basketball host in our space says Cleveland, people tend to pay attention to it. I just don't think Bill knows.
I just think if you thought it was Cleveland 3 weeks ago, I don't know what would have changed your. I don't know.
It's the past 2 weeks. He didn't do it 3 weeks ago.
Well, no, I'm saying.
Just people in general.
Yes. If you thought LeBron was going to come here or go anywhere specifically 3 weeks ago, what's the piece of information?
Right.
Who's the person that said it? Who reported it?
Exactly.
And I just. We're definitely in the waiting game, and it's funny.
But that's like NFL draft stuff, though, how people change their mind. No games were played, and in 4 months, people change their mind all over the place.
Well, at least that's a fact-finding mission, and you can find out something new by talking to somebody who went to the school where that this is just, LeBron's not talking to anyone, and Josh Graham, who's on the Westwood One radio network, right, host with Linnell Whittingham, former Odyssey guy, he has a LeBan. He's like, I'm not doing any more LeBron talk until he announces where he goes.
That just sounds. I don't even know if all due respect has to be put on this, but that just sounds stupid.
I would say it is July, Josh.
Why would you limit yourself that way?
Yeah, I won't call my buddy stupid, but I do think it's
I'm not calling him stupid, but that act is stupid.
Like
I guess maybe I call him stupid too. What do I care? I don't know Josh Graham.
Screw him.
How did he even get that job if you're going to put a ban on the biggest topic in sports?
Drake C. Toll would never
do. That's my guy, Drake C. Toll, right there.
And the Savannah Bananas would never.
Yeah.
He wears a mink coat. What a personality.
Hey, you lay off Drake C. Toll.
I would never lay on him.
Well, maybe his mink coat, though.
That's true.
It does look comfy.
That's true. Could be very,
I can
very
sleep on
fun.
a mink coat.
However,
for like a night.
There is no however. I don't know where the hell I'm going with this.
You said he had a LeBan.
Oh, yeah, that's just silly to me. Enjoy the ride. Right? Every couple days, or every day, we're going to get somebody, James Harden's going to go on ESPN Brazil. You're going to have all these people saying all this thing. Just enjoy the content.
Do
That's
you
tougher for
get to
fans.
bring up the ban? Is that part of it, or is that then talking about LeBron, and that's not good?
I think that's his way of talking about it. I think by talking about Le Ban, I'm not making it French. I think that's his way of talking about it without talking about it and seeming like a hypocrite. Now, I do want to call into his show tonight, if I can stay up that late and just be like, I want to talk about LeBron James and his future. But it's like
I hope
Nick
he keeps
from
you on hold
Wadsworth.
for 45 minutes, and then never gets to you.
I don't want that.
I think that'd
That
be really
sounds
funny.
miserable.
That'd be really funny. All right. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joined us at 3 o'clock, saying this is what needs to happen for Dante Moore to surpass Arch Manning and be the top quarterback taken in next year's draft.
If he wins a national championship or gets to a national championship and he gets further than Arch does, I think that he will lead the first overall pick discussion. I think that the big problem with Dante Moore had nothing to do with his tools or his play for that matter across the board. It was a matter of him stepping up and playing better in big games. He played really poorly against Indiana. He played very poorly against Texas Tech in the playoffs. Those were moments that he looked like a completely different player.
Yeah, here's the thing, and this is maybe I'm faulty here because of my perception of the NFL and the NFL draft. When the NFL anoints somebody, you have a Herculean task at being kicked off that spot if you're a quarterback and we are for a national contender. And so if Dante Moore and Arch Manning play similarly, even if Dante wins the Heisman, even if Dante wins the national championship, Arch Manning's going to be the first pick in next year's draft because it's just fait accompli. People have made up their mind on Arch Manning.
People have made up their
before
mind.
the kid ever played at Tennessee or Texas.
I wonder why Dante Moore doesn't get nearly as much love. I mean, we talked about him obviously going into last year's draft potentially, and it was perceived as if he would have been the number 2 quarterback off the board. And I'm interested to see if he himself can take another step forward and what that looks like. Because right now, I feel like he is underrated, all things considered.
I think that's fair, and I think if Oregon takes a big step this year, hopefully people will open their eyes. Cavs studio host Kaylee Griffin joined us today at 2:40, and there's one team she can't see LeBron James going to.
I cannot see how he can go to Golden State, one, with the strength of the West, but two, with so much of his legacy and what he's built, especially in this area, being around the championship, beating Golden State, how he could essentially choose to end his career with the Warriors. I personally obviously hope he comes here to Cleveland. I think it would be a great full circle moment.
Maybe she was getting ready to do the Les Levine thing, and that's why Corrali kept it in.
It was surprising. Golden State. No. Yes, maybe that part too. Miami is the front runner if it's not the Cavs. If the Cavs did not exist, it seems as of right now, Kalshi, Polymarket, all the people that gamble on this stuff say it's Miami. I like that Kaylee's like, no, don't listen to that nonsense. She thinks it's in fact Golden State.
I just think with Golden State, again, I know you said it's different because those are one uniform guys. If Larry Bird ever went and teamed up with Magic Johnson for 1 year after the 80s, NBA fans would have rioted. Like if Michael Jordan had been like, I think I'm going to go to Utah to hang out with these Malone and even then, though,
Stockton.
that's a little different because they had won finals against each other. Actually, no.
They had 2.
If MJ had been asked to be traded to, who the hell? To the Detroit Pistons, people would have rioted. But for some reason, LeBron's like, I think people are really going to like it if I go to this Golden State thing. It's going to look wrong. It's going to look real wrong.
Yeah, Shams, by the way, in his one report today, did in fact make the insistence on it being the 3 teams involved are the Sixers, the Heat, and the Cavs, and left Golden State out. I heard Rachel Nichols earlier today, and she was like, it's going to happen to a team in the East. She's like, I don't know anything, but I know it's a team in the East.
Don't know anything, but come on now.
I don't know. That's how people talk these days around this LeBron stuff. I've never seen a group of reporters / insiders / whatever you want to call them cop so easily to be like, I don't know anything. Like they fight tooth and nail to constantly be the people that don't tell you they don't know anything. And now everyone's like rushing to the table to be like, guys, I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. And I'm just as guilty of this as anybody. I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. Stop asking me, please.
That's why I know everything. I know exactly where he's going, when he's going to announce it, and I'm not telling any of you.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy it. I get my rocks off knowing everything and then saying nothing.
Yeah. That's a weird kink. But hey, everyone's got him, am I right?
You got to have something.
Everyone's got something.
That one's not going to land you in jail. The missing element to the Browns quarterback conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
32 teams in 16 days coming up in just about 1 hour's time. One positive from Rex Ryan taking a completely unnecessary shot at Shedeur Sanders while Shedeur was at an event helping kids. Just hanging out with kids, inspiring the future, right?
Yeah.
Did get people ready to talk about some Browns quarterback, and it's been a minute since people got into this, right?
Rex Ryan's, if that's what we owe him today, I guess that's what we owe him.
Now, the problem is it didn't just get people to defend Shedeur, it also got people to attack Shedeur.
That's where I got agitated at the whole ordeal. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario with Shedeur. I don't know. I mean, again, on his own dime, private plane, comes in order to make sure that he makes it on time, and all people want to do, instead of talking about the good that he does, they just want to crap all over him for what? Having a hobby? I don't understand it.
I also think just it's not even just about having the hobby. Every one of these guys, quarterbacks, they're not just quarterbacks anymore. This isn't 1990, and the only thing guys do is football anymore. Football's changed. And so is the business side of things.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You're right. It's just part of the game. And this goes across the board. And you are the faces of a franchise. Nobody's questioning that. But the same way that I feel like there's all people in like our business, right, that you take on multiple gigs, right? You're not just here, you're other places. And it's like you're allowed to do that. And that makes sense. You're trying to capitalize as much money as you possibly can in whatever window you have. And like that's the same thing with these quarterbacks. You're trying to get as much as you possibly can while also obviously doing your job at a high level. That doesn't change.
Now, while we are, 3 days away from rookies reporting, that makes us just under a week or just over a week. Words hard, me, Nick. From veterans reporting, we are staring down the barrel of this quarterback battle, and Daryl was on with the morning show. Daryl, fresh off vacation. He'll be joining us Wednesday at 6 o'clock.
Oh, his sabbatical is over.
His sabbatical is over. The man is fully rested, and that'll last about 3 days. And then
like 3 minutes.
Because we tend to work Daryl quite a bit here. But here's Daryl outlining his take on the quarterback spot from here.
I think Deshaun, just because he's the veteran, just looking at the situation. I was thinking about this yesterday because I was out at the Shedeur Sanders 2 legendary youth football camp, listening to what he had to say about the situation. But just thinking about where the Browns are at right now, I think it's much easier to transition from Deshaun to Shedeur than to transition from Shedeur to Deshaun, if that makes sense. And I do feel like there would be a transition. Now, I also feel like Shedeur could win this job. But if I had to put odds on it or whatever, I would say Deshaun is the favorite to win the job and start week 1 in Jacksonville.
All right, so I don't have a problem with Daryl saying this because I think this is how a fair amount of people think. And so it's not that I think maybe my concern is if the Browns are thinking this way. I think we're trying to put ourselves in the position of the Browns and trying to think like they think. And so a lot of that is based off of what happened last year, where they went into the season saying, you know what? We're going to do the 4 quarter or the very least 2 quarterback dance this year, and we'll kind of let it play out from there. If you're doing that this year, I think that shows a fundamental lack of growth from this organization. It doesn't work. If you go into the season thinking we're going to play 2 different quarterbacks, and it happens to be these 2 specific quarterbacks, you're setting that locker room up to fail.
Yeah, you can't be worried about the easiest transition. If you're thinking about that, you've already lost.
If they end up losing, they end up losing. But you should be putting them in a position to succeed at all costs. And the way you do that is by running a clean quarterback search and sticking to it unless injury happens, or of course the all hell breaks out. But you shouldn't go into it being like, well, week 6, here comes Shedeur.
No, yeah, whoever gets this job, you should be thinking that they have the job for all 17 weeks.
Yes.
And I don't understand this thought process, and then way too many people currently have it, that it's better for Shedeur to come off the bench. Like, that's not that's not going to do anything for Shedeur because, and listen, do I think Deshaun will be able to play all 17 games? No, I don't know anybody listening that does. But the Browns have to think that. If you give him the job week 1, you have to stop thinking that it's going to be this easy handoff week 8, week 9, week 10, or whenever you get bored with Deshaun Watson. Like, that's not how teams should operate.
Now, the thing that I feel confident about is I do feel like Todd Monken is in a better position of power to think like this and to follow through on thoughts like this, meaning, hey, we want to start one guy this season, and that's a critical component to our success because Kevin, by the end, was a guy whose power had been chipped away. Kevin had told everyone who would listen, and the reason why I think that is because of what the report said, that Kevin really didn't have any power in any of the big decisions. Deshaun Watson, I kind of went along with that one, right? Mm-hmm. Baker Mayfield moved on from Baker. Well, that was an organizational decision. Apparently, Kevin never made a decision in Cleveland. It was just foisted upon him. And I say that to say I don't think that's how it's going to go with Todd Monken.
I hope you're right. I don't know. There's a weird thing that happens in Berea where the head coaches typically end up becoming puppets, and they're just playing out the hands of whoever's in charge and whoever Jimmy Haslam likes the most in that current moment.
216-474-0092. Daryl's perspective on the quarterback plan is that he gives Deshaun the early advantage here because he is the veteran. And by the way, that makes sense to me. I don't agree with it because I've seen, but I understand that line of thinking. You lean on the veteran, right? I abhor the idea of, well, it's easier to go from Deshaun to Shedeur than it is from Shedeur to Deshaun. No, neither of those is easy, and none of the, if that's the way you're thinking, you've already screwed this season up.
Well, and here's the key element that I feel like not only Daryl might be missing, and I thought Baskin and Phelps also kind of missed this a little bit as well. Phelps had an interesting point. He brought up the idea that neither one of these quarterbacks seem like backups to him. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I just can't envision either one being backups. They might both have backup quality play, but I can't envision one of them being backups. And so when Daryl mentions that transition, and how he's like, it's, I can see Deshaun to Shedeur, but I can't necessarily see the Shedeur to Deshaun, I think it misses the element of Deshaun doesn't have a choice. And like if Deshaun has to back up Shedeur Sanders and has to sit second, then that's what he has to do. People act as if Deshaun has this like great power and great like leverage in all of this. He really doesn't. He has to get on the field in order to showcase what he can do if he wants his football career to ever get off the ground again. So if you make Shedeur the starter, Deshaun has to just kind of go along with it. There's no revolt coming unless he just quits the game completely. I guess that is on the table.
You could get cap insurance for that too.
You could just step away, but like he's not going to do that. He wants to play football. He wants to play it at a high level, so he's got no choice. He's just going to have to sit there and then bide his time.
And the same thing with Shedeur. And in terms of the idea of I don't see either guy as a backup, I hate that logic anyways. And I think it will be held against Shedeur in the future. If Shedeur doesn't work out here and next year he's on the open market, I think that perception around the NFL will hurt him, and I think it is so stupid. If your starting quarterback can't handle noise behind him, or a quarterback having a camera crew, or whatever it is that people don't like about Shedeur, I'm sorry, your quarterback isn't worth spit. It's just not. Mm-hmm. That's not that. Like, what are we doing here? And the reason why I don't worry about either guy here is the way to this point that they've handled the quarterback situation. Deshaun and Shedeur could have made this divisive with the camp thing. They could have done that.
Yeah. There's a respect there. I know people don't want to hear it, but they like each other.
Well, and it goes back to Deshaun helping Shedeur at the end of last season.
It goes back even before that, though. Like the relationship that Deshaun has had with the Sanders family is before Shedeur ever became a member of the Browns.
But I think they have enough of a personal relationship right now from being coworkers that I'm just not. None of that were. What matters is who gives you the best chance to win. And that was one more thing I want to tackle. Because I'm getting really annoyed at the phrase, who gives you the best chance to win. That is incredibly generic. Because there's who gives you the chance to win, the best chance to win week 1. And then there's who gives you the best chance to win over the course of 18 weeks. And those are two definitively different things. Deshaun might give you a better chance to win week 1. Shedeur might give you the better chance, or probably gives you the better chance to stay healthy and play across 18 weeks and develop. That's more what I'm interested. And now it's time to figure out what the hell which one of those Todd Monk is
more
more
for me, it's
in.
like it's a circle gets the square type scenario where Shedeur would be my answer for week 1. He'd be my answer for the second part that you laid out, all 18 weeks as well. Sean hasn't shown me anything to think he's the best quarterback for week 1.
Mario in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Mario.
Thanks, man. I like to say, man, how you're so, man. I like to say, Shedeur, keep doing what you're doing, man, because, like you say, he's the only man trying to give back in the community of Cleveland. And, how dare that coach, Rex Ryan, try to just humiliate his integrity, man. And he's trying to do something positive, but keep it moving because you gotta hit that game time. You gotta hit people, the receivers, gotta get hot. We gotta get hot, man, no matter what, because this team relies on the quarterback. The quarterback got to be a leader, facilitator, and then also, man, because we lost a lot last year, and we lost Myles Garrett. I hope that defensive end can recover the momentum what Myles did for us, and I hope Barry can go get an impact player for the other side because, man, we're going to need some help.
Well, Mario, I got to tell you, we're in good luck here because Andrew Berry's already done it. He went out and got this guy. Have you heard about him? His name's Jared Verse. Very productive young player, and he's going to be taking over for Myles.
Person, though, man. We need more. Man, we need some dogs on that field now.
No, Mario was talking about the other side is what he was complaining about.
Oh, well, they got Alex Wright. They've got Isaiah McGuire. They've got guys who were highly productive last year.
But, man, I'll tell you, man, we need that offense to score high and also control that clock. Man, we need a lot. I hope the coach, he's getting ready. We got a good coach. That's most of all. Okay. But most of all, man, we need a leader. Deshaun was one of them got to wake up. I'm going to keep for real. I'm just supporting Deshaun.
I might need to wake up with this phone call.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, though.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you.
All right, that was a lot. Throwing a lot at us, This volume shoot, we always like when somebody does that take-wise. There's a volume shooter there.
It was all over the place, that's for sure.
Now, the problem is I forgot the point I was going to make about the quarterback thing. This just gets back to if you want to have an honest conversation about Shedeur, the football player last year, we can do it. But if you start the sentence with statistically the worst quarterback ever, I know you're not going to be able to do it. If when we talk about Shedeur, the young man, and you say, well, he's just too loud, he's too this, he's too that, or whatever the hell Rex Ryan was saying on Twitter, you've told me you've already made up your mind. And there are too many people that have made up their mind with Shedeur, and in fairness, that is on both sides, but there are people in the middle. Shedeur is a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. I think he gives you the best chance to win across 18 weeks. And I really was intrigued by some of the playmaking. That somehow has turned me into either the biggest Shedeur hater or the biggest Shedeur stan.
I don't know why you'd be a Shedeur hater.
I don't know, because I didn't say he was fantastic last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the Shedeur super fans have a weird way of being like, oh wait, we don't understand you're trying to support what he's doing right now, and they conflate that. Every person I meet wants Shedeur Sanders to start. Maybe I'm not meeting enough people, or maybe I'm not meeting the right people. I've now been trying to ask people for about a month straight when I meet them, who do you want to see at quarterback? I can't find people that don't say Shedeur. Now, maybe it's because they know I want Shedeur too, and then it won't piss me off in the moment. I'm not sure. But
as if you turn you into the Incredible Hulk.
Well, they think I'll just all of a sudden rage on him or something. I don't know what that is, but I can't find people in the general populace that are like, oh yeah, Deshaun Watson, this is what I want to see on my Sundays. I don't find those people. Maybe they exist, but I don't find them.
So it's interesting you say that, because most everyone I've talked to would like Shedeur to play, and when they talk about, who they want to play, if they don't want Shedeur to start, it'll just be, I don't want Shedeur to start. I've not heard a lot of, I want to see what Deshaun has, or I'm a big Talon Green guy, or I'm a big Dylan Gabriel guy. It's, well, I just don't want to see Shedeur start, which again tells me exactly where you are on Shedeur.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think you're right about that. It's just it's a wild spot that he's found himself in. He cannot, for certain people, there's just nothing he can do that is right or that is good, and that's too bad.
216-474-0092. So Daryl was on with the Morning Boys today and said that he thinks it's easier to go from Deshaun Watson to Shedeur Sanders. Should the Browns be planning to play 2 quarterbacks this season? I think that's disastrous line of thinking. Zach's got an insight on LeBron's future, and I think one of my bits might have been stolen by somebody in the national crowd. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
32 teams in 16 days coming up in just about 40 minutes time. I'm not sure whether I want to talk about Ryan Clark finding out today that he's part of ESPN's cuts while on air.
That does suck.
That's just trashy.
It's not good.
And here's the thing. I definitely, like Dan Patrick shared a story about his career and when he kind of realized things were over. And it was Rich Eisen. It was like 5 minutes before the guy went on air. And then they told him he didn't get like this assignment he had been trying to get for like years.
Yeah, that sucks.
So keep doing great stuff, ESPN. Seem like good people over there. I would like, it's not enough for me to get a Shedeur versus Deshaun battle. How can we get Boog versus Quincy Avery?
I don't know that that's going to happen.
Well, see, here's the thing. They both like to Twitter beef with people.
Yeah, they do.
And both have Twitter beefed with Cleveland media, Cleveland fans. How can we get them to fight each other? Just because, again, so it looks like the camps are fighting, not for any other reason.
Okay, now I see the angle. Okay, you want some infighting between the two sides,
and that's how we're
going to end up getting this. Okay, all right. I see. Content-wise, I understand what you're getting at. I don't think they will. I just don't think they will.
I think you're right.
Now, can I tell you? It's a surprise to absolutely nobody listening, though. One of them I find completely insufferable in Quincy Avery.
Yeah.
And the other one I like in Boog.
You know, I invited Quincy on the show.
I did 2 years ago.
Yeah. No, I just DM'd him, like thinking we're the anti-Deshaun guys. That's the perception.
I did it like 4 years ago. It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
And so I thought, hey, if we want to build the bridge here, if Deshaun's going to get a chance, and Quincy, as of right now, has not responded to my DM.
Oh, he didn't even respond, huh?
Nope. I didn't expect him to, but I thought it was a nice thing to try and bridge that gap, even though I have similar feelings on Quincy.
I emailed him again 3-4 years ago, and now I don't remember if he emailed back or not, but I remember thinking to myself, if he replied, it was not a great reply. Let's put it that way. Yeah, because there was definitely distaste in my mouth that was left with that interaction, so I know something had to have happened, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was.
216-474-0092.
But we'll let the record show. I don't care to have him on the show.
Okay. Well, that would be awkward. So should I just, if he ends up coming back and being like, I'd love to. I listen to you guys all the time. Should I just put like Joe Schmo and then spring it on you on air?
Why not?
Is that the better way?
I think this is not a back and forth feud between the two of us. I think it's very one-sided in that I just think he's a grifter, and that's all that is.
But other than that, you think he's a good dude?
I didn't say that. I didn't say I think he's a good dude.
Oh, yeah, no, I meant like other than the grifting and just not a fan of him personally. Beyond that, do you like what you see?
I don't even think I can I'd be like, yeah. Beyond that, let's get beyond that.
Well, we're just trying to.
That's all. We're just trying to figure it all out. Yeah, they go low, we go high, right?
Yeah. Actually, no, we just keep going lower.
Keep going. Can we get lower?
Yeah, cut blocks, baby. Todd in Ward 1. Todd. What's up, buddy?
Nick, Jonathan. Once you label somebody a grifter, there's really nothing left of them to be labeled good at all.
Yeah, right?
What about
that's kind of it.
What about like a good-hearted grifter?
That doesn't exist.
Right? I mean, I've watched plenty of TV. Wasn't that just Don Draper?
Where you're like, oh, his heart's in the right place. He just can't find his own way. No, I think you see the best in people if that's how you think of grifters.
No further comment on that. So I'm going to address the question, should the Browns be getting ready to play two quarterbacks? Yes, because it's the NFL and people get broken up. So you want people to be ready immediately. In reference to the quality of play, though, am I the only one that's aware of this? Deshaun Watson has proven himself so far and has stated early on that this is the most healthy he's been. He's fully healed. And we both know he's a naturally more talented person than Shedeur, although Shedeur is a very good student. That is the truth. But if this guy's really fully healed and he's going to have a line, which he never even had in Houston when he was doing pretty good, it seems logical to me that this is going to be the man right here, and Shedeur is going to be scrapping to keep up.
I think the only thing about the completely healthy thing is I still don't trust that arm. Like when I'm hearing he's got dead arm in camp and, a ball's either going directly to somebody's hands or it's going right to somebody's feet, that tells me of a guy whose arm might never be 100%. So just him saying I'm healthy doesn't mean he's fully recovered from whatever shoulder injury he had, 3 years ago.
Okay, I haven't been hearing those reports. However, I acknowledge you guys have more access than I do, so I'm going to remove myself from this conversation politely.
All right, Todd, we appreciate it.
Jonathan,
Todd.
Hey, you kids, get off my grass.
I care about my grass.
Todd. You mean your lawn?
Yeah.
Okay. You said grass. I don't know what you're into.
What do you think my lawn is made of?
Well, no, I hear grass. I keep, stay off my grass. And I'm like, what are you guys doing over there in North Solon?
I think he was going for a stay off my lawn type thing.
Yeah.
But I think he was also recognizing the idea that I like to take care of my grass, my lawn, whatever it is in between.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all that is.
I just didn't know if you were dabbling in legal things now. 10 years ago you never would. But
I wouldn't tell you.
I could see you being an undercover stoner.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
What gives you that vibe?
I just you like to keep things close to the vest. Maybe you just wanted to hey, this is for me. Even Elise doesn't know. I'm gonna take a walk around the block, and all of a sudden JP comes back reeking of a little Mamba Juanja. What? I'll tell. He's dead.
Are you trying to? Is this how you would do it back in the day? You just go for a walk and then just come back and then just be high. Is that it? You're gonna Tolly after every walk? And you think your wife wouldn't pick up on that?
My dad. My mom very clearly. My mom came from a family where marijuana was the devil, but please get drunk
so
as you want.
So she wouldn't know it if she was even around it. Is the point?
Oh no, she would know it.
Okay.
And so my mom very clearly early in the day was like, Jim, you're not doing this around the kids. You're not doing it. So my dad is a pothead. My dad would go for walks, and then he'd come back. He'd be like, Dad, you smell like smoke. He'd be like, shut up, son. My dad was the nicest guy in the world. The only time he'd tell me to shut up was
why are you narking on your dad?
Why do you smell?
Why are you doing that?
Was a smoker around you, Dad? Nick, stop asking me about it.
You're getting me in the doghouse here, son. What's going on? Why do kids have this insatiable need to just rat on one parent to another parent?
I don't know, but it was funny when I was little, and it's no longer funny now.
My kid's 3.5. I give her, so she'll ask for a popsicle, and I'll be like, okay, but the one rule, just shh, keep it between us, be cool about it. And I tell her that too, be cool about it. And she immediately has the popsicle and then immediately runs to Mom. Guess what I just had?
Yep.
But why? Why do you do this?
By the way, that doesn't change.
You're not going to get any more popsicles if you keep ratting yourself out.
That doesn't change. My children, Izzy and I shared a little thing of sherbet 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was right before vacation. And I was like, all right, don't tell anyone. She walked right in and she's like, Dad and I just had sherbet. And I was like, bro,
what are you doing? I thought we had a deal. I thought we had a deal.
Yeah. And by the way, here's where, as dads, we can be stupid. Is it hasn't stopped me from doing it.
No, it's still fun.
No, exactly. It is fun.
It's still fun.
Even if she tells, what's she going to do? Get mad at me?
I think
Get mad
she knows.
at me for spoiling my children? And by the way, she will.
I think she knows at this point. I'd be disappointed if she didn't go and rat on me.
Yeah.
But I'm also come on, what are you doing? You're not helping yourself in the future here.
Kids are snitches.
They are. They really are. Just a bunch of narcs.
Now, the problem is, it gets when the stakes are raised, because at a little ice cream tree, it's nothing.
Well, these are our testing of the boundaries, right? What can we do? How much can we trust this kid?
But Dad and I just went to Culver's and spent $45. That they know to include the dollar amount.
You spent how much at Culver's?
I threw out a hypothetical number. I'm not saying I've spent $400. I'm not saying that I bought a couple of Butterburgers.
But you own the Culver's now?
No, it was the three of us. But again, there was a hypothetical number. Hypothetical.
Pretty sure you're now a franchisee at Culver's for $45.
Worth it. Zach, you stick there. When we come back, Stephen A. Smith ripped me off. I'm not going to be quiet about it. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We do have 32 teams in 16 days coming up. Randy McMichael, former SEC great tight end there at Georgia, now in Atlanta with Andy and Randy on the game. He's at 6:20 talking Kevin Stefanski and the Falcons. And then Ramon Foster from the Zone in Nashville, Titans color analyst at 6:30. We'll get his take on the Titans as well. Who will have more wins in 2026, the Titans or the Browns? But last week, it was late in the week, I said, not sure if anybody's been on this, but I would like to hop in on referring to LeBron's decision as the indecision.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. I remember it.
And the tweet got decent traction. I won't say it blew up.
You did? You tweeted about it. I didn't know that.
I did tweet it, and then I brought it on air. Because I liked it. I was like, when people on social media were like it, I'm like, maybe the guys on the show will like it. Well,
yeah.
Stephen A. Smith tried his hand at stand-up comedy today, and I'll let you guys be the judge.
LeBron James should start a new sitcom. It should be called The Indecision because he can't make up his mind. And I came to his defense because I said, I don't believe that for 1 second. I believe he knows exactly where he's going. He just wanted to wait until the World Cup was over before he tells anybody. That's all.
Do we think it's a coincidence after I make this joke on social media, which again, not viral, but many people saw it, the best people saw it, that Stephen A. Smith on his Monday show, if I tweeted out Friday, on his Monday show, made the indecision joke?
Do you want to make claim to this joke, though? I
think I do.
There was a couple courtesy laughs attached to that clip. If you want to play it back, and these are his henchmen.
It's not a good joke.
These are his henchmen. Well, that's kind of the point, though. Like, do you want to, if you contribute a joke in a writer's room and then they actually put it in the episode, that's great.
Not if they botch the punchline.
But then if people afterwards are just kind of like, oh, okay, that was kind of a soft spot of the show. Is that good?
I think it's the way he framed the joke.
Well, he didn't commit enough to it.
Yeah.
That was clear and evident.
Yeah, like I just said, we're calling the whole thing The Indecision. His thing was he should have a sitcom called The Indecision.
Is this kind of like when one comedy writer comes up with a joke about bathrooms and another one comes up with the same premise about bathrooms, and then they just feel like the other one ripped the other one off, but ultimately bathrooms are a very similar premise?
No. Only
like
the punchline.
Going from the decision to the indecision?
No, this case.
Not the biggest leap that somebody else was going to eventually get to that?
Again, the timing of it is where it's suspect. The idea, by the way, is...
what's the timing that is suspect?
It's the punchline. The punchline is the indecision in this case.
How's the timing suspect? It's Monday.
Well, yeah, Monday, but the last time we were on air, I made the indecision.
You did that on Friday?
Yeah, I did that on Friday.
But they clear it out. They did. They let you go. They couldn't help themselves. Is what you're saying?
They saw it.
They couldn't help themselves
but he knew
to
if
make
he
the
just
indecision.
if he just read my tweet verbatim, that it would be too obvious. So
now,
he disguised it with a bad joke.
Am I above thinking that the people that Stephen A. had, he's got joke writers. When they're at the top that way, they do have joke writers. They have people that help craft everything that they did. Getting to that spot in that world, it's never easier to do a talk radio show or anything equivalent to it when you're Stephen A. Smith. Okay, like it's never easier. Is it that crazy to think that one of his henchmen, not on the air, offside henchmen, saw your tweet and then said, I got to feed this to LeBron? No, that part's not crazy. That's not crazy. Now, was it worth it to LeBron?
You mean LeBron
or sorry, was it worth it to Stephen A.?
No, because it was a bad joke that was written.
To then, basically co-opt it, take it, put it as his own to get the modest chuckle at best, and then he kept moving.
No, because he made it about the sitcom. The sitcom thing is where I think he lost the people.
Was that where he tried to take it to a level that maybe you didn't?
He's trying to disguise that he took it. This is like when I used to do Radio Tinder during the NBA Finals, and then Sarah Spain started doing Radio Tinder, and I joked about it, and she was not in a joking mood about it. But I never saw her do it again.
Because she probably thought similar lines, similar premise, like it's just kind of is what it is.
And it wasn't, because she was in Cleveland when it happened, but it's okay. So what I'm saying is a lot of people keep taking my best stuff.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. And again, if Steven wants to break me off a piece of that $22 million a year, I'm not going to say a damn word. Indecision, I'll give you my best and worst stuff. You can have whatever you want. Just break me off a little piece of that, you know?
What do you think you get paid for one line that gets a chuckle?
Oh, no. I would just submit stuff, and then he can use whatever he wants, and I get about $100,000 a year.
You want to be paid by the punch-up?
No. I just want to be paid $100,000 a year from him, and then he can do with, I'll just send him a bunch of stuff and use it. I don't really care. I got my money.
Well, turning decision into indecision is that genius. You've earned $100,000.
Thank you. 216-474-0092. We can all agree Stephen A. Smith has stolen my bit, yes? Zach in Cleveland, welcome to the show. Zach, what do you know?
Okay, guys. So I got some inside info. I was talking over the weekend at a wedding with a close personal friend and partner at Rocket Mortgage. He's a close friend of Dan Gilbert. And I was told
no names.
That
no names. Let's keep it
keep it
above board. Hand check.
But I had heard through him that as of 3 days ago, the reason this is taking so long is because when Nick Gilbert passed away, Dan apparently never heard a word of apology or anything from LeBron, and there was a large rift in their relationship at that point. And over the last few weeks, the indecision is coming from them trying to mend that relationship. And that's why it's been taking so long. That is my news, and I've heard that LeBron has apologized and it is coming down apparently to can Dan accept it and move on.
All right. Well, Zach, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Zach.
That made me very uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to do with that now because we have not believed a word of anything that anyone has ever said in calling in about the LeBron thing. But if that was an actual point of, I don't know, a problem in this relationship, I would understand it.
I would too. But again, didn't see that call going that way. I thought it was like, it was at a wedding, got hammered.
Does that make it seem more realistic? Because it definitely made it seem more realistic.
Well, I mean,
not that I'm putting anything into it.
The devil's in the
Matt,
details.
get on some research here. Did LeBron ever say anything publicly?
I'm pretty sure there was a
tweet. With the passing, I would imagine there had to be.
I distinctly remember a tweet.
This shouldn't be too hard.
I don't distinctly remember anything.
This shouldn't be too hard to unpack. Although Twitter's search algorithm is just trash these days.
Yeah, just they've ruined it.
I don't know why.
And by the way, it was a desolate wasteland before.
It wasn't good, but at least you could find things.
You nuked the nuke?
I didn't understand that at all.
Don't love it.
But if I was Dan Gilbert and it went down the way that this caller suggested, then voice cracked there. Thank you. We hit
just
puberty.
Got emotional.
We hit puberty.
It upset you as well.
It's such an emotional thing,
yeah.
you know. I don't want to be dismissive of it. But yeah, it'd piss me off too if I were him for being truthful about it.
Yeah, but that's all we got on that one.
Yeah, and Max putting Mac to search on something means we'll get it in 3 segments from now, which is at 7 o'clock.
He hasn't put anything out about it.
Nice save.
I don't believe that reporting at all.
All right, you go ahead and find a post that doesn't exist. Go for
it. He scoured the whole internet in 30 seconds. He's got it.
Wow. And what people can't see is Mac is leaned back in his chair and just kind of casually hitting the keys there. Hey, we're having fun.
We're having fun.
All right, let's go with Matt in Canton. Matt, welcome to the show.
Hey, Nick, Jonathan. Thanks for you guys always having me on.
Absolutely, buddy.
Again. So, I 100% agree with you. I believe that the national sports media is going after the afternoon drive and stealing their content. Because you coined indecision. I think I believe the last time I called it LeBron fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
So LeBron watch will become LeBron fatigue, but absolutely 100%. And on top of that, Stephen A. also probably said that, hey, he's not going to spurn the Cavs organization. You feel the same way that I do. He's not going to bait this fan base to come out and do this. So we know what's going to happen in the long run, but we're all so tired.
Yeah.
Well, if it's got to take another week, it'll be another week. Gives us all a job, right? But at the same time, it's like we just want to move forward and we want to look towards the future and not look towards that. But you're absolutely right. I can't believe that we as fans or spectators have a more insight than national media personalities. And that's all they are, is national media personalities.
Agreed. We appreciate you,
They're
buddy.
just guessing.
Thank you so much.
They're guessing, but if we were guessing, your guess is as right as mine.
I agree.
All right,
we
thank
have
you,
the
Matt.
best guesses.
Mac's right. We got no public recognition from LeBron.
Now, is Mac right, or
within the passing.
did Mac get lucky?
I think lucky. I just don't. I'm gonna think
just
lucky
happy
on
Mac's
this one.
getting lucky.
Hey, only took you 30 years. Basketball coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
All right. Thomas and Shaker, welcome to the show, Thomas.
Hey, Nick. Hey, look, I was listening to you talk about your tweet and how Stephen A. Smith stole your bit. You know, how dare Stephen A. Smith, a New Yorker, a Knicks fan, how dare he steal from the genius from Akron, Ohio, the same city that Steph Curry was born in, and some guy named LeBron James. How dare he steal from you, Nick Wilson? I'm sorry that happened to you, sir.
I agree.
am so sorry. We need to write a nice letter to that 4-letter network and complain.
Listen, if
Strongly
Stephen A.
worded
if
letter.
Stephen A. were to offer such an apology as you just offered me,
you want it public, right?
That
If you
and
reach
money,
out privately, nobody cares about the private apology,
and money,
Stephen A. We want it
anywhere
public.
from $50,000 to $5, I will graciously, closer to $50,000, I will graciously accept it.
Yeah, he Elvis you. How dare he Elvis you like that?
Oh man, that's a great. What do you know about Elvising?
Well, Elvis, his agent actually paid the record company that was funded by a lot of African American networks. He actually gave a lot of money to African American artists.
Okay, so what do you know about Elvis?
Actually, what I thought you were referring to, Thomas, and I appreciate you, is that Colonel Tom Parker would have like different like Jerry Reed or like different country artists come in, play a song for him, and they'd be like, "Cool, I'll give you $50 for it," and Elvis will take this.
Mm-hmm.
And a fair amount of those country artists said, "Stick it." Yeah,
I would think so.
Yeah, well, not everybody. And so then Elvis would get full publishing credit for it, and so would Colonel Tom Parker, who was a bit of a carny there.
Call that a little TCB, taking care of business. That's on Elvis's plane. That's basically when you go to Graceland, TCB is everywhere. You gave me this look of me just throwing out a random thing for no reason.
No,
you
that's
gave
just
me a
my
look.
face.
You gave me a look.
No.
You gave me a look.
Hey, nope, not going to do it. 216-474-0092. What am I owed by Stephen A. Smith for him stealing my bit?
Man, this is gonna get really annoying for all of us, isn't it? Because like you're act as if Stephen A. stole your bit for the next decade, aren't you?
Well,
you haven't let the Sarah Spain thing off the hook in a very long time.
Yeah,
I'm
been
worried.
about a decade as well.
As a collective, we've been very nice to Nick in this segment. We've all been like, even Thomas and every caller has been like, "You're right. He totally stole it.
They see the truth.
He totally stole it.
They see the truth.
But when you let him believe he actually stole it, we're going to hear about this. I just want everyone to know, like for the next half decade plus, maybe even full decade plus, we're going to have the time that Stephen A. just straight lifted Nick's material.
Oh. Remember,
I just want people to know that.
That's how people are going to remember it, too, because that's the way it happened.
I just want people to know that, as long as they're cool with that.
32 teams in 16 days with Randy McMichael and Ramon Foster in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I knew.
do something with. He's been able to get the quarterback to work. Has he been able to get all of it to work? No, not in this. He would be the first one to tell you no, but he's been able to get the quarterback to work. And with the Titans right now, it's really just what is Cam Ward ended up doing.
So we're having a little trouble getting Randy McMichael on here. So we're going to try and get Ramon Foster on.
Can we try for Andy?
Andy Bunker?
Maybe
that's it. Maybe if we had
it's Andy and Randy. If we would have gone for Andy instead of Randy, maybe we would have had better luck.
Andy and Randy is a tough thing.
I don't think they had a choice.
No, well,
I mean, you could have gone Randy and Andy. You could have mixed that part up. Maybe
there used to be a time where guys might have a hand in naming their own show. That seems to have escaped us in the last decade or so.
Yeah, that part's gone. Yeah. That's just a different world now.
Now, what's better?
When you have Randy and Andy as an offering, you have to take it.
What do you think is better? Bland, generic afternoon drive, which means literally nothing.
It means nothing.
I mean, we're on during the afternoon in which you drive.
And if two other people step in this place tomorrow, then the name stays the same. Yeah.
Or Andy and Randy.
I mean, Andy and Randy is
That's a tough one. It's the rhyming.
It's too much of a hook for a program director to say no thanks. I'm not going to take the easy way up that is giving me Andy and Randy.
So we're going to flip this around here, and we're going to head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Titans color analyst, host of Ramon and Will on the Zone in Nashville, Ramon Foster, joining us right now. Ramon, welcome to the show.
Man, I appreciate you guys having me on, man. Thank you.
Well, it's great to have you here. I've completely forgotten you ever played for Pittsburgh because I love what you're doing in Tennessee. Let's start here. Where are Titans fans with this new regime, Robert Saleh, Brian Daboll, heading into their first camp?
Man, I would say cautiously optimistic, if that makes sense to you. They know they have a coach that's a lot different from Brian Callahan, and respectfully, I say that too because Brian Callahan was a great, I think great coach for where they were in that moment. But I think when you see the results of that method and how much losing you did, and Robert Saleh's mindset, Brian Daboll's, Gus Bradley as well on the staff, you know that it is a full reset, and it's guys that have been around the block and know what they're doing. So that's what the fan base is excited about. They're excited primarily because of what Brian Daboll can mean to a guy like Cam Ward, what he's done with other quarterbacks as well. So you couple all that with the new branding that they have as far as the jersey goes, the new stadium that's coming in, the number one overall quarterback, and Cam Ward and the different moves they made this offseason, it has them cautiously optimistic. It's kind of the way we've kind of received the fan base and listeners that have called into our show and interacted.
How did the fans feel about Cam Ward? And not necessarily in year one on the field. The idea that I thought he was very honest. I liked it. I thought it was refreshing when he's like, no, we're ass right now. We suck. I liked it, but I know that rubs fans sometimes the wrong way. What's the perception of Cam Ward that way?
Man, they love that. Do you hear me? If they could bottle that up and sell it with the respect of the quote, the we ass part of it, like they want that transparency. They want that honesty. They want people that are inside of that building that play for their team to be seekers of a great culture. And I think that's what Cam Ward has kind of shown this fan base. Like it's to a point with how they're so much behind Cam Ward, the quarterback, and what he can mean to the Titans' future. Like it's anything that he does, they pick up on. They want more of it. Like we have, from my veteran side, I'll push back a little bit, like, hey, I don't know if a rookie or young guy's supposed to do that, and they immediately jump to the front of the lines like, no, we need that. We need more guys like him. Either get with it or move on. Like I somewhat come from the old school ways of like there's a pecking order in how you speak and how you go about your job, as a young rookie or young player in the NFL. And Cam breaks all of those barriers, man, and his fan base is looking for it. And I think just looking at where this offense was and how they went about it as well, as far as getting it together, Cam pushes everybody. And because of that, they are in. I don't know if I've seen a more passionate fan base in my time here about one particular guy than I go, because there's always the naysayers, I go about 85 to 90% of this fan base is all in on everything that Cam Ward does, if that makes sense. I know you guys have a guy up there in Shedeur Sanders kind of have that type of following, and I'm not sure if Cleveland's fan base is fully all the way behind Shedeur, but I would say this, 85 to 95% of Titans fans are fully behind any and everything that Cam Ward does, if not a higher percentage than that.
Oh, no, Ramon. It is about 50-50 with Shedeur. 50% love him, 50% hate him, and then it's me and Jonathan in the middle. All right, so let's go here. What makes if the Titans want to be next year's Patriots, or that team that takes a second-year quarterback, the Bears, and makes that jump, what makes or breaks that jump for the Titans this year?
Easy for me. I think is if Cam Ward takes the steps that he's supposed to. Taking care of the ball first and foremost. If it matters, because I cautiously say this a little bit because Caleb Williams kind of pushed back on a little bit. Caleb was completion percentage around 58, 59 for the Chicago Bears, whatever it was, but he had a way better season than he did in year one. So if Cam's taking care of the ball, and that means throwing the football away, that means, getting sacked and going to the ground and not losing the ball on sack fumbles and stuff like that, I think that's what has to happen first and foremost. Them finding the answer on the right side as far as the guard center combo, and with J.C. Latham, the former number 7 overall draft pick, will he have a bounce back year? I know last year in Denver he started off the season injured. He had a little bit of a growing issue. Then, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit of an ab issue as well. So getting him back to what you think he is. So my eye is specifically on the right side of his offensive line, as there will be a competition at right guard most certainly, and at center some as well, although I think Austin Slopeman will end up being the starting center for this team. If they can do that and can take care of the ball, I think that will help turn around what the Tennessee Titans have been known for, because my messaging on our show in Nashville has been this. Cam still is riding the side part. If you look at the moves that they've made defensively, and of course having a guy like Jeffrey Simmons on your defense and getting more veterans around him with a veteran play caller and Robert Saleh and also Gus Bradley, they should be leading the charge. If they can go get pressure on the quarterback, get the football back to the offense, and Cam and everybody else on the offense move their level up, that's the first step of them getting right with this franchise and changing the ways that they have been over the last 2-3 years.
I also have a bit of an ab issue myself. It's called a lack of. All right, Ramon, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
No problem, man. Anytime.
Ramon Foster there, Titans color analyst. Ramon and Will on the Zone in Nashville on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline from Nashville down to Atlanta. We welcome on Randy McMichael, host of Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Long time Falcons commentator there. Randy, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? My bad, man. I had my phone on silent.
Oh, no, you got to understand, when it comes to phone issues, you're talking to the guy who does it all the time, so you have nothing to worry about here. I do want to know, when Kevin Stefanski was fired, there was some noticeable pushback from the Falcons faithful. Are there folks still upset about Kevin Stefanski being the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons?
It's so hard to tell right now because we haven't seen or heard from him, but it was a lot of, because of the fact he got fired from the Browns and they feel like a retread. And every year the Falcons fans, they get together, they want a certain coach. They never get the coach they want. They always get the coach where they're like, we couldn't do better than that. And so that was a situation where Kevin was in, me and Andy got to interview him the day of the press conference when it was made official and everything like that. I like him a lot. I think he's a good coach. I think a lot of stuff in Cleveland, y'all know better than me, just didn't go the way he wanted it to go. It seemed like somebody was above him. But now he's in a situation where he has Matt Ryan, who seems to be the face of this whole thing right now, is Matt Ryan. And so I don't know. Well, we'll know next week a week and a half when we're up there for training camp.
Between Penix and the injury and then Tua and obviously everything that he's been going through, I honestly have no idea what the read even is. What is the read on the quarterback situation right now?
Well, we just hope that it's a fair competition. They said it's going to be a competition. They have like 14 different quarterback coaches in that room. So they got a lot of coaches to coach these two guys. But I think the one thing about it, and you heard that from the OC, was the competition starts when Michael can do everything that Tua does. And so we don't know if Michael's going to be cleared. I believe he will be, but there's nothing that said, because he has not done any teamwork as far as 11-on-11 drills, none this offseason. So if he's able to go out there and participate in all the team's activities, then it'll be a competition. I think this team needs Michael Penix to win so they can continue to develop, because if Tua wins it, it's going to be a situation where Tua is going to play 11 games in comfortable conditions. And when he's comfortable as far as the weather conditions and things like that, he's pretty dang on good. And they got a pretty good set of receivers and running backs around him to make him look like he looked 2 years ago in Miami.
Randy, I'm looking at the last 5 records here of the Falcons, and they are the monsters of the mid here. 3 straight 7-win teams with Arthur Smith, 2 straight 8-win teams to Raheem Morris. I think there were a lot of people who felt the last 2 years that the Falcons were 2 or 3 plays away from being a playoff team either season. Is that the expectation in year 1 for Kevin Stefanski to get to the playoffs?
It's crazy covering this team, and you go back and you look at one play overseas in Indianapolis. It just goes right. You tackle Jonathan Taylor, and he gets out. He goes 90 yards. I mean, it's every year with this team, and it's so frustrating, especially having to cover it. And there's nobody who has more scar tissue than a Falcons fan, because it seems like when they don't expect it to happen, it always happens for them. But I don't know. I think it's really a situation where they want to get this quarterback thing right. You look in the offseason, they went out, they signed a lot of guys to 1-year deals. Nothing really long-term. I know they just finished Drake, and I think we're waiting on to see if they're going to get Bijan done before we get up there. But I think more than anything, because of this new first-year thing with the new Matt Ryan thing, I don't want to say it's not pressure, but I don't think it's one of those things where unless it just completely falls off the wall, because they have been in quarterback purgatory ever since they messed up the whole Matt Ryan, Deshaun Watson thing. And then they bet the Ritter, we don't need to bring competition over him. Then you bid against yourself for Kirk Cousins and then draft Michael Penix. I mean, it's just been a mess here at the quarterback position. And hopefully with Matt Ryan in here, they can get that solidified, because you guys know this up there. If you don't solidify the quarterback position, I don't care how good you are around him, you're not going to win in the NFL.
Is Bijan the best running back in the game?
I think he is. He's a special player. He's a special human being, first and foremost. The young man is just an awesome human being who we love down here. It's between him and Jameer, and I'm still thinking that him and Jameer are like waiting to see who goes first for this new contract extension, because I think Jameer Gibbs is awesome. I think he's very explosive. I think the thing with Bijan is that he makes something out of nothing. I mean, he has guys sitting in his lap, and he'll make all of them miss, and he'll take it to the house. He can catch a football. I think the biggest thing he's done is his pass protection is like lights out now, opposed to when he was a rookie. And so he's a 3-down back. He's a guy who is going to get 350 touches a year. And so if you're a running back, you want to go and cash in as early as possible, knowing the fact that, you know what, I'm going to touch the ball a lot.
All right, Randy, we got to ask you a Cleveland question. Who do you see winning the quarterback battle between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders?
It's hard for me to say Deshaun because I haven't seen him. I've never seen anybody fall off the way he's fell. Now, we understand the off-field stuff and everything like that, but for him not to be able to play coming off of a ruptured Achilles tendon, then had to get it redone again, I love Shedeur. I understand the polarizing of Shedeur, but I tell people all the time, he's a 5th-round draft pick who's still developing. He did some good things, but go watch the totality of what he did. It played like a 5th-round rookie. And so I love me some Todd Monken, especially, what he did here at Georgia. I'm a Bulldog for life, so I love him. I think that he's going to pour everything in so Shedeur can be the starting quarterback.
We're also a very pro-Monken show on this. He's a straight talker. We haven't had a lot of that. Randy, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
My boys, appreciate y'all, man. Again, sorry for the inconvenience, man.
Oh, not at all, my guy. Randy McMichael there. Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Former Georgia Bulldog as well on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. 32 teams in 16 days. Rolls on tomorrow. I think we're still in the South. I'm pretty sure we're still in the South. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in July, ends July 27th. Shop today at Wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home. You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson and Jonathan with you. Kaylee Griffin joined us at 2:40 today. We say thank you. Joe DeLeon at 3:20. We say thank you. Cody Allen at 4:20, former Indians closer and Guardians TV analyst. We say thank you. 6:20 and 6:30, Randy McMichael and Ramon Foster. One of Nashville, the other of Atlanta. We say thank you to our guests. All guests today. Great stuff. And, of course, if you guys missed a moment of our show today, you can watch the entire show back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It's free, after all. Subscribe. You know, you've been telling your friends you want to. Just do it already. Bleeper, get off the pot. Subscribe. And, of course, like our videos. We desperately need to be liked. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with a story involving Cam Skattebo. So he was at Fanatics Fest. He did I'm trying to come up with the right term of it now. A
backflip?
Backflip, thank you. I was trying to think of backwards something, and just nothing was coming. I was like, what's the other word that I'm missing? Why am I not getting this right now? Oh, because it's 6:45. I get it. So anyway, so he did this backflip, and on people being concerned about his backflips, it was right there in the script. I had it right there. He said, I will not hurt myself before the season. Okay, great. That's great that he says it. Doesn't mean he can guarantee it. If you're Harbaugh, what's your reaction when you see Skattebo doing all these backflips in front of fans? And barely pulling it off, by the way.
Scouring the market for another running back.
Well, he's gonna break his body at some point.
He's just such an idiot.
He puts his head through ceilings. He is doing these backflips. I called him Gronk before because everyone does. It's true. He is. He's like a running back version of Gronk. It's insane.
So the difference is there was always like a lightheartedness to Gronk's Gronkness.
So you always thought Gronk wasn't as stupid as maybe he let on?
Yes. And there was also a good guy.
That was Skattebo.
There was also a good guy thing with Gronk that it was just like, oh, he's harmless, right? I think Cam Skattebo might be the rare idiot D-bag.
Oh, is he a big D-bag, or does he just hang around with Jackson Dart a lot?
He just screams to me. Anytime I've heard him interview, he also seems to, like, he's an idiot that I think thinks he is smart, and those are the most dangerous people in the world. They're very often politicians, by the way.
There's something's wrong with this guy.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to go horribly for him in the NFL.
It rhymes with CTE.
In like 1 or 2 years, potentially. But he's a lot of fun to watch, I'll say that. He's a lot of fun to watch.
I got to say, Baker. Never thought he was a real idiot. Would do dumb stuff.
No, Baker's not an idiot.
Not an idiot.
No.
I don't know how you root for two idiots. Right? Like, Tom Brady, not an idiot. Weirdo, not an idiot.
Yeah.
So you could be like, well, Tom's really smart. He's going to keep it together. And look at this idiot over here with Gronk. When your quarterback and your running back are idiots, I don't know where you go from there if you're the Giants.
That's tough. That's a bad combo.
Could not be me.
It's a bad combo, I'll tell you that.
All right, now we do have to get to this. The WNBA Players Association will not allow partner brands to monetize Sophie Cunningham's viral point, saying it generally does not feature or look to monetize player conduct from a confrontation between our members. Now, Cunningham can still independently license the moment.
Oh, good. Good for her.
Does this strike you as dumb to you as it is to me?
I don't know why the WNBA seems like they're always stepping in it. Well, actually, I have a theory built on that.
What's that?
I just think they grew too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they knew what they were doing when they grew too fast. And I think that was the problem. I feel like if they had other people in charge, this wouldn't be as big of a deal. They just got too big for their own. It's kind of like I watch all these TikTok videos where this guy will go around with hundreds of thousands of followers and he'll go to like a stand or something like that, and then he'll shout him out, and then he like comes back the next couple of days, and the response, instead of it being like, thanks so much, my business is awesome, you did this all, it's kind of like we didn't know what to do with this.
Yeah.
There's too much traffic. We're not built to sustain 1,500 people all coming and wanting this whatever product is. We're built for 100 people to want it, and it's just chaos. And I feel like that's what the WNBA is. They're not built for the success that they've had. They didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, but the Dan Patrick canceled interview with the commissioner, like every time. I mean, even like the fact that we can't just have the honest conversation. Guys, I don't think Caitlin Clark is anything more than a young player who's getting a lot of attention because she's really good at basketball in a league that would like the money that she's getting and the attention she's getting. I don't think it has to be anything more than that. We can't even have a civilized conversation about why people hate Caitlin Clark in the damn WNBA.
Yeah.
It all stinks. But, yeah, leadership mostly, I agree with you.
I think the leadership's a big problem. I just don't think they were prepared for how fast it was going to get and how big it was going to get. And now they're suffering, and we're suffering in the meanwhile.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. Big thanks. And by the way, Matt doing a lot of stuff for us. Got to say thanks to Keith because Jake is out this week. Keith's doing a great job cutting up videos for us as well. So big thanks. Special thanks to Keith on that as well. Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Britton?
Company man, Nick Wilson. I like it.
At least I can look him in the eye and talk with my big boy voice, Mac. Oh, look at Mac.
Oh, he's acting
like
like he doesn't know what you're talking about. That's cute.
I use my big boy voice all the time. Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Britton?
All right.
JP, good stuff.
Hey, had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Maybe LeBron will make his if LeBron makes his decision tomorrow, JP will be right. Wait till Wednesday, because that's when I'm going to do it. Right? Didn't you take Tuesday?
I have Tuesday. You have Wednesday. Mac has Thursday. Joe DeLeon has Friday. We got the week covered, guys.
Smells like I'm going to be right, guys. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.